Why, hello. Morning, good morning. I forgot to do the announcement. God damn. The fool. I've got a word out to our host trying to fix something. Hopefully it becomes fixed very quickly. How is this game? Phenomenal. How does it rack up against Minecraft? I have no reason to be modding in Minecraft anymore. I can just mod Hytale instead. It's way better. Is there a Pirate Hytale server up? We're working on with a host to get a public one up for you guys. Yeah, it's just strictly better than Minecraft for modding, dude. Which is... it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad because it's like... I don't know, dude. I feel like Minecraft had all the time in the world to, like, get it right. And they just didn't, you know. Alright. Try to get Hytale set up over here. I'm gonna sign in and get my quests online for the Ashes Bros. Wait, did somebody do Windows 98 Hytale? No, there was the Windows 95. Yeah, they also did Hytale in Hytale last night, too. So it's finally achieved recursion. You can play Hytale inside of Hytale. Which I think is hilarious. Yeah, they did that last night. It was on Twitter. But can it run Doom? Doom was the first thing it ran. It has run Doom on the blocks, and then it was running Doom on the map, and then somebody put Windows 95 on the map, like a full working instance of Windows 95, and then they did Hytale inside of Hytale. Can you run Hytale on Linux? I believe yes. I believe it's got a native Linux version. Do you plan on making an event in Hytale like Minecraft Civilization? I actually don't know what Minecraft Civilization is. I'm not really up on, like, community events for Minecraft, but yeah, we're gonna have our server up once we get the MMO working. We've got a lot of components going, so... Unfortunately, it looks like construction workers have knocked out Jake's internet. So that sucks. Yeah, no ETA in fixing that. Yeah, it happened 30 minutes before the stream started, too. It was probably the worst part about it. Yeah, Mag, it's insane. It's actually insane. So you managed to turn Hytale's diving gear into a full-body scuba suit that hides the proper cosmetics and animates properly, all with a custom texture, and you have no experience in modeling or texture. Hytale is awesome. You just had to hit save and Blockbench, and Hytale updated in real time. It's crazy. Yeah. It's completely insane, dude. I swear to God, Troy Tech. Quick curse quest today? Dude, somebody got their curse quest yesterday and just never picked it up. It's completely insane to me. Setting up quests for everybody. Give me just a minute. Do the announcement in the Ashes Discord. In and there we go. And almost done. Alrighty. Ashes is done. I said to set up the daily quests. Because if I don't set them up, nobody will. Okay. And boop. I exist. Good morning. Good morning, goblins. Thor wore an eye patch, he'd be Odin as well. That would probably look weird, to be honest. I don't know what I'd look like with an eye patch, huh? I don't even own one. It's like kind of as funny as that is. Like, I don't actually even own an eye patch, man. Do you want one? No. I'd want to get like a good one, you know? Oh, okay, Tesla. Very cool, bud. Is that a burner account? Dude, just be normal. Jesus. Get this man 2 to wear at the same time. Dude, if I'm going to wear an eye patch, I'm going to wear 3 of them. Go big or go home, dude. You don't want to be normal? Fair. Survival games? Oh, yeah. I forgot I did this last night. I changed the moon into my face. So there's that. What? Because why not, right? Yeah. There it is. Slowly traversing the sky. It is. It's a full Thor out. I like that it's just like ominously behind the clouds, you know? Yeah, moon's haunted. My favorite part about it is at a certain time of night, it gets gigantic and red and fills the sky. Yeah, weird curly clouds, they're pretty good, you know? There it is. Why is it rotating with you? The moon just kind of does that. I don't know why it turns like that, but it turns. That feels like just a bug, to be honest with you. I don't think it should be turning like that. It's quite weird. Yeah, it's to watch you better, I guess. Yeah. I know it's a sprite, but like, it doesn't need to be a sprite. It doesn't need to be a particle, rather. It could be a billboard. You know what I mean? Yeah. It could be a non-rotating billboard. But it's like a particle, like a rotating one. Billboard Baggins? Okay, bud. It's like 2D sprites in 3D games. No, you don't have to rotate those towards the camera. It rotating is weird. I feel like we should have the option for it to rotate, but it shouldn't if we don't want it to, you know? Get rotated, you get rotated. Now have the charm of him always looking at us correctly? Fair. It's only like this in this world, too. Oh, by the way, OBS crashed yesterday. That's why the stream ended. It was, really weird. Yeah, OBS just shit itself, like, violently and randomly. Where did my setup go? There it is. Oh, yeah, I made this, too. My favorite part about it is the inventory icon. It's pretty good, you know. Yeah, it was OBS that crashed, which was kind of shit. But there's nothing I can do about it, so. Unfortunate. Can you replace mob heads with a thube? I could kind of do whatever I want. I can also do this. See this clownfish? You know what you did. I'm surprised these didn't die. I guess there's nothing for fish to die from if they're on land. Oh, wait. Are these fish immune to damage? Oh, never mind. You didn't make that? Didn't make this cube? Yeah, I did. I uploaded it yesterday. The 32 pixel one was given to me, and then I uploaded it and then made it into a cube. What do you mean I didn't make this? The hell? I did this live yesterday, dude. No, not the fire sword. What the hell? No, this. My dude. It's like, what are you talking about? Man looks at a completely different object than what is being discussed. Alright. Let's start making some shit. Start building some things. Oh. They're not even Bezos cubes, dude. It's my face. What do you mean Bezos cubes? Chat, I have a concern that there's extra dumb going on today in chat. Entity grabber is set up. Let's go build the spell for the day. Well, that didn't work. Did they do an update last night? I'm not seeing... They didn't do an update, did they? Okay, that's working. That's working. That's working. I can't see the reticle. Why did the reticle disappear? Why did the reticle disappear? What kind of mic setup I'm using? I am using a Blue Yeti Blackout Edition. I think it's the Yeti X now. I used to use the basic Yeti, but it's just hooked into USB into my machine. Goes to OBS. What degrees did you start with to get into the game industry? None, dude. What? You do not need a degree to get into the games industry. That is not a requirement. There's a single dot we can see. That's on the HUD. There should be a giant circle for this, and it's not displaying now, and I don't really know why. So we're gonna try and find out why. Because that's kind of strange. Actually, I think I might know what's causing it. I wonder... Nope. I have no idea. You gonna release any vids or docs in your modding experience so we can learn from you? I mean, I'm doing it all live on stream, and if you want to ask me anything, you can. I'm waking up for the day, but I've learned a lot of shit in the last, like, what was it, 6 days? A lot. So, ask. Yeah, you can change the reticle in the editor for certain effects, but that's not the reticle I'm talking about. There's a giant circle display reticle that we put out in the open world that normally functions, and I don't know why this isn't functioning right now. And I need to find out why, because this spell should have a targeting circle, and that targeting circle does not exist. So, I'm going to do the thing that I normally do when something weird happens in Hytale. I'm going to restart the server. Because that seems like the right thing to do. So, I'm going to do that now. Maybe Beans Ferret Lord invaded Hytale? Dude, maybe. That is no moon? Maybe it is a moon. Maybe that's the moon now. How's Meeble doing? He's a bastard, as usual. Oh no, the server. Oh yeah, it's still the partner anniversary. Dude, I'm like barely awake right now. Oh no, there's no Unity upload, dude. No. This is all built in. You don't need a game engine. You don't need anything. You just modify shit right away. Like literally right away. It's completely its own thing. Bear Lee is awake right now? Yes. You figured it out. It's actually insanely cool. I'll show you. It's pretty wild, to be honest. It's taking forever. Thor zoning out. It's because I'm booting up, dude. I'm just like slowly booting up, and I'm wondering why the server's not alive yet. Oh, it's actually having trouble. Is it updating? Let me see what's going on in the console. This is weird. Oh. It actually crashed on startup. Well, that's interesting. Okay, we're going to force stop that. Cancel. We're going to start this up. Go to the console and see what happened. That's weird. Failed to create Hytale game session. Failed to refresh token invalid grant was the problem that it had last time. So it looks like it reached out to Hytale's primary servers and then failed. There's an up. Oh, it's updating. That's why. Okay. So it's actually doing an update. I'm going to go quit the main menu and see if there's a client-side update too. Because there might be. Nope. No client update. No client update. It is doing a full load up right now, though. Yeah, it's extracting the Hytale server files. Full update. Uh-oh. Yeah, I gotta go let them know. The host. One moment. Yeah, something's super wrong. That's not good. Let's start the music up. Yeah, something's really bad here, actually. And this doesn't appear to be on our end. Yeah, we're dead in the water. Can't connect to Hytale servers. That's super weird. I wonder why. Okay. Loads the config correctly. It looks like it might be on their server side, to be honest. It looks like it's saying that our refresh token is invalid, but that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because we're completely dead. The host is looking at it now because they're like, wait, what? Yeah, it's super bad, actually. Minecraft is king? King of what? You know, Minecraft also has the same authentication problems, right? The difference is one of these things is owned by a multi-trillion-dollar company. Will it be worth having a local server just for development? It might be. It might be worth it, to be honest with you. What had happened? Looks like auth is not correctly going through from our host to Hytale. And I don't know if that's on our host side, because they're issuing the wrong token, or if it's on Hytale's side, because their servers are shitting themselves. I don't know which. No issues logging into MC? Not right now. These are called intermittent issues. Randomly came across some jigsaw puzzle game. Worth checking out. What? I have not seen this. Jig Rift? That's a cool name. Oh. I really like the art style of that. Your little frogman! Okay. That's actually cool. From Empty Castle Games. Never heard of them. Now that's interesting. Leap and swing around the tropical paradise of Jig Rift as you assemble the island into a massive jigsaw puzzle. That's freaking cool. That's really neat. What a unique idea, too. Yeah, that's a really unique idea. I love that. I love the frogs, too. Cool game, man. That is cool. Look at that. I'm going to put this out to you guys. That's rad. I really like that. Makes you think of Wind Waker. The water effect is kind of like that, yeah. I really dig that. A lot, actually. Let's try to get our box back up now. It looks like it did the server update correctly. Only thing I think of is that we're having an auth token mismatch. Because it looks like it's updating the server just fine. And then shitting itself. Let's go see if it's working on this side. So it looks like all of the files that we have in there are actually in. Okay. I wanted to change this. There we go. There we go. Icon Thor. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, it's really weird, actually. All these are set up correctly, so that's good. There we go. I wanted to rename all those. Firebolt and Frostbolt are set up for projectiles. That's done and good. And I'm going to go rename all of that stuff later. Can you log to the Hytale site? Yeah, looks like it. It might just be our server. Yep, Hytale login is fine. It looks like what's happening is our host is issuing the wrong authentication key. That's my guess right now. They're working on it. We're going to find out what the hell's going on. Yeah, because it says, failed to refresh token, invalid grant. It says, restarting crash server in 300 seconds. Server stopped. Yeah, it's not able to do a proper handshake. Yep. So I think what they did was they are issuing the wrong token. Which is weird, because they shouldn't be. Balatro run while we wait. I'm trying to talk to them first. It looks like it's our host side. Something is wrong with session creation. So basically what ends up happening when you start up your server is your host will have a key. That key needs to be sent over to Hytale. And then Hytale goes, yeah, that's cool, or no, that's bad. So that you can have your actual server start. And it's always returning this right now. And we're like, but why? It's a valid server. So the host is like, yeah. Oh, it's very funny. Let's play on local machine. I'll work on some stuff from there. My avatar. Yeah, we just do exploration world and go from there. Or creative world and go from there. Just kind of makes me laugh, because I'm like, why are you broketed? You're running a pirate server? Okay, buddy. It's not even a server, though. You just run it. Yoop. There we go. Find the Forgotten Temple to learn more. Okay, so on this server, do I have my asset editor? I just have to copy over my stuff. Boo. Yeah, the host is saying that they They did a really good job with the auth servers. It's just early days shit, which makes sense, you know. Low-key got excited for Balatro. I love Balatro. Balatro's an awesome game, dude. Are they planning to make Hypixel server into Hytale? Yeah, like that's, yes. Of course, dude. Like, one of the whole things with this is that it's made by the team from Hypixel. I guess the whole thing is a Hypixel server at the end of the day. You know? That's like the entire point, man. Oh, what is this guy? Hey, Elves, are you okay, man? Like, I've seen you just, like, only say, like, rude shit in chat, and you've been following since August 7th, 2024. And this is the first time you've ever said anything in chat. It's time to move on, bud. Like, you should go do anything else with your life and, like, enjoy yourself for a day. Because if you just fill it with, like, weird actions like this every day, you're just going to have a bad time, and I'm going to continue to have a good one, man. Like, that sucks. Like, for you. Don't, man. Go do something cool. Like, you've been upset for over a year. That's weird, man. A friend got you to try Balatro, and you ever regretted buying it? It's an awesome game. Awesome, awesome game. Balatro's really cool. I wanted to try, what was the chess one? The new one, man. I don't remember what the chess one was. Also, Bazag. Bazag, were you the one who wrote that book? The book that you sent me? Are you the one for that? I think it was yours. Was it yours? Yes. Okay. I'm reading that today. I didn't get a chance to last night. I fell asleep. Yeah, there's a chess Balatro that just kind of just came out. And I don't remember what the hell it's called. You can't build games, but you built a mount monitor for a compressor today. Does that count? You can build games, though. Do the game jam. Do it. You'll learn something. You could do anything you want. You just got to take the time to do it, man. Tabulo? Yeah. Yeah, chess with multipliers. As if chess wasn't complicated enough, my man, I have a way to make chess overly complicated. Are you ready for this? One sec. Chess with... Yeah, there we go. That's the one. 5D chess with multiverse time travel. Because every move moves forward in time, but then you can take a piece from that timeline and move it to a different timeline to gain advantage in another timeline. Because why would you only play chess in one timeline at the same time? Yeah, we're just going to take that piece and move it forward in time from the past. Say chess is a solved game? Bullshit. Welcome to time travel. Welcome to multi-dimensional chess. I love multi-dimensional chess. It's great. Awesome game. Brain will stop braining in this one, thanks. Just play chess. While you're playing chess. While you're also playing chess. You like your brain unscrambled? Scramble it. I love games like Shapes.io. Well, you'll like Tabulo? You broke the game your first run. Really? I really, really like multiverse time travel chess, though. 5D chess is pretty goddamn cool shit. Let's see. Yeah, Tabulo. That's the other one. That's the Balatro chess edition. Which is weird, because it's like, it's very Balatro. Like, even the UI and font looks like Balatro. And even the music sounds like Balatro. It's like, all vaguely Balatro. It's not by the same dev, is it? Is it by the same dev? Recoin is really good. You think it's the same artist? That makes sense. Yeah, Recoin is the other one. Let me pull that one. Recoin is the coin pusher one. But it's got like ridiculous coins. Like there's like I saw a clip the other day where there's a rat coin and then a cat coin, and the cat coin jumps around and eats the rat coins. Which is ridiculous. Yeah. It's actually amazing. I'm just really glad that people are turning like generally like weird, I don't know, carnival kind of games. Or like weird, like, it's like a Dave & Buster's game. Like into a freaking Bellatra-like, right? Into a number go up. I just really enjoy that. Because I kind of like arcade music. And it's like very much so like Dave & Buster's style arcadey music. Which is cool. It's a MOBA chess game? That's wild. Would you count it as a gambling game? I don't know. I would say no. And here's the reason why, right? Bellatra isn't gambling. It just uses cards. Right? Bellatra is an incremental number go up roguelike. It is not a gambling game. And like I think that's one of the things that kind of people don't realize when they see it. They're like, oh, that's got cards, that's gambling. Right? But you're not gambling. Like you're just number go upping, right? It's a deck builder, yeah. It's a number go up deck builder that uses cards. Yeah. There's no stakes. You don't lose currency. It's just a run, right? And I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, there's no wager. It's gambling the way you play it? No. It's just there's no wager involved. And I think the thing is, people were nervous. They were worried that someone would play Bellatra and then want to go to Vegas, right? But like, I don't want to go to Vegas because I played Bellatra. I want to play more Bellatra. Like, what? You know what I mean? Xeris who? Where? When? If Vegas had Bellatra, it might be a problem. I mean, you'd have to make it into like a machine, right? But there's no machine. Real life experience is not the same than Bellatra. Bellatra is just fun, man. And I think that's the thing, though, is like people were worried about it. I think Nintendo took Bellatra offline for a little while, didn't they? Let me pull it up. Nintendo Switch Bellatra. Yeah, Bellatra was temporarily taken down from the Nintendo Switch eShop in March 2024 because they thought that Bellatra was a gambling game, and it changed the age rating from 3+ to 18+ by a ratings board. And then the ratings board had to rescind this because they're like, oh, wait, it's not a gambling game? We're idiots. And they took it down. And then they had to put it back up. Yeah, it was a classification error. Yep. It's insane. If I went to Vegas, you would play Bellatra. I've been to Vegas. You wouldn't play Bellatra. You'd sit inside of a room where you can't tell what time it is on the outside. There are no clocks. The floor is completely randomized in terms of the pattern, and you would smell cigarettes the whole time. You'd be surrounded by old people at slot machines. That's Vegas. Is poker hands? How is it not gambling? I know, right? That's the funniest thing. Waiting to see what our host says about this. Whoop. There we go. And everyone's drunk? I mean, not really. They're all kind of like vaguely, I guess, like social lubrication. Right? Most people at Vegas are not straight up drunk, right? Poker is not gambling if you're good at it. I think it's still gambling, bud.
Blazed Out Gaming said, did you know, the average human has approximately 7.42 friends in their friend group. This is because there is always that one friend who is incredibly bad at math.
So I'm wondering one thing, right? If we take our entire pack, because I have the whole pack here, where does that exist for local servers? Is that in an app data folder? Because the pack that I've been working on, if I can take that down from our online server, copy it out, and then bring it down to us, how does that exist? And where does it exist? Right? Do we know? Whoop. Let me actually see where this exists. Because it's got to be in here somewhere, yeah? Whoop. Go to here. It might be in the Hytale, like, folder itself. Spirals into brain rant about COD and Fortnite. Having gambling. Oh, dude, no. Call of Duty? Are you talking about the skins? Is that what you're talking about? You just calling that guy a bot because he's using the happy partner anniversary built-in? Dude, elves, I'm telling you. Like, that's wild, man. Okay, I'm gonna do this for you, man. Because all you're doing is adding everyone and calling them a bot. This is for you. I'm freeing you. All right, you've been here since 2024, and all you've said is mean stuff. Goodbye. You're free now. You're free. I freed you. He's free, Chet. All right. Let me see where this actually lives. Because, like, if we can get it on the local machine, that would be great. And then I can work on it there and then transfer it over to the server. I just don't know where it lives for Hytale because I've only been working on the server the whole time. It's in app data. You can see your worlds from there. I'm not looking for the worlds. I'm looking for the mods folder. But it might be in there in the worlds. Let me see. Percent app data. Percent. And then you said it's roaming. Roaming, Hytale. What? I don't have a roaming Hytale folder. Well, shit. You sure it's in roaming? Are you sure? Dude, this guy's name is Chud Slayer. That's hilarious. You see they added a model for Dracenna in AOC? I did. Yeah, I did see that. You copy-paste the path from your machine? Yeah, I've got roaming on this, and it doesn't actually... We don't have Hytale on it, so I'm wondering if I have to, like, do something in my local server first. Yeah. Bro, who talks like that? Install path user data mods? That's what I'm after. Alright, I'm gonna go grab that up. Should be under games, Hytale... User data mods. I don't know if this is going to work this way because it's supposed to be the server itself. It'll probably be under creative. Okay, found it. It's under creative and then mods. So it's user data, saves, creative, mods. That is the folder that we're after. So then what I have to do is take this under mods, refresh this, and take pirate software. Wait. Why do we have two folders? What is this one? I'm going to hide the screen real quick and find out what the hell this config is. Oh, that would be death. Okay, we're not doing that one. Yeah, we can't show that one. That's the one that lets us connect to the database. All right, so we'll go to server. We'll grab mods here and grab piratesoftware.blockgame. And then drag that down over here. And it'll copy everything out. And we wait on it. It would be death. Good early morning. Good early morning to you. Why everyone's so aggro today? They're not. What are you talking about? Everyone's chill, man. Yeah, it's Monday, man. It's Monday today. I'm sure Jake would be mad if you showed the DB. I'd just change the data. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's user data, saves, world name, and then mods. That's where I'm at right now, and I'm just downloading it. You've been called a bot today as well? Everyone needs to calm down. Dude, whatever. Like, dude, I'm gonna be real with you. If somebody comes in and calls you a bot, who gives a shit? You know what you are. Like, you don't need to give a shit about that, man. Waiting on this. It's still loading. Whoop. Yeah, being called a bot is a nothing burger, exactly. You're not a bot, you're a virtual intelligence? I believe it. Not a bot, but praise the Omnissiah. Okay, buddy.
Bizarre with 500 bits said here's some bits, take them and it make them whole.
Delicious. Delicious.
Mac 10 Banana said 1/3 okay, so the war in heaven is really interesting, but really long, so I'll try to keep it short.
Alright.
It started with the Necrontyr who had super cancer. They discovered a race of space frogs who engineered most life in the galaxy. The Necrontyr asked to fix them but were denied and declared war because of it. After losing for a bit, they were approached by the Siempton to undergo biotransference, turning them into Necrons. With their new immortal robot bodies, they started winning against the old ones.
Okay. But then they found out that they had been tricked and that their bodies and souls had been devoured, right? Yeah, the Catan. Those are the ones? Alright, next.
Mac 10 Banana said 2/3 in response, the old ones had to make a super psychically gifted race called the Eldar, and a horde of super warriors called the Krorks. This still wasn't enough to beat the Necrons and the old ones were exterminated. After this, the Necrons discovered the Siempton ate their souls during biotransference and were a bit angry, so they decided to fight them and turn them into batteries.
Yeah. Okay. And then also the Krorks were the progenitors of orcs, so they were the early days Giga Orcs. And, the beast was made of 6 of those guys, or the beast was made of 6 descendants of that were closer to Krorks than normal orcs? Right? I don't know much about this lore yet. I'm learning these things.
Mac 10 Banana said 3/3 after being weakened by their rebellion, they decided to go to sleep for 50 million years, because by then all their enemies would probably be dead. The Necrons of this period though were so powerful, that before sleeping, they decided to destroy their strongest super weapons in case they fell into the wrong hands. One of the things they decided to keep was a map that's able to destroy a solar system with a single touch. Also, the war in heaven lasted 5 million years.
5 million years? Hey look, it works. Wow, that's actually way better than I thought it was going to be. Holy shit. Hold up. Oh, the interaction's missing. Oh, that's because I changed the folder. This actually isn't broken. It totally works. All right. Sick. Yeah. No. Those folders are fine. I changed them. I changed the folder names, and I didn't update the items yet. I just work on this locally. Hytale's already hit 4 million downloads for the mods. How many copies is it sold, do we know? The beast was 6 orcs that devolved to be almost be a Krork, aka Primarch. Yeah. I was reading about the beast yesterday. I didn't know if they were actually Krorks or if they were just close to being a Krork, right? Also in lore avatars of Cain. In lore, avatars of Cain are just bitches. Wait, what is an avatar of Cain? I don't know anything about that.
Caltos26 said to Mr. Thor, the CEO of Ferrets, leader of goblins and the longest of Lemon.
What's up?
I have a question for you. Choose carefully as no context will be given. Paper or plastic?
Paper, 100%. Always paper. Stop using paper? Wait, don't stop. I would always use paper. Paper's good. That was a question about how you'd like to store your wet spaghetti. Paper. Now what? Single-use plastic straw, because I like not choking on my drinks. Bro, just drink it. You don't need a straw. Ugh. Paper sucks for straws. I've seen paper straws, and I just ask why. Like, just use the cup, right? Edible straws? That's kind of weird, right? Jolly Rancher straw? Just use long penne? Okay. That sounds hilarious, but could totally work. For sugary drink, straws are better for your teeth, though. Or, and I know this may be surprising, just don't drink the sugary drink. You know, like there's just no reason for it. Remember the edible straws? I like the Oreo ones. I don't drink sugary drinks, dude. No. Twizzlers is an edible straw. Okay, fair. That's true. That's just true and real. All right, we're going to go into this, and I need to find out why this is busted. Stat modifiers, damage fire. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the stat modifiers locally aren't going to work, because there's no Java interaction there. Let me go look at the interactions themselves, though. Interaction, cooldown, blockgame, broken item check, spellfire. Yeah, these things will not work. Those will not function. Because the interaction for blockgame broken item check, or item broken check, is a Java-defined type. And it will not exist, as you can see there. So these interactions will not work that way. I wonder if I could do a secondary cooldown, though. I think we can only do one cooldown. Yeah, we can. Damn. Charges. Now that's interesting. I need to make this happen at the end of an attack for Fireball, because the charge up on it is causing the cooldown at the beginning of the charge up, which doesn't feel good. I need it to happen at the end of the charge up. I also need this to work at range. So I think I'm going to fix this one, because I don't know why that one's happening. So we'll do that. Where's my earth? Collapsing earth. There we go. Interactions. Interaction. Primary and secondary. Because I have to clean this up, and then we'll put that back on the server. And I'll learn something while we do this. So the stats condition on the first one is we do that. Time for bed. Be well all. And have a good time. You have a good time. Yeah. It's just the visual? Is it just the visual? You can still cast fart? No. So, like, if I click out there, it actually cancels it. But if I click here, it'll cast it. So it is actually restricting the cast. Which is why I need to figure this out, because I don't want it to do that. I definitely don't want that at all. And go to Hytale. Fire trap config. Deployable fire trap. What is the var is fire trap config? Where is that? Where does that live? Spell collapsing earth instant. Is there no fire trap config? That's a bit weird, yeah? That's the change stats. So that's fine. I don't have to care about that. I think I may have gotten rid of that variable. I don't think that matters anymore. I'll look into it, because it's a little bit weird. We'll go into collapsing earth instant. Oh yeah, I updated the document for what I want to put up for Hytale being updated, because they told me to put together a request sheet of everything. And I've put together a whole bunch of new stuff. So we can go look through this. This is all stuff that I sent over to the dev team. But we've got entity stat type display. So entity stat type actually doesn't display correctly at all. Like there's no information that is given to the client for this. If you write the entity stat type as damage fire, it'll actually just come through directly as damage fire. My request to them is to make it so we can have translation properties on entity stat type, so we can have a name, a description, and an icon applied for this. So that way that can actually be displayed in world instead of like damage fire plus 15, it'll be like mining level 40, like stuff like this, right? Maybe even with colors or some other thing on there. I don't know. You know, different display options would just be really nice, if that makes sense. 100% achieve both. Actually, I want to update this as well. Yeah. Let me go grab this. Let me do... I think we can actually just do it as icon. I think that'll be fine. And we'll do text color. Yeah. I wonder if... Can we define text color in... their translation properties? I wonder if we can. That's weird, right? Go to server-side keybinds as well. Server-side keybinds is another one that I requested because we don't have the ability to do that. And if they did server-side defined keybinds, then on the client, you'd be able to change them for yourself. For random ranges as well, we don't have the ability to do random ranges. They only have target min or target max, and it just adds those together. So if you do min of 5 and max of 10, it gives you 15, which doesn't make any sense. So if we did a range and min and max, that would be perfect. And then, what else? Documentation display. So this is a really easy one. And how many of you guys have been working with the editor so far? With the asset editor? We found this out yesterday, and I put in the request to them. I'm waiting to hear back on this one. This is a huge one, actually. So if you go to the asset editor, mouse over anything. So it says interactions like that. Or you mouse over reference interaction, and you see how there's nothing, like no description in there at all? Yeah, so that description is actually held in there as documentation. That exists. And they're just not displaying it. So if you look at this... documentation, the order in which this player shows up in the town's resident list, higher value equals higher up on the list. It doesn't display on this. So I was like, yo, just hook this up. You guys have already done all the work. Like, it's already there. They're just not displaying it. So if they hook this up, you'll get descriptions across the entirety of the asset editor. So we gave that over to them, and they were like, oh, shit. Because it's like a super old build, but like, I don't think they even realized that was in there, because this build is 4 years old, and that's it, right? So that's quite funny. But yeah, no, that's one that they got to fix, so we sent it over to them. Damage colors don't actually work. Damage text color doesn't actually function on damage cause at all. I wanted to... Oh yeah, here you go. There's a good moon. I asked them for an interaction that allows us to set weather, because we can't actually modify weather using an interaction at all in the asset editor. And if we could set up an interaction, imagine, like, you're summoning a spell, and it makes the sky on fire, right? Like, shit like that would be really cool. The damage system is incredibly long. I'm not done writing this one yet. But I said change the damage system to be based on the weapon plus the projectile in the context of an element defined by entity damage cause. Allow final damage to be manipulated by other stats using a calculator component on damage cause. So this is a really complicated one, but the idea is that you can store damage on the weapon, damage on the projectile, it adds both of these together, and then you have a calculator for that damage type, and then you go and put that into here, and that calculator determines what the final damage is. And that's it. That's the way that works. And I think it would work really, really well, because it would let you set up as deep or as shallow RPG-style mechanics as you would want, depending on how you want to run your server, which is huge. So that way you can define, like, when... You know, this is the physical outgoing damage example. So this would be weapon-based physical plus projectile-based physical times physical bonus multiplicative plus physical bonus additive equals total physical damage, right? Or damage reduction example. We're going to say physical incoming example. Like, I gotta write all this up still. Physical incoming example. Incoming damage physical times, and then 1 minus defense physical, plus 200, which is the same. This is the same exact calculation that we do in Blockgame for incoming damage. Yeah. Oh no, this is the same people, Nico Spud. Yeah, it's the exact same ones. Is this like a feature request or a bug report document? You're sending their way. It's both. So it's feature requests and bug reporting at the same time. And I'm waiting to hear back something. They told me that they want me to make this. So I've been making it and sending it over, and they've been very appreciative. But this one, I think, is the largest bug with the easiest fix. So this would, fixing this issue would augment the entirety of the modding community. And it's a very fast fix. Incredibly so. Have you ever played Rust? I played Rust like twice. I was in like a streamer Rust thing. I got invited by Bajo, and then we were all on a bus together, and I dropped a grenade and said I dropped my pineapple and blew us all up. Yeah, there's the video right there. It's very funny. This is like one of the few times that I ever played Rust.
Throw the grenade.
Fantastic.
Oh. I dropped my pineapple.
What was that?
Just the what was that at the end is the best part of this, dude. Oh my god. That's so goddamn funny. I know, it's super good. There was like, I think that's the first time I ever played Rust. So like, yeah, no, it's hilarious. I dropped my pineapple. Hytale pineapple model win. We could do that. I haven't used Blockbench for Hytale at all. Yeah, what was that? Boom. That was my pineapple, dude. It was very fun, though. The Rust event was quite fun. They're releasing the naval update soon to what, Rust? Why weren't you invited back? They actually haven't done one since. But Bajo's a really good friend. He's an awesome dude. I want to go see him when I go to Australia this year. You made it sound like you were all on the school bus. We were on a bus together. There was like 8 streamers in there. It was very funny. Yeah, Bajo has worms. That's true. Don't let Thor on the bus. Let me on the bus. I am sane and can handle pineapples. Wait. What do you mean Bajo is banned from Victoria? Why is he banned? What do you mean he's banned? Banned from Victoria. I don't know, but it's Bajo lore. I need to ask him. Wombats are your spirit animal? Is it because they poop cubes? Do you also poop cubes? Yeah, or is he banned from Victoria, like Australia, the region, or is he banned from Victoria's Secret? I would believe both, to be honest. How do you get banned from an entire state? Come to the United States and find out. Victoria's Secret in Victoria. Maybe he's banned from that. Why not do a charge point system for the charge attacks? I want to do cooldowns instead. Cooldowns are more fun for me because we can manipulate that with cooldown reduction, which we don't have the ability to yet. So only the one run by Victoria. Fair. Banned from Victoria the State. Is he actually banned from Victoria the State, or is it a meme? Is it worth making mods for Hytale when they'll make massive changes and break everything you do? You could say the exact same thing with Minecraft, right? Remember when they updated from NBT to the item component system and it broke everything? Guess what? We adapted and kept all of our items. Your work doesn't disappear just because they make an update. You just modify and keep moving. Machetes are banned in Victoria? Is Bajo banned in Victoria because he has a machete? Did Bajo wield a machete in Victoria? Every time Bajo says he's going to Victoria, his chat reminds him he's banned. I need to message him. At Bajo. Why are you banned from Victoria's Secret? Done. I don't even say, I got a wild question for you. I just cold drop the question. Why are you banned from Victoria's Secret? Is it the worms? I bet it's the worms. Done. Do you work on Hytale? No, I am porting our game, our MMO, Blockgame from Minecraft over to Hytale, and I've been interacting with the devs since 2022, early 2023, late 2022, somewhere there. And they asked me to put together a Google Doc of the things that I'd like to see fixed in the game. And one of the ones that I turned in yesterday was they have all the documentation for every single one of the interactions on here. Like all of these, when you mouse over them, they should have a description. They're just not displaying it. And I was like, yo, you should probably take a look at that because you did all the work already. At least the team did before it got bought by Riot and then disassembled and all that shit. And you just have to expose the values because like the dot documentation and descriptions are in there. And that is a massive thing for the modding community if you fix it. So we're waiting to find out if they fix it. And I sent this doc to them yesterday. I've just been updating it with bugs and request improvements. The damage system, I think, is the biggest one that needs to be updated because the current damage system is not... It's not really sufficient for building an RPG, effectively. Oh, I'm being brought a food. A whole bowl of food. Thank you. Behold, a bowl of food. It's got sausages and fried rice. Delicious. It's so much, though. My God, it's good. Just a mixing bowl. Easy to clean. Whatever, man. Is that what the ferrets eat? No. Ferrets are obligate carnivores. They can't have stuff like that. They gotta have meats. And only meats. Where are the microplastics? In my bones, dude. They're so hot. Thor has glass bones and paper skin. No, I have microplastic bones and microplastic skin. It's different. I'm slowly turning into Plastic Man. Why doesn't the food fall out of the hole in Thor? Don't worry about it. It's secret. Your cat's diet seems to be mostly macroplastics? That sucks, dude. Yeah, why stop in microplastics? You know? Did you know Victoria from Victoria's Secret is actually a dude? Is that dude like the underwear model? The owner? Like who's is that the secret? Who is Victoria? As I eat more of this. You're convinced Thor is a robot? No. I'm definitely not a complicated government project that runs on biofuels. Just because I eat biomass doesn't mean I'm a robot, all right? I just eat it out of a bowl because it's efficient. Delicious. I'm a burrito-based intelligence. I agree. I probably am a burrito-based intelligence. Tyranids also eat biomass? I know. Clearly, that means you need to eat Tyranids. All right. I would like to understand something about Tyranids. Warhammer 40k nerds of chat. I need your help. I need to understand something. Is the Tyranid the actual unit? Or is it all of the microscopic things that make it up, like a soup? It's both. Okay, now, the next thing, if it's both, if it's also the little soup bits that make them up, right? Like a biomass swarm of cells. What happens if you cook this thoroughly so that all of this is dead? Can you eat it? If it's dead, fully. It will kill you? Why will it kill you if it is dead? It eats you? Once but never again, fair. It's poisonous? They have a multitude of toxins. Okay. Can a space marine eat it then? Specifically, can the space wolves eat it? Because I know that the space wolves create beer so powerful that they can get drunk off of it, right? I've learned that much. Is there a certain space marine chapter that is more resistant to poison than space wolves? Yes, but that is also probably heretical. Heretically speaking, can I eat a Tyranid? Heretically speaking. Yeah? Okay. Define poison. They can get drunk off their beer, which is apparently incredibly hard for a space marine. So they had to make beer that's so powerful that a mortal man would just die eating it. They have corrosive blood. What if you diluted it? Like, you could dilute these things. How much liquid do I have to put a little bit of Tyranid in to dilute the acid enough to eat it? Adeptus Astartes are genetically engineered? I thought all of them were genetically engineered. We're not doing Tyranid homeopathy? Maybe we are. All right, maybe you're not. Maybe because you're weak. It's debatable if a plague marine is alive enough to be killed in the first place. Fair. Microdosing Tyranids? That's probably doable. Wolves eat them to learn them? Wait. What do you mean wolves eat them to learn them? What does that mean? Hold up. Back it up. What does that mean? Do space marines, like the Space Wolves chapter, do they eat things to learn about them? I don't know anything about that. He doesn't know? I don't know shit. Omophagia? What is that? I'll do that's a baseline organ. Okay, so they have an organ that lets them learn things from eating them. Astartes can gain genetic memory from eating things. When you say genetic memory, they learn the instincts of the enemy? Is that what it is? It's in the Rogue Trader lore, the Space Wolf Space Marine companion? That's interesting. Memories, yeah. Weird. Eating brains, to be specific? Do they have to eat brains? Hold up, wait. Why is that not heresy? To be real, why is that not heresy? Because isn't that like a thing that gene stealers do? Isn't that how they steal genes? The Emperor gave it to them? That's the excuse? The excuse is it's not heresy because the Emperor gave it to me. That's a cop-out, dude. That sounds like heresy. That sounds like heresy. No, that's heresy. That's some bullshit. It's not heresy when I do it. Exactly. It's not heresy when I give it to them. It's only heresy when you do. I'm the Emperor. Like, the Imperium is bullshit, dude. That's insane. That's completely insane to me. God damn it, dude. Heretic? No. I just like knowledge. All of it. As much information as you can get. Why wouldn't you want to know, Amorit? Imagine knowing. And then once you know, think of all the other things you could know. You could just keep knowing forever. That was the wrong button. There we go. Now I'm fixed. Silent Siege? What do you mean? What do you mean Silent Siege? What do you mean? Just talking about knowing, you know? Why would you not want to know your enemy, Chet? Huh? Huh? You a follower of Zinch? I don't know what you're talking about. And someone saying how much of a robot you are? Nah. Nah. I'm a human. Damn. You can have little knowledge as a treat? Yeah, just as a treat. Knowledge is heresy? If knowledge is heresy, then how do you form new tactics knowing how your enemy operates? Knowing how the enemy works helps you fight them. Why would knowledge be heresy? Doesn't make sense. You eat their brains? That's not heresy. Okay. That's some insane shit, dude. Okay, we're gonna grab that up. We're gonna grab that up. We're gonna grab that up. We don't actually need the charged one. We just need activate this one, which is gonna do our stat modifier for that. Deployable preview, behavior set. I feel like we can just do change stat on this instead of stats condition, which would be fine. Follow the old ways. All tactics have been found and implemented. Yeah, but what if the enemy evolves its tactics? How are you supposed to handle that? But brother, shooting them didn't work. The enemy evolves.
One Pide said when you're gaming with the boys, you've been paralyzed from the D down. The glory hole is a mimic. You're welcome.
No. Oh God. Everything can be cleansed with fire. Shoot them with bigger guns. But brother, we used the largest guns we have. It didn't work. But brother, we used Exterminatus. The planet is gone, but it didn't work. It didn't work, brother. What happens when the Tyranid out-evolve your capacity for violence? You would have to create larger violence. And there is a limit because you refuse to learn. It all comes back to Zinch, dude. Is there a way to stop mob spawning in a specific area? Like if I take over a fort, for example? I actually haven't even played around with the mob spawning mechanics. I've been mostly focusing on item mechanics. So I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately. Today I want to make a couple of different items, though. I'm going to be making some material items and working on components for them. And I'm going to keep eating this food, because it's breakfast. I gotcha. Appreciate you. Dude, thank you. And if you figure it out, let us know, because that'll help me too. Also, Crisp. I was talking to two of the devs yesterday. The community manager and Slicky. And they wanted me to put together a Google Doc of all these like requests that we have as a community. So you have any ideas for stuff you'd want to see in terms of like fixes and interactions with stuff, let me know. One of the ones we found out yesterday is probably going to help all of us very, very much. Inside of this, you know when you mouse over different variables and they don't actually give you any information? Yeah, it turns out that the documentation variable for every one of these is in there. It's just not exposed and visible. So the team, before they fell apart, before like everything died, right? They wrote descriptions for everything. And you just can't see them. So if they hook that up, we have a fully documented asset editor already. Which is... So when they fix this bug that we turned over to them yesterday, that's going to be massive, dude. Oh, man. Face Punch is looking to buy it? For what? For New World? I'd be interested in seeing if they did. You got Hytale and you were mucking around and you tried to up the field of view in options. The fisheye lens effect from the wider field of view gave you a headache. Will we be able to change the way field of view works to not have a fisheye lens, or is that something they can't change? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm wondering if we'll be able to change options like that on our end, to be honest. There's supposed to be details for everything, dude. Like, when you mouse over rules, like, there's no information here. At all. And if you go into the source for this, it actually has comments on everything. Like, literally everything. But they're not exposed. So, like, once they change this, once they fix that bug, that's a huge deal. Have you seen Spiffing Brit's Hytale vid? I have. It's hilarious. I'm gonna keep eating this. Full of hunger. How do you put in a request for features? We just talk about it here, and then I do a write-up, and I send it over to them, but you can do it on their Discord and everything. Thor's eating brains? No, I'm just learning. I'm learning. Actually, wait a minute. If learning is heresy, right? If innovation is heresy, if adaptation is heresy, then why can they eat brains to learn from their enemies? Isn't that just heresy? Because Throne Dad said so? Okay. The Inquisition would like that answer too. I guess as long as Throne Dad says it's cool. I'm really glad that Space King allows brain eating. Thor is Magnus the Red? What is Magnus the Red? Is that like Magnus did nothing wrong? Magnus or a different Magnus? I've never heard the Red. Oh, it is Magnus did nothing wrong. Okay. Yeah. What a conversation to pop into. We're talking about Warhammer 40k, because I'm not very versed on the lore. I've watched all of Space King, though, that's true. Are you more of a Space King guy or a King Space guy? Gotta choose. Yeah, did Magnus do nothing wrong, or did he do nothing wrong? He's told to do nothing, and he did that wrong. Or he did nothing wrong. It's one of the two. You're more of a Slaanesh? I mean, I like a Tzeentch a little bit. I mean, fighting Tzeentch on the battlefield. You know. Where it's not heretical in any way to do that. And if you said it was, I'd tell the Inquisition. We're going to change this to change that. And we're going to set the modifier in this to deployable preview. I kind of want to change that modifier, yeah? A little bit weird. Boop. Slanesh is your waifu? Oh, we don't even need a next. We need the stat modifier. Do this. What? Okay, deployable preview. There we go. And set that 1 and behavior to set. There we go. Now we go into this. Done. Still works. It actually is cleaner now. All right, next one. She's everyone's waifu, whether you want her to be or not. That's terrifying. Eating more food. Yeah, orcs aren't angry, man. They just like crumping. Hey, Arthur. Does the Emperor protect? And if the Emperor protects, does he protect with conditions? He protects with conditions? I don't know. The Emperor's a barely sentient husk at this point. Inquisition, that man right there. That's the one. Totem, thank you. He protects with conditioner. Probably true. You gotta praise the Emperor? What's in it for me? The Emperor doesn't protect heretics? Conditional, right? Lemon, if you want my work history, just do exclamation point jobs, bud. Exterminatus confirmed, awaiting authorization codes. Oh, no. Okay, spell collapsing earth activate. I think I want to change that. I think we can actually change this into activate deployable. So we can do this on all weapons. And I think that would be a good change to this, because then we don't have to deal with that shit. Is that under spellbook? It's just a global one. It's a global weapon thing. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Duplicate, and we're gonna call it. What do we call it? What are we gonna call it? It's like the AoE reticle that we put on the ground. Spellcast placement. Yeah, we'll do that as spellcast placement. We'll put it in the folder of weapons. And I think we can do that. And then create that. And then we can take this one and delete it. Because it's not just going to be collapsing Earth. This is going to be like a global command for all of that. Because we could use that on tons of different items. You go to here. And we can say... spell cast placement on all of these. And I think we're good to go. Because I think that's the only thing we have to put that on. I'll probably change the name, though. Because we should have spellcast placement and then spellcast placement deactivate, right? Like if I right-click on this... Because we can go... We're not going to discard the changes. Apply those changes. We'll go into the editor. And when we do secondary... Where's my secondary on this? Yeah, secondary. Here we go. This one's interactions, and we do change stat. We just set that there. So I think we'll do spellcast placement activate and spellcast placement deactivate. Yeah, active. Or we can make it toggle. We could turn that into a toggle, but I think that's less efficient, to be honest. So, Arthur, that's very interesting. Faith in the Emperor can actively kill lesser demons and reverse chaos corruption. But it's a little hit and miss because the Emperor is literally being ripped apart every second of the day while running the Astronomicon and holding the human elder webway gate he built on Terra shut. Because Magnus did nothing wrong. But with the opening of the Maledictum, Psyker's got a massive power boost throughout the galaxy. So the Emperor's kind of waking up. Miracles are more common. What do you mean, the Cicatrix Maledictum? Can you explain that to me? I don't know anything about that. Magnus was an idiot? The Cicatrix Maledictum, big hole in space-time. So that's effectively like a big pylon that's boosted all of the Psykers because it's like a cell phone tower, basically, giving them better reception. Hole in space into hell. Okay. It's a tear across the galaxy. So they upgraded from 3G to 5G. Yeah. It's effectively what happened. Yeah, because they function by drawing power from the warp. I know that. But now they have a better reception to the warp, effectively, right? The galaxy is separated into two halves because of it. So it goes, like, right down the middle? Is that what's happening there? How did that happen? Like, when did that occur? Meeting more. Oh, that was the Horus Heresy? Is that what caused it? What do you mean Cadia got destroyed? I heard Cadia stands, man. Okay. So this is the Cicatrix Maledictum. And Terra and Mars are all the way over here. So, if the Cicatrix Maledictum has taken the core of the galaxy, we're screwed. Like, it's over, right? Is that orcs over there? Is that what that is? Orcs. Yeah, it's over. I guess you're already screwed, true. Kind of, but not really. Why are they adding age restriction to Minecraft? Probably because they have to. I don't think they'd want to do that, but I know they are doing that. I don't think that's like a want to have. I think it's a government need to have. Yeah, it's a government thing. Yeah, Minecraft is adding age verification now. If you don't verify your age, you can't chat. Right now, it's the UK only. This right here, in the UK only, you see that? That means it's UK law. No company wants to do that. Yeah. Just confirm that age verification will be required for Minecraft social features in the UK. In the UK. Yep. That's the government, guys. That's not... as much as I don't like Mojang a lot of the time, this is a government thing. This has nothing to do with Mojang. They just have to follow. Yeah. I'm mostly just happy they haven't rolled it out elsewhere. Because the law is only in the UK, you know. To be honest, I like that policy. I'm going to be real with you, dude. And this is probably deeply unpopular. I think kids shouldn't be on the internet. Look, it's going to be real. Like... yeah. Discord is doing it for other countries now? Oh, I know, because it's going to be easier for them. Like... Isn't Roblox getting some legal trouble as well? They probably should, based on the things that have come out about Roblox. So can't access Imgur because of the act? Did they not accept your ID? Which country recently blocked young people from all social media? I forget which country it was. I think, to be honest with you, though, like here's... I know this is going to be kind of a political adjacent one. I don't think kids should be on the internet, but I also don't think the government should be the one enforcing that. I think parents should get good and should be enforcing that themselves. I don't like the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. I don't think the government should be restricting that. I think the parents should be doing so, and I think the parents are lazy as shit. If your kid is having an internet problem like that, it's because you're not parenting. Yeah. Lasted a grand total of 10 seconds before the kids broke it. Yeah. If the government puts in a restriction like that, kids are going to find a way around it immediately. Yeah, I think the parents should be doing it. Yeah. You were underage when you were on BBSs in 1993? Yeah. As a parent, I agree. I'm lazy as shit. That's funny. Like, to be real with you, if you look on any modern router, almost all of them have parental restriction and stuff that you can set up. You just got to read the guide and do it. And that's it. And if you block that shit of the router, the only other way they can get on is through their phone. And you can block that shit of the phone, too. So it's like you have the tools available to you these days to do that. And a lot of parents just don't. And I don't think you should be like, well, I don't want to reach. The government has to do it, is kind of how I feel about that. I'm just like, dude, like, come on. Yeah, it's beyond simple to implement at the home level. You can also call your ISP. That's true. Yeah, it's way easier now, but it's been possible forever. Yeah. Australia recently banned it. That's what it was. And that's why I don't like it at the government level. I've never liked that shit. Never been a fan of that. Interaction. Damage entity parent. This is that block game damage that we replaced. We've got spellcast cost, spellcast fail, and spellcast placement active. And then we're going to do another one. We're going to duplicate that, make that spellcast. Spellcast placement deactivate. I think we'll call it deactivate and activate. Rename that to activate. Bacon on top of bacon with a side of bacon? You goddamn right. Your name is to bacon or not to bacon? The answer is always to bacon, dude. Letting normies on the internet was a mistake? Honestly, dude, I think the internet is one of the places that you can learn absolutely anything you want to. And I think it is an incredibly powerful tool for that. And I think that if you allow government restrictions at any time for any of that information, you are going to run into bad directions, no matter what. I think that if you don't want your children to be viewing bad information on the internet, you as a parent should be the one that is enforcing that, not a local or like federal government. Personally, right? The only thing that I think the government should get involved with is truly illegal things on the internet. Outside of that, I don't think they should do anything. I think when you get into the aspect of allowing a government to determine morality outside of illegal activity, it becomes an issue. Generally, I don't see good outcomes from that. Whoever knows the right answer gets my follow. Why is my name like this? Because it's a vibe check, dude. To bacon or not to bacon? The answer is always to bacon. And I feel like if someone says not to bacon, you leave. As you should. Bring back the early internet days. The early internet days were insane, dude. Yeah, the answer is always more bacon, man. Bro, Fluff, that banter is a year old. New banter. You need it. Can you tell Simon to fix the mob AI first? It's most needed. You can fix the mob AI. What do you have wrong with your mob AI, man? You can modify that right now. You can change anything you want to about the mods. Like the mobs. We actually put people in the community that are creating mobs of my face that have spider legs and running around. It's horrifying. The baconest game ever? Hell yeah. Baconst. Yeah, they're spiders of my head. It's horrific. Yeah. Parents both have to work nowadays to make ends meet. No, I don't think that's a valid I feel like that's a cop-out. And the reason why I feel like that's a cop-out is if you set up the router in the first place, you can set up the parental controls on that router. Right? If you went through the process of setting that up in the first place for your home to have internet, it is just another minute or two to set that up for parental controls. That is a bad cop-out, saying parents are all working so they can't handle that. It is not an active thing. It is a set it and forget it kind of thing. That's it. Yeah. They didn't likely set up a router. They probably got it set up by the ISP. Then you can tell the ISP to set up parental controls because they will ask you that when you set it up. Again, cop-out. 100%. Yeah. Like, I'm not buying that one, dude. All right. We could set this to activate and deactivate, and we can just have them as built-ins. Deployable preview. 0. Boop. And now we can go back into this. Where is our spell book? Who's calling the cops? I wasn't listening to loyalty. No, I don't think that's fair either, Bloodwood. I just think it's an excuse. I think it's a bad excuse. I think that a lot of the times people use excuses like that to avoid doing the work that is required for that stuff. And they build it up as a larger issue in their head than it really is. And we see that not just in things like that, but we see that in everything. Like, people go like, oh, I can't make something. Have you tried? No, but it's so daunting. It's so big. It's not big. It's tiny. Like, with something like that, the parental controls on a router, you just ask your ISP to do it. Or you go look it up for your router itself, if you have control of the router. It takes 5 minutes. It's not as scary as you think. You just have to do it. That's it. You know? And that works that way for anything in your life. You just have to do it. You know? No one else is going to do it. Best to look it up. Our ISPs are hopeless. They can be, yeah. Just do it. Sounds like a Nike commercial. That was probably the best Nike commercial that's ever existed. One sec. Tech looks like it's fixed over on our host end, so I could probably swap back to that. We're going to test it real fast and make sure that this is functioning. Looks like it's working. Server is up, so I can go and make these changes from our local machine up to here. So we can grab our block game changes there, and I'm just gonna close this out because I made some changes, but I understand what's going on there, and we don't have to care about it. Whoop. And now we'll go pop into the server there. Inspiring simple words, but it reaches so many people that need that extra push. They just, I think. Do you want to know the grand majority of questions that I get when I'm streaming? People come in and go, "Hey man, can I do this thing?" And I just go, "Yes." And they go, "Thanks." And then they just go do it. I'm like, some people just need to be told that they can do the thing. Even if they have already done all the work. Like, they've done the work to learn about it. They've done the work to know what they have to do. They've done the work to know exactly where they need to learn the information to go forward. And they just need someone to tell them, do it. That's it. And I think I'm constantly amazed by how many people just need that, do it. Right? It's not even a deficient thing. It's just fascinating to me, right? Can you do the thing? Yes. I don't even know what it is, but I'm going to tell you. You live in a time where the answer is generally yes. For almost anything. Wanted to go talk to your crush at work. Told myself just do it. Now she thinks I'm gross. But guess what? You got an answer. I know that that's kind of silly, right? But you talked to your crush. You had this idea in your head of, man, this could go well, this could go bad. You got your answer of, oh, it went bad. Now you can move on and go for somebody else. Problem solved. You look at that as a failure, but it ain't. You're free now. That's the human condition. Can you fly? For a little while. All right. Yeah, once. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not the falling that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end, right? Yeah. You can turn into a car? I mean, like... You ever hear the song Cabinet Man? It's kind of like that, but with a car, right? Not the best. Not the best interaction, I would say. You could do it, I guess. But would you want to? Where are my interactions? Blockgame. Where's me interaction? There's our Spell Earth Instant. We're going to do Spell Collapsing Earth Active. We're going to change this. Duplicate. Spell. Cast. What is this going to be? I'm going to do this. Eating some food. I hope you eat bacon now. I'm actually eating sausages. Which I think sausages are bacon adjacent. Because they're pork sausages, so you know. You accept that? Hell yeah. Any more 40k questions I can field while Kronos is away? Yeah, If the Emperor is constantly regenerating, but also kind of like a corpse, right? He's constantly regenerating, right, Arthur? Do you think that we could turn parts of him into jerky? Because they'd grow back, right? Heretically speaking. If you can't eat a Tyrannid, can you eat the Emperor? Since the Emperor would be the least corrupted thing, right? heretically speaking. He is edible, right? Okay, wait. You can't say it's heresy. He's just jerky. That's like the most powerful corpse starch, yeah. It is absolutely heresy. Why would it be heresy? You would gain his memories, right? Wouldn't you get his genetic information if you ate the Emperor? It's against GDPR. Okay. You do not want that. Okay, well, next question then. Who cuts his hair and toenails? His fingernails and toenails should keep growing, right? Is there like a guy that's assigned to do that? They're naturally trimmed. I don't think that's how that works. The Emperor is dead? I don't think the Emperor is dead. Okay, next question. If we're feeding him the souls of 10,000 psychers a day, how is that different from the other Chaos Gods that eat thousands of souls a day? It's 1,000, not 10,000? That doesn't change the question. It's not different. Okay. Is he just... We have Chaos God at home? Is that what he is? It's like, those guys are Chaos Gods, but this one's ours. Pretty sure he is. Unironically, I think he is, guys. That's it, essentially? Okay. I think I understand now. You cannot say that? It is heresy? Well, I'm not saying it. I'm just asking questions. Do you want to know my favorite part about today? You know what my favorite part is? You are all followers of Tzeentch. Do you know why? Because this entire conversation of you giving me information about Warhammer 40k is very Tzeentch-coded, isn't it? Oh, no. Heresy for you all. Yeah. A little bit of heresy for every one of you. Answering questions, sharing knowledge. Yeah. The Inquisition would like to hear about that, wouldn't they? But you're not going to tell them. Until the Doom Guy appears in the Warhammer 40k universe. I feel like Doom Guy would get his ass kicked in Warhammer 40k. I actually do. Also, Doom Guy is technically a demon. Like, he's a demon now. It's over. You already told the Inquisition? All right, well, I guess you told the Inquisition on yourself as well then. It's too late. Yeah, he's like a demon, but also a god. Doom Guy would become a chosen of Khorne? Probably, yeah. But then he would kill all of Khorne's demons. You know? You sent them an anonymous tip? I don't think you could send an anonymous tip to the Inquisition, my dude. I need some more of this. Khorne likes when his demons are killed too. It's kind of weird, right? Shit. Delete that. Yeah. Duplicate this. We're going to do that under interaction. We're going to do it under weapons. Create that. I'm going to rename a lot of these, actually. We're going to start tightening some stuff up. Make things fixed and good. All the Chaos Gods are just as happy if you do the thing to their guys. It's the act and not the victim that matters. Wait, really? So if Khorne is like the Chaos God of like violence, right? He's like, yeah, kill my dudes, yeah! Because technically the amount of violence went up, right? There's basically no way to win that then. Because the act of fighting them makes them stronger. Yeah, that's a lost cause. There has to be a way to stop them from gaining power from the action then. I guess the way to beat Khorne isn't to kill them. It's to trap them. That's the only way to do it. You'd have to trap them and stop them from committing any violence, even against themselves. Yeah. They'd have to have, like, their own, their SCP Foundation. Their own individual cells. It wouldn't be jailed. You'd have to put them in stasis. So that there's no harm, there's no death, they're outside of time. That'd be the only way to do it. Invite them to peace negotiations? No, because them committing an act of violence could also empower them. They would just do violence at the peace negotiation, right? Yeah, you gotta, remove them from time. Necron approach? Is that what the Necrons do? Do they, like, stasis things? Have you seen the Commissar in 40k that's basically an orc? No. They don't need to commit the violence. If anyone anywhere commits violence, Khorne grows stronger. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. With all of the Chaos Gods fighting each other, why are we staying in the galaxy? Why don't we just leave to another one? We can't? Why? We don't know how? And you're telling me that asking Throne Dad doesn't work? Throne Dad can't solve that for us. That's different? No, it ain't. Throne Dad is busy. Go knock on Throne Dad's door, alright? He's been busy in the garage for a long time. It's time to solve the problems in the house, alright? Throne Dad doesn't know that one? Bullshit. Throne Dad knows everything. That's heresy. He can't solve it because he's dead? Throne Dad is definitely not dead. That's heresy. You cannot just ask him? You could. You could just ask him. Throne Dad is a light bulb, not a computer? F, dude. Okay, so here's the real question that I have then. If all of this shit is going on, if all of that is going on, when does Throne Dad get back with the milk? Outside the galaxy's Tyranids? My actual hope is that they don't ever have him wake up. Because if they have him wake up or truly die, I think Warhammer 40k dies with him. Legit. Because as far as I know about the Emperor, is the society that has built up around him, he would find disgusting. Like, it's completely against his tenets. Entirely so. So, like, if he ever actually woke up or returned Yeah, he'd kill them all. He'd be like, nope. So I guess, yeah, the real question is Games Workshop desperate enough for money that they'll do it? That's the question. The answer might not be yet, but when? When? Change stat. We go to this one. This one is next. Change stat, and it is stat modifier, deployable preview. And we'll make it spell target. We'll make a new one. What is that actual stat called? Let me look this up. Stat modifiers. Key deployable preview. Under Hytale. Deployable. It's an entity stat type. So we're going to cancel that out. We're going to go back up here. We need to go into the entity folder and go into entity stat type. Items, blah, 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 blah. Happy Bacon Day? Dude, every day is Bacon Day. Can you make a fart staff? I can. Entity stat type. There we go. Create an entity stat type. We're going to call this one probably spell targeter. Yeah, we're going to call those targeters, I think. I think that works. Yeah. Are you a meat popsicle? Bro, yes. Wouldn't a fart staff double as a plant growth staff? I could make a fertilization staff that you just cast and it farts on the crops, dude. You could totally do that. 100%.
Vicarian has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
It has begun. Oop, Art is in it to win it, dude. 30 seconds left. Grey Knights have that as their secret objective. To kill the Emperor if he ever stands up, which is impossible.
Chat has cursed Vicarian with interpretive dance.
Interpretive dance won. 178 to 152. Damn. Damn, dude. All right, well. Vicarian. Your quest. They wanted cooking? F, dude. Cooking is like mid-tier. I think our server just died. Oh, I think it's doing the daily restart. Yeah, it's doing the daily restart. Oh, I was in the middle of working on something. God damn it. Give it a second. I think it's crazy. The server boots in 4 seconds. 4 seconds, 945 milliseconds. So almost 5 seconds. That's nuts, dude. That's completely wild to me. One sec. There we go. Make him dance on bacon. Maybe, maybe. Is the Cursed Quest petitioner actually here today? Someone who made redstone for Hytale? Weird. Oh, Cursed Quest petitioner, are you here? Takes you 5 minutes to take a shower? Bro, that's too short. You're gross, actually. I can't believe this still. I'm so excited for that. Been here the whole time? All right, Vicarian. Your quest is going to be Interpretive Dance, as chosen by the cursed chat. So, you need to choose one song from the Heartbound OST, whatever one you want it to be. And then, after you choose that, you need to dance to it on video. But to protect your identity, you have to print out my face and wear it as a mask. Is the Thor block not working? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need to fix this asset. I can't look at that. Look at that. I also want to fix this one, because they put it outside the bounding box, and it Z-fights with other objects. They broke the rules. It goes outside the bounding box. This one doesn't. This one's perfect. Was that... What was the item modding workbench? You mean this? You'll be able to build things in a forge based on this icon. But it's hard-coded right now. We can't do anything with it. Eventually. Can you make a handle from bacon? You're going to, yeah. In Blockgame, which is our MMO Minecraft server, we have a dungeon called Krognar's Bastion, where everybody's a pigman, and you can make things out of bacon there. And in fact, the unique resource in that dungeon is called bacon bits. Why not make them from scratch? That shit's hard-coded inside of Hytale. That's not ours. It's funny you answer my bacon questions. I mean, they're valid questions, man. What is this? You know, this is just real. Hold up. Those from Kentucky, your move. Your move. Learned that in kindergarten? That's hilarious. It does look like a man. We don't dispute the allegations? Good. Good. Let me see here. Initial value. Go grab this up. We can have spell targeter set to that, and the initial value of this is going to be set to 0. And I think that's fine. Reset type to initial value. That'll be fine with that. Holy shit. OpenAI is going to lose a projected $14 billion this year alone. Yellow, which language is that one? I don't think I've seen that one so far. And thank you very much. It is... My partner anniversary was yesterday, and it's showing for the whole week. That's a wild amount of money to lose in a year, dude. And if they don't get another round of funding, they will run out of money as soon as next year. I find that to be really interesting, though. We're going to ignore vulnerability for this. That'll always get changed, no matter what. Spell targeter active. We're going to change this in here in stat modifiers. So that'll be change stat. We're going to go and add entity stat type, spell targeter. And we will set that value to 1, and we will say set. Your map can't be updated. It's right there. On the user. And then deactivate. We're going to change this one to stats. Change stat. There we go. And we're going to use stat modifier. And we'll say spell targeter for that. And set that one to 0. And there we go. Hungarian. Okay, cool. Why? From lack of funding alone? You have to understand something, that they're not profitable. The way that I see AI a lot of the times right now in terms of systems like this is it is a solution looking for a problem. There's no problem it actually is solving for a grand majority of uses. So the cost of it alone is vastly outweighing the profit that it makes. And they're banking on the idea that maybe eventually it will be so good that it will become valuable. That's the issue. Yeah, they're investing in speculation. It is the greatest gamble you've ever seen. It is an incredibly risky gamble. And if one of these companies does this and it doesn't work out, but what if it works for a different company, right? Yeah, the money that they put into it is insane. Here's the thing, too. If that shit pops, I think it's going to be way worse than the dot-com bubble. Like, way worse. Yeah, OpenAI has never been profitable. I don't know any of these AI companies that actually is profitable right now outside of government-issued funding and grants. From a purely user-driven profit basis, I don't know if any of them are even profitable at all. I don't believe they are. Yeah. Because, like, the way that I see it is this, dude. Let's go open up MS Paint. This is stupid. See that? See Copilot at the top? It's just open Notepad. See Copilot at the top of Notepad? Put it in it! Put AI everywhere. Maybe it'll make money. Maybe there's money in there. Maybe if we put it in Notepad, it'll make money. Guys, we have to put it everywhere, right? Like, that's what I'm seeing with this shit, dude. It's just like a shitload of, oh God, what do we do with it? We have it. We spend all this money on it. Just, just shove it everywhere. Maybe somewhere a company will want to pay for that. Maybe that'll be fine. Find the money, right? Like, and it's just, it feels desperate, and it doesn't make any sense. Generally, the way that you do these types of things is you create a product because there is a demand in the market. There's not enough demand for the amount of product that's being created, and there's not enough demand to cover the costs of creating said product. That shit's a mess. And they're banking on a future in which that evens out. Do you know what this reminds me of a lot of the times? It reminds me of when people do startups for apps. And that app is like, we've got this really cool app, and we're not monetizing it all. We just got to get users right now. And then they get all the users, and then they go, okay, well, we're out of grants. Now we have to monetize this platform. We have millions of users of cost. And they don't know what to do. This feels exactly the same to me. They didn't scale up their monetization while scaling up the product. And because of that, they're now running into a brick wall. How do they resolve that? I don't know. The only way they can resolve that right now is with more funding. And funding that they'll have to take as grants from governments. That's it. It freaks me out to watch, dude. Thanks for answering my question about Hytale earlier. If you don't think about the modding of Hytale, just the game as it is it still better than Minecraft? For a lot of people, it is. For me, I don't actually think Minecraft is much of a game. And I know that may be upsetting for some people. I think it is less a game and more a set of Legos in which you create your own fun. I think Hytale is more a directed game than Minecraft is, in its current form outside of modding. Does that make sense? It feels more like an RPG. Yeah. Thor's going to have to get a pet robot sending his shoulder in 4 years? Hell yeah. And to be real with you, this stuff with OpenAI, like AI as it is, could even out eventually. Maybe. And that's the problem. Maybe. Ferret robot? Hell yeah. Minecraft is more directed, and Hytale has better tools to be the Lego Sandpit. We're not talking about the tools. We're talking about only the single-player experience, or the player experience without modification of the server. Vanilla Minecraft. Not even modified Minecraft. Vanilla Minecraft versus vanilla Hytale. right? No mods, no special changes, nothing. Linus Torvalds calls it AI slop, so I'm comfortable with my choice in getting Linux. Okay, cool. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you should choose Linux because you like Linus as a person. I think you should choose Linux because it's a tool that makes sense for what you're doing. If you're choosing your operating system based on vibes, instead of choosing a hammer because it's good at hammering in nails, that's weird to me. It's just a tool. Yeah, Torvalds. Linus Torvalds. Yeah. Lenovo plus Ubuntu. Godsend. Nice. And Lenovo's good now. I know they had a problem for a while. You choose Linux because you want to learn something new. Fair. That's totally good. Yeah, I find too often people want to use like a product or service because they emotionally feel connected to that. And I'm like, dude, it's a tool. It's an operating system, not a personality. That's why it's always funny when it's like, what Linux do you use? I use Arch, by the way. Cool. Like, that's the whole meme, dude. Like, it's a tool, not a personality. Yeah, Arch, by the way. Arch user, by the way. Stick with Bazite. Never used it. Yeah. Use Arch because it has a nice package ecosystem. Fair. See? That's a good reason. I like that. You got banned from a channel due to your name? That's weird. I got banned from a channel due to my name, and then it made a friend. There's a person on here named Steven Spawn, who is a disabled streamer, and he streams from his wheelchair, and he's very good at video games. He uses a hat and one finger to play games, and he kicks ass. He's awesome as hell. And I joined his chat one time because I saw him on Twitter. I was like, you're awesome, dude. And his mods instantly banned me. And I had to talk to the mods, and I was like, why did you ban me? And they said, oh, we banned you because of your name. You're promoting piracy. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm also a partnered streamer. And then they unbanned me, and I've been friends with them ever since. But it was just like, it was like the funniest interaction. I'm like, dude, what? like the partner check mark and everything. I was like, dude, no. What's the Twitch channel name? That's Steven Spawn. There. There's actually an emote from him right there. See the one that looks like a little phoenix? Yeah. Click on that. You can find him. Steven's great, dude. He's an awesome human being. Yeah, it's a noun, not a verb, man. Where'd you get that Forge bench? I can't find it. It's a developer tool. You have to say give, /give, and then give yourself the item. They don't show up in search. Waiting on ads. I'm gonna need some more. Chad, I have a problem. I'm running out of food room. Saying the bacon is not allowed, do not understood. Ridiculous. I will tell you one thing, though. To bacon or not to bacon, there is probably a reason that they banned you that is not your name. Do you want to know what it is? Let me show you. Your account is flagged by Twitch as a possible ban evader. That's why. This pops up around every one of your messages. Which means Twitch, the platform, believes that you have another account that you've been banned on. Whether that is true or not. Why? I don't know. Your account was made back in November of 2025, so it's too old to be flagged for this based on new account. If somebody makes a new account and pops into my chat, they get this. We have to remove it from them. But yours is old enough that it shouldn't have that, which means that it believes that is the case. For whatever reason. So that's probably why they banned you. We're not going to ban you for that, because I know how wrong that system is all the time. How can you fix that? You just have to be on the platform for long enough. If you're on a shared network environment, such as a dormitory or something like that, someone in your dorm may have been banned. If you're in an office, someone in the office may have been banned. If you're using a VPN, that could do it as well. There's a lot of different things that could happen that could cause that to be flagged on your account, and you just have to keep using Twitch on the account, and it eventually goes away. It's super weird, I know, but it's like an automatic thing from Twitch. I can remove it on our channel from you. It is stupid. So I'm going to manage suspicious user, and I'm going to say stop monitoring on you, and now you don't have that little box around you on our channel. And I don't know if that flags back to Twitch that you're not suspicious, but you're definitely not. You're just a dude with a mission about bacon, right? So, like, it's just one of those things where Twitch does these things, and that's it. But it can set people off on different channels if they don't know how that system works. And there you go. Now on our channel, you look normal. Yeah. And that's the way it goes, man. Twitch has got weird... Yeah, the holy bacon, dude. It also will pop up for, like first-time chat. It'll pop up with, if somebody's restricted, because we know that they're, like, a ban evader. All kinds of shit like that. Are we normal? No. No. I've just added bacon to all the goblins. It's a bad idea, but, you know, now you have it. If you're renting and the previous tenant was banned, it's usually IP-based, not just geo-IP. Like, not just geolocation area. Tom Get says I would ban him because to bacon or not to bacon couldn't even be a question. Bacon, of course. Of course. It's the vibe check, dude. Pirate software highlights verbally. It does. It makes your text red if you at me. And streamer's vision is based on movement, so. Yeah.
Cage on Twitch said, hey, sup, yo, etc. Wanted to clarify my last TTS about PhD applications. Okay. I can't apply anymore because the cycle is once per year and I'm done applying. Yeah. I've only heard back with rejection, so I'm dreading the possibility of not being accepted anywhere and having to wait a whole year to apply again. What happens if I'm not accepted next year? This is the only thing I can see myself doing professionally. So I dread the thought of losing that option, and that's been messing with my psyche a lot.
This may not be the path that you want, and it may be really scary right now, but that doesn't mean it's forever. So, if you're trying to apply for certain positions for that and you're not getting it now, the best thing you can do is reach out to them and ask for feedback while setting up your applications for the next round. Get any job that you can to make ends meet in the meantime. Live frugally. Have a crappy job. Use that to keep applying for the thing that you actually want to do. That's all you can really do. And it's not fun, but it's temporary. It's always temporary. You will find a way through life that is to the goal that you're hoping for, but maybe not in the same way that you wanted it to be, if that makes sense. That is usually how things go. It's something you have to adapt to and find a way forward, man. Yeah, you got this. It's just going to take you time. I don't know what it is that you're going for either. I don't know what kind of job it is. It sounds pretty intense, though, if you've only got once-a-year applications for that. But that is the biggest thing, is don't despair. Plan. You know? Bacon is just fat. Lard is also fat. You're eating lard? Good. That sounds like someone from the anti-bacon brigade that's trying to get me to stop eating bacon so they can eat more of it. I'm onto your bullshit, dude. You have a question? Let's see. You bought the game yesterday, but I've seen or been told not to play because they're going to delete my world soon. Is that true? I have not seen anything where they have said that they're going to delete the world. Yeah, I've not seen anything for that. And if they do delete the world, you can save copies of all of your builds. So, I don't know where that news came from, but they have not put out news about that. So, yeah, I haven't seen anything about that. Like, we're going to be doing builds as well, so... And I'm building stuff that's, you know, all that's going to persist. You hate bacon? I can have it all? Alright. Thanks. Yeah, less bacon for you means more bacon for me, exactly. Yeah, maybe fake news. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of, like, mythology about, you know, Hytale overall, which has been really weird, because people are like, they're freaking out about it and saying, like, oh, they're going to delete the worlds, or it's getting sued by Mojang. That was, like, another one that I heard the other day, and I'm like, dude, none of this is real. Like, where are you getting this? And then you follow the chain, and you find that it's, like, some viral Reddit post, or some dude that's like, it came to me in a dream. And I'm like, dude, no, just go to their website, look at the official blog, and the announcements on their Discord. Nothing else matters, right? It came to me in a delusion. Yeah. It's an agent of... Anytime someone says some weird shit about Hytale from now on, I'm just going to believe it's an agent of Mojang. That's it. I'll be like, the agents of Mojang are at it again. Heresy. You know? Is it unethical to call bacon a renewable resource? No. You can grow pigs, dude. Seems renewable to me. What was it? There was a good meme about that. There was some dude that was on the news, I think in Europe, and this guy was, like, interviewing him. And he's like, well, what do you do? And the guy's like, well, I'm a carpenter. I work with wood. And the guy's like, oh, that's not very eco-minded. And he's like, well, I mean, like, we make them out of trees, and those are renewable. And he goes, trees aren't renewable. And he goes, you can grow trees. And the guy was like, no, you can't. And then it got really awkward. And then he ended the interview. It was really weird. He's like, I'm gonna fight you, but I don't know why. Yeah, it was a super weird interview. Does anyone have that clip? Because that shit was hilarious, dude. Yeah, it was concrete. He was saying concrete is renewable. That's what it was. He's like, no, it's not. It was concrete versus wood. That's what it was. Find that for me, because that was the funniest shit, dude. Is this the video? Oh, it totally is. Okay, so what was this? Because this is the weirdest thing I had seen in ages, man. It was some guy named Mike Graham. Who is this guy? Who is Mike Graham? Is he like a famous guy? Is he like an internet dude? Is he an actual, like, a newscaster? Because this was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. He was like, you can grow concrete. And he was like, no, you can't. This host is famous for being out of touch? Okay. I just didn't understand. I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I guess this is 4 years old. Shit. Here, I'm gonna link this to you guys. He's a British journalist. Did he get better from there? Because that was like, oh, he's a shock jock. Okay. Read his bio. What does his bio say? Grows trees, cuts them down, and makes things from them. Okay, that's really funny. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that's such a weird video, dude. That just made me laugh. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, shock jocks are interesting. If he's a shock jock, it might have been a skit. I want to believe that's a skit. And on behalf of the UK, we're sorry. That's okay. We blow up the sky for you every year anyway. I think it's because he misunderstood Concrete Jungle. That's even funnier. He's not a shock jock. He's just an idiot. Really? Hold up. UK, I have a very serious question for you. Is that guy your version of We Have Alex Jones at Home? Real question. Okay, good. I'm glad we had this conversation. At least I'm on target there. Okay. Probably yes. All right. Because that was a wild interview, dude. Oh. Alex Jones is much more extreme. I actually have normalized Alex Jones in my head, and I'll show you why. This fits into our conversation from earlier today. I can't take anything that he says seriously. I never really did, but this made it even funnier. There's a playlist on YouTube called Alexius Jones, and it's just Alex Jones in Space Marine armor saying all the stuff he normally does. So it fits. Like, it actually unironically fits, because now he's just a Warhammer 40k character. Just anything that Alex Jones says see it in the context of he's a space marine in Warhammer 40k, and it all just goes away. Yeah, he's just a normal guy in Warhammer 40k. I'll send you this playlist. It's like one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Yeah, it makes perfect sense in that context. So if you are a fan of Warhammer 40k, watch this, because he's just a deranged space marine, and it's hilarious. Yeah, he's a space marine, dude. Like, just straight up. And it just makes me laugh. Alex Jones is a folk song? I haven't seen that. That's wild. Reminds you of ShamWow? No, ShamWow guy was kind of... Like, at least the commercials were kind of cool. I think he turned out to be weird. Didn't he go to jail? Wasn't that like a thing? The ShamWow dude? I thought he went to jail. Yeah, the scout dude. Ridiculous. We're going to grab this. We will get rid of that and then add this one. Reference existing. And this is going to be target. Spell target or activate. I want to make sure that this works. Spell collapsing earth. Activate. F. What is this? What is this? Shit. On a different subject, we have to fix the lighting in Ashes. It's awful. And seems to have gotten worse. What do you mean it got worse? They didn't change anything with it. Have you seen that Hytale has guns? I made a gun yesterday that was a poop that shot poop at things and then made them stinky and also made itself stinky. But also, Hytale does have guns. By the way, how many of you guys ever played on a military simulator in Minecraft before they banned guns? Do you remember that? Hey, guess what? You have a home again. It's even got a pistol whip. There were milsims all over Minecraft back in the day. People were building like Call of Duty and shit like that, and then like military simulators for like large-scale battles. And then Mojang banned guns in the game. And they had to get rid of all of those servers, like AKs and all kinds of stuff in the game, assault rifles and everything. But they just have straight-up guns in Hytale. They're just allowing it. And rifle? Yeah, here you go. You've got a straight-up rifle in the game. And it's also got like a hit with the butt of the gun, which is kind of sick. Yep. Yep. That's the whole idea. Blue background? No. The background is green, bud. Yeah. Yeah. Simple mistake, I understand. I'm sorry, the budget. I know special effects are expensive. My bad. Sorry, chat. There are already Hunger Games in Hytale? Yeah, people can already make it. Are guns available only in creative? Right now, I think you have to spawn them in. I don't think that they're available in exploration, but I'm going to build engineering systems, so like we're just going to make that shit. Yeah. You think he's Michael Bay or something? I know. Don't have the expensive. I don't have the money to do the special effects like that at all times. Your shirt is see-through? You don't know that. I could just be reducing costs. They need colorblind options for some? They do. There's a lot of accessibility stuff that's not in the game yet, and they've talked about that, so like I'm not too worried about it. Okay, cooldown on this is going to be Fire Trap. That's fine. We trigger the cooldown. Spell target or activate. We shouldn't trigger the cooldown when that goes off. That's a bit weird. Right? Oh, this should be spell target or deactivate. We deactivate that. We trigger the cooldown. And we fire off the interaction, yeah? Right? Spell type serial. That's next and failed. So where's the basic hit? Hold up. We got to go into Collapsing Earth. Interactions. So primary, we do an interaction of stats condition. And replace. There's the fire trap config. That's cool. Varus fire trap config. Failed. Spell collapsing earth activate. Targeter. Spell targeter activate. There we go. And we do replace fire trap config. Default okay. There we go. And then for this one, secondary, this is not a change stat. Instead, we'll do reference existing, deactivate, spell targeter deactivate. And then in here, if we failed, we activate. And next, that should be doing replace default value there. And the costs is going to be spell targeter activate. Hytale. No, Blockgame. Spell targeter. That's the cost. That'll be that. You stole 30 blocks and saved yourself by mantling. This game is dope. It's so cool, dude. Mantling is a pretty good way to do that. Alright, let me see if I can get this to work now. Okay, that's interacting correctly. We don't want the fail to do the cooldown, so I'll have to figure that out. What's mantling? Grabbing the edge of something. Like he parkoured at the last second, basically. Okay, so stats condition, we replace. Did this fail somehow? The cost is correct there. Next. Failed. Spell targeter activate. So we activate it if it fails, because the cost is not available. Our secondary is always going to be a deactivate, so we don't have to care about that anymore. And if we do next, we do a replace action. Shouldn't this have another value in here? Interactions, there we go. Default value, interactions, spell collapsing earth instant. And if we go to spell collapsing earth instant, that system is now this, which is fine. And we go back to deactivate. We'll go back to our weapon. So that's going to be spell collapsing earth instant on that. Why is that not functioning? Did I screw something up? I may have. Deployable preview. Let me see. Interactions, type simple. Runtime 0.5. Does this not actually do anything? What's the config like? There we go. Deployable fire trap. That's on a fail. Does this do nothing? Spell targeter deactivate and trigger cooldown. This is just trigger cooldown. Does this not interact? Did I screw this up? One moment. I don't actually know what the check is here. This should not be this. Let's delete that for a moment. That doesn't look like it's actually working. But why? We created a custom value, spawn deployable from Raycast, which should be fine. And by doing spell targeter activate, we're getting spell targeter stat modifier up. Spell targeter activate. Let's go and look at read only and deployable. Deployable preview is the variable here. Shared max 1. Initial value. Max value effects. Nothing. So it's going to be shared and max. So let's go into Blockgame. Targeter. Spell targeter activate. Spell targeter. Shared. Max value of 1. That may be the problem. Reset type is to initial value. Let's try that. Nope. That is not working. That's working. But that's not working. That's a little bit weird. Pac-Man is amazing. Pac-Man is amazing. We set the value absolute on spell targeter. We set the value absolute on spell targeter here. That's fine. Collapsing Earth targeter doesn't need to exist. Spell Collapsing Earth activate. That doesn't exist anymore. Attack is ranged. Oh. Tags. That may be the problem. Do we even use this? Spell targeter activate. There we go. We set it as range. We set require new click. That's still not working. Alright, we'll go back into our weapon Collapsing Earth, and we'll look at this. We just deleted the value from here. So stats condition, we check to see if you have a stat of spell targeter. If this fails, it says spell targeter activate, right? If this succeeds, then we replace that. It looks like what I need to do is actually Collapsing Earth target, which will do range and spell targeter activate. So we probably won't call this directly, right? We'll probably call that as a secondary. So we'll do Collapsing Earth. Oh no, it's a root interaction. So we'll have to do spell targeter activate. Where do we do the root interaction? Maybe we don't use that root interaction anymore. On the next for this, we'd replace that with spell Collapsing Earth instant. Maybe that's why this doesn't work anymore. Do I have an all-time favorite game franchise? Etrian Odyssey. It is like if Made in Abyss was a video game. Love it. Just got from those YouTube Alex Jones vids. Really miss... Yeah, no, it's insane. Like, the Alexius Jones meme is very funny. Polyhydron, yes, obviously. It's ridiculous, dude. I never stopped. Made in Abyss is a video game? No, not Maiden Abyss. Made in Abyss. Haven't seen you in forever? I stream every day, 6 days a week, man. Yeah. And I never stopped doing so. Let's go look at the VODs, dude. Movie Abyss is also awesome. Yeah, Made in Abyss is an anime that is brutal. Etrian Odyssey is a video game that is brutal by Atlas. And Etrian Odyssey is great. Yeah, really goddamn good. Made in Abyss is a video game? Did they actually have a video game for it? I thought it was just anime and manga. What do you think of Kingdom Hearts? Kingdom Hearts is really an odd duck to me. And the reason why is play Kingdom Hearts 2 or Kingdom Hearts 3. Then go back one in the series. Your memory of how good Kingdom Hearts was is false. Go play Kingdom Hearts 2 and be like, yeah, and I'm going to go play Kingdom Hearts 1. You go play Kingdom Hearts 1, you're like, holy shit, this is clunky. It was so good at the time, but the sequels have gotten just dramatically better. Binary Star, Falling into Darkness? I have not seen this. No shit. No shit. They released this 3 years ago? I didn't know they did this. No way. Oh, wow. It's just full of death. It's just as brutal as it needs to be. Just vomiting and death. Yep. Vomiting and death. Nice. Made in Abyss is horrifying. Etrian Odyssey is also on Steam. You can actually get the full set of Etrian Odyssey games. If you're wondering about Etrian Odyssey, it works basically the same way. But you can leave the dungeon, and you have to draw your maps as you go through. So as you explore, you have to leave notes for yourself and do it all yourself, which is what I really, really enjoy about Etrian Odyssey, is every step, every note, your ability to play through the game is based on your ability to keep track of what you've seen, which I think is phenomenal. Yeah. I think it's really goddamn cool, and it's a turn-based RPG. Also, at a certain point in the dungeon, your party's going to suck, and you're going to start over with a better built party. You'll learn. Yeah, Etrian Odyssey. It is a long series of games. They have the first, second, and third ones in HD on Steam now, which is really rad, because each of these is like 200 hours of gameplay. Oh, they got it 33% off for the bundle right now? I have the whole thing. If we go to the bundle info. Each of these is at least 200 hours of game, if not more. So, 100% worth it. At least for me, because that's my favorite series. Yeah. Etrian Odyssey 3 was the first game you imported from the USA, and it wasn't sold in Australia originally? Really? I didn't know it wasn't sold in Australia. That's wild. Yeah, I love Etrian Odyssey. I love Etrian Odyssey. What's on my cart? I actually have no idea. Let me look. Oh, Ratatan. This is my developer account. That's why. So I had Ratatan on it. I have it on my normal account. I accidentally put it into that cart and then never bought it because I bought it on my normal account. The Abyss is a John Cameron movie about the early 90s. Oh, I know what The Abyss is. I've seen The Abyss. I meant Made in Abyss, which is an anime. I didn't know they made a game, though. That's wild. If you have Humble Bundle choice, Etrian 1 was free last month, and 2 is free this month. Play them. If they're free, play them. It's literally like 200 to 300 hours of game. It is phenomenally good, dude. And play it on expert. Don't be a bitch. Some streamers use pictures of you in their stream. Did you authorize that? No, but like whatever. Who gives a shit? Abyss is a former wrestler who now works as a producer for WWE. That's wild. I don't know a wrestler named Abyss. You'll play all the games on easy, and you cannot stop me? That makes it so boring. Etrian Odyssey on easy is boring, dude. To bacon or not to bacon, hello. Now you're on YouTube as well. You've metastasized into both streams at the same time. I will be a bitch, thank you. Okay, fair. Fair. You know, I mean, at least you know. All right, I need to understand what is going wrong with this interaction now, because it was working before and I had to change everything over. I'm doing my refactor, and now it's broken, as is tradition. So if it fails, we do a spell targeter activate. On our interaction, we do spell targeter deactivate. Collapsing Earth targeter. This requires new click. I don't even know if I'm using that one. And then next, we do a default value for fire trap config. We replace the interaction with the interaction of spell collapsing earth instant. Is that why it's not working now? Do we have glue and crayons in Hytale? I can add them. Yeah. No, Twitch just banned me due to my name after you discussed about me? Bullshit. They didn't ban you due to your name. There's no way. Twitch doesn't ban over names. They did literally ban you. Your account is unironically banned. Hold up. Yeah, this means you didn't delete your account. They banned his account. Why would they ban you over name violation? Are you sure it's name violation? Did they send you an email? That doesn't make any sense. The only thing I can think of is that you got banned for ban evasion, which is what it was marking your account as. But you were harmless, so I didn't see it. Something with EU stuff? For name violation? That seems incredibly unlikely. I feel like you're not giving me the whole context here. Someone said it's close to tobacco? No. Can you post an Imgur image? You can, yeah. I'd be interested because, to be real with you, you didn't do anything wrong that I saw. I wouldn't have reported you for anything. Yeah. I was going to say, bacon is highly endorsed in the EU, exactly. There's been far worse names on this platform. That's why I'm wondering, is it actually a name violation, or were they flagged for ban evasion? Because it was saying that they were a ban evader. That thing was popping up. That or it's a weird situation, yeah. Yeah, isn't Imgur blocked in the UK too? Jesus. Yeah, welcome to YouTube chat, I guess. I don't know why it's like that, man. But yeah, link it up for me, because I'd love to see what they sent you, because that's quite weird. That's a very weird one. I don't know why you'd get banned. Name violation seems suspicious at best. That doesn't seem right. Where can you link it? Right there in chat, man. Oh, is it not? Put a space in it, because YouTube is stupid and will delete your link before I can even see it. Yeah, you can link it there in the chat and just, like, put spaces in it so I can actually see the goddamn link, because YouTube will literally delete it in a way that the streamer and the mods can't even see it. It's very dumb. It's going to block the UK at this point? F. I can't see it. No, so if you post it, you can't see it. Go to our Discord. Here, man. I hate YouTube. Discord.gg/pirate software. If you put it in stream chat in there, I'll be able to see it. That's just so annoying. Yeah, you have to put a space on the dots in, like, if it's www dot, you put a space there, website name, dot, put space there, and then com, and then the actual rest of the URL. Because, like, YouTube will legitimately stop me from seeing it. On Twitch, if it gets moderated out, we actually still get to see it. On YouTube, you don't get to see it. It's stupid. So I have no idea that somebody's posting a link. Yeah. They may ban it for under 18, which is reasonable to me. You mean for the account, not for the name, but for the account age, like the holder of the account? Is it quicker to use a metronome? What some heart rate is? Dude, I have no idea. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a dork on the internet. I'm trying to figure out why this is not working. How did I have this set up before? Okay, let's take a look through this. We've got our damage earth. We do our interactions. Interaction first is going to be a stats condition for spell targeter. If that is equivalent to 1, then we go to next. If not, it fails, and we activate spell targeter. Actually, we have to go something further than that. Collapsing earth targeter rooted interaction is really what we want there. And then, type replace, fire trap config, default OK is true. Default value, interactions. Spell collapsing earth instant. This should just be fine. I don't know why that's not working. I'm going to restart the server. This keeps happening like every once in a while where like something makes sense and it doesn't work and then I have to restart the server and then after I restart it, it's fine. So I'm going to see if it's that. You see the ID at least? I can't see shit. You have to put it on our Discord, man. Which sucks. Sorry that's happening to you. That really is not great. By the way, stream chat is filled with people posting bacon now because of you. Like literally, it's just bacon. It's people solidarity with bacon for you. To be clear. So they're waiting for you. They're waiting for you to join the Discord, my dude. The goblins are very bacon today, yes. Free the bacon. Wonder why Twitch banned that. That's super weird. Nope, this still is not working. Okay, so the right click works. That's the interaction there. But the right click shouldn't be doing a cooldown, and it is. And I don't know why. Why is the right click doing that? Let's go and look. I changed something in here. I'll need to go and look at my historical for this. Where are my items? No, we don't care about the bench. We care about collapsing Earth. There we go. Under interactions, render deployable preview, interactions, primary, secondary. This interaction should not be doing a cooldown. The hell is going on? Let's click equip item. Nope. That's super weird. No, that's super weird. Okay. You need a PC for this? What do you mean you need a PC for? No, Discord's on phone too, man. Alright, spell targeter deactivate. That should be fine. Stats condition. Costs. Spell targeter. Failed. We activate instead. Next. We replace the action with an interaction called Spell Collapsing Earth Instant. And there should not be a cooldown on any of this. Let's go into here. Spawn deployable from Raycast is set up correctly. Why is this broken? Item. Let me check this out. Items, weapon, spellbook, weapon collapsing earth. There we go. So why is this busted? What did we change? This is fine. Spellcast placement. I need to see how I change this between these two, because I have my historical over here. Is the deployable preview just built into shit? That's the only thing I can think of at this point. That's the only thing I can think of, is that that's built into some shit. Which I'm a little bit worried about. Because this is exactly the same functionality. I'm not seeing a single difference there. Okay. Let's go see if deployable preview is out there in some weird thing. I mean, that's the other thing too, is I've got a special interaction on this item. Oh wait, no, stop that. Cancel. We've got a special thing in this item under categories, which is items utility. So deployable preview might be a built-in that we can't replace. This right here may be a built-in that is an entity stat type being used in a hard-coded way. That might be the problem. Let's go back to our book then. If that's a built-in, we can't do anything with it. I'm going to go back into here, and we'll go to... We'll get rid of our spell targeter, and we'll change all these. Yeah, I just wanted to make it our own custom, like, variable, but I guess not. The Imgur's live? Harassment via username. Date received January 19th, which is today. Your account has been indefinitely suspended. Access to your account may only be restored upon successful appeal. Harassment via username. I would appeal this. Go appeal this. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Your name is to bacon or not to bacon, dude. Yeah, appeal that. Click the appeal button, go appeal it. That's stupid. You shouldn't be banned for that. You didn't violate anything in my chat whatsoever that would denote a ban in any way, and your name is not harassment. That means a bunch of people went and reported your account. That's dumb as shit. And it wouldn't just be here. You said you got banned in another account or another chat because of your name? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Nah, appeal that, dude. That's dumb. That's a fail ban. That isn't shitification of moderation. I don't know why the hell they would ban you for that. That's dumb as hell. Sounds like a master report to me, too. That's really stupid. The only thing I can think of, and like to be clear with you, dude, the only thing I can think of is that you went into somebody's channel where bacon is like, maybe they were vegan or something like that, and they took it as harassment. But you didn't do any of those actions in our community, so all I have to go on is what you did here, and you were fine here. So, like, I don't know, dude. Yeah. Bacon's banned, but AOC can't ban that guy. I know, right? Ridiculous, actually. Seems excessive for no reason. Yeah, it is. Not the Ashes Stray. It deserves it. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is that. Are you a Hytale dev or just a dev in general? I'm a dev in general, and we are porting our MMO from Minecraft into Hytale, and I'm trying to find out why this built-in value can't be replaced right now with our spell system. Because we have a spell system that I've been working on, and I have a variable that's being cast that allows you to do targeting, but the targeting is not working. And I think it's because it's the one that they have, which is deployable preview, might be a hard-coded thing where it has to work with that. And it looks like that's all I can do with this, so I don't really know why that would be doing that. So I'm going to change this. The stat modifier won't be spell targeter anymore. It's going to be deployable. Got a Hytale, deployable preview. And we're going to do the same thing on this one. And I'm going to try the exact same thing between deployable preview and our special custom built-in. Failed interactions. Simple. I need to go and look at spell collapsing earth instant inside of my historical version of the game. So it is under interaction. Server interactions. Wait. It's under server item, interactions, weapons, spellbook, collapsing earth instant. This is the one. Grab that. And then we can go into this collapsing earth instant. We'll take a look at this. That is not the right one. Discard that. It's supposed to be spell collapsing earth instant. Why is that so different between these two? Is this how it stores that? It's stored as the full item. That's really weird. Yeah, no, that's really strange. Like, the JSON for that stores the whole item? That's... Oh, wait, no, it's over here. I'm dumb. I was like, dude, what? That's this. There we go. Yeah, we're going to add the signature energy back to this, and then I'm going to apply the changes, and we'll go take a look at it. So in this case, we've got a spawn deployable from Raycast. We've got the interactions. If we look at preview stat conditions, deployable preview is set back on that. We've got the configuration for this. We'll look at next on this, interactions here, and that's going to be trigger cooldown and change stat. We actually don't need the change stat, so I am likely to remove that for stat modifiers. Deployable preview and signature energy. We'll probably get rid of the signature energy there, but keep deployable preview on this. And that'll be just fine, I think. And instead of doing a stat modifier for change stat, because that's just setting deployable preview, we're going to go into this, and say spell targeter activate. So I'll delete this out. We're going to add a new one, and that new one's going to reference existing. And that'll be spell targeter deactivate, like this. So we'll trigger the cooldown, and we'll deactivate the targeter when this goes off. And I think that'll work just fine. If I go look at this now, and I make sure that that is like that, we change stat behavior set, and that's all it does. And the other one is trigger cooldown on the fire trap. And I think we're good because this whole thing is a spawn deployable from Raycast, so it fires off the deployable, and then we're good from there. Yeah, this is correct. What have you made so far in Hytale? I have been working my way through the asset editor, learning how everything functions and like how I can build stuff. A good example of this is like I can build my own custom blocks for better or worse. And I think I fixed one earlier. No, I gotta go and I gotta make my own custom block again because I broke it. One sec. I made some horrible things. I can basically build anything that I want in the game now. I've just been learning the asset editor this entire week. I also made my own custom liquid the other day, too. Learned how to do that. Okay, we don't care about any of this. Where is my block information? It should be under block model textures? No. It should be under block textures. Yes. There we go. Look how horrible that is. There it is. Neat. We hate it. And now we can go back into the block model textures. There we go. And now it's my head in my hand. Does it grunt? I can make it grunt. When you put it down or pick it up, it could go like, ugh. Ugh. Right? Like you're sitting up or get out of your chair, right? Just, ugh. You know, like one of those. Yeah, it's my DLC, dude. Anyway, I've met a bunch of weird shit. I'm just gonna put that over there. I'm just gonna leave it. We can also do things like this. Add whatever we want, different tabs, all kinds of shit. So I'm basically just learning the whole asset editor right now, which is an important part of this process. Let's go back into this. Where is our Earth spell? Are there ferrets in Hytale? Not yet, but there will be. Failed to spell target or activate. This is going to be deployable. So I'm really interested in why this needs deployable preview, but we'll find out. We'll find out if that's built in a moment here. It is. Okay, so deployable preview is a built-in variable that we cannot modify. That's really weird. If I use my own custom variable, it doesn't function. But with deployable preview, it does function, which means that there's a deeper functionality there that I don't know where it lives, and we need to find it. Yeah, we need to find it. Are we going to be utilizing the tables from Hytale and Blockbench with different functionalities? Yes. Yes, we are. I don't like the idea of having the vendors be your crafters in Blockgame. That's what we've been doing so far for Blockgame because it was a necessity. I'm going to be setting it up so that all of our recipes for everything that you ever learn in the game will be inside of these. Every one of them. And I'll have a tailoring station as well, because this is an armorer's workbench for like a blacksmith. This will be a blacksmith workbench. And that's kind of how that's going to go. Ow. Wonder if it's using as a setter getter or something. I don't know. And that's the problem, right? Is like spawn or deployable in this. Deployable preview is an entity stat type. We can't replace this, which means that there's something deeper in there that's being used for like a targeting system that we can't modify. And I don't know why it's under entity and entity stat type. So let's go into entity and we'll say entity stat type deployable preview. That one. It's kind of like gliding active is in there, but like where is this being used. That's really weird. Thor, can you stand on a stair and aim the AoE? Sure, man. Why? Like it's fine. X and Y stair numbers? That doesn't matter. Are you saying, like, cast it on the stair? If you use the bed in Hytale, you drown? Cover's too thick, dude. Ran out of oxygen. Do you want to see something neat? A lot of people don't realize you can actually do that. Yeah. The rotate is awesome. You can actually rotate anything, too. We were talking about this the other day. Yeah. You just hit R. Yeah. You can rotate anything that you place. Including workstations, by the way. Which is hard to see because it's like right in your face, but you get the idea. Thank you, mates. Anytime, man. If a target is out of range, then the circle itself should be red, not white. Yeah, the thing that's really weird is if it's out of range, it actually just disappears, which is what I'm trying to work on right now. And that's why I'm trying to find out, like, where is this targeting reticle in data? Like, it just disappears. You can't even click out there. It's gone. So I'm like, what's going on there, right? And if we look at deployable preview, it's not giving any information. But we have to use this built-in. It needs more render distance for sure. Is there a preview? Deployable fire trap preview. It might be in one of these. This may be the reason. This may be the reason, because I'm using a built-in animation, and I think this is probably the issue. Looping, grow, animation, particles, fire trap preview, color is blue? That's a little bit weird. It's probably changing based on the information. There's the animation for idle, fire trap idle, fire trap spin, grow, spin large. I think it's one of those. All right, I'm going to be right back. I had to use the bathroom. have returned. What do you mean lure him with avocados? Goblins. Alright. So in this case, we have spin, trap, spin, grow. So deployable fire trap preview. So we need to look up fire trap. Because I'm wondering if fire trap is the reason that this is a built-in. Fire trap preview. Fire trap preview center. Oh. I think this is the reason it's like this. It's spawning a particle. Yeah, look. The preview itself, this reticle, the reason it's like that is it's a particle effect. It's totally defined by the user. We can just make that reticle. We can make a better one. So we're going to. I'm going to eat this food. Yeah, we're going to make a better one. You want to send your appeal? Can you read it to see if it's okay? Yeah, if you post it in the Discord, that's fine. I'm going to be real with you, though. I would 100% appeal that. You should not be banned. You getting banned for that is very weird, man. Alright.
Mindstormsman said I could cursed quest, though I find more enjoyment in learning at my own rate.
Fair.
Such as very simple cooking recipes. One example is wrapping a sausage or hot dog of your choice in a crescent roll and baking at 375 for 12 to 15 minutes. The amounts of cumin and chili powder for taco meat is my next lesson. Yar love, yar love, yar love, yar love.
That sounds delicious. That sounds unironically delicious, dude. So this is a particle spawner. Particle spawner, particle spawner, particle spawner, particle spawner. These are all particle spawners, this whole thing. So the whole thing is done with particles. This is probably why it's flashing in and out like crazy and animating like that like crazy. It's interesting that when it goes to an invalid placement, it actually goes red. That is the part that I really want to look at to find out like how they were determining invalid placement. Like, that's super important to understand how they're doing that. Particles, here we go. Fire AoE spawn, fire AoE spawn. So this is the particle effect when it's spawned. And this is target node name? Okay, so that's for spinning the particle effects around and having trails for them. So particle trap preview is what we're actually after. Hitbox. Min and max, okay. Eye height. Animation sets. So we've got animation sets of growing, spin grow, looping, which is the spin large. Target node name, G1. I don't actually know what G1 is yet. That may be one that they built in, but it's not a good name. We'll need to build this not just for Fire Trap, but a deployable for all spells. A dynamic one is what I want to build. Having a generic targeter is probably the best option, and right now the only option we have is this built-in permanent one. Dagger's Dash, Fire Trap Fire. That's for basics. So these are fire trails. Yeah, AoE target reticle is what we're going to be building. So we'll do like target reticle AoE circle, right? G1 is grid 1? Could be. I just don't know. It's a guess right now, to be honest with you, because I don't know how that shit works. So we're going to look at Fire Trap Preview. This is the new thing I have to learn today, is understanding how to do a targeting reticle without using their built-ins. Check fire trap preview physics. Yeah, this one is fire trap preview GS for system ID. Fire trap preview GS is this down here. And that makes it so that it's got fire trap preview circle GS and center GS. So if we do circle GS, I guess is the spinning ring around the edge, and center GS is probably that white dot flat piece, right? That would be my guess. Yeah, sphere for both of those. Max concurrent particles in the center is 4. That's a bit weird, right? That means that they're using a particle that has... Oh, that's why it looks so weird. Okay. Do you see how this is kind of like vibrating? The whole thing is like vibrating a bunch, right? The reason why that's vibrating in the center like that is because it's a particle effect that is being destroyed as you move this. That's why it kind of lags behind the mouse. Because it's not actually showing a plane, it's showing a particle, and that particle has a lifespan. And it's disappearing as we move this. Like, that's super weird. I'm gonna ban that. Yeah. But yeah, this is really weird, dude. I guess that's a way to do it. I just don't know if that's the best way. I feel like there's got to be better ways to do that. Go see what this is. We'll add that to the auto mod. Ew. Gross. Yeah, I'm going to add that to auto mod. That's nasty. Betting bullshit. Get out of here. I think it's really weird to do it, but I guess that's a way to do it. I feel like I wish we could have client-side temporary billboards that are not particles. Does that make sense? Like, we do have, like, basically, instead of doing a particle effect like this, I'd rather it be like this. Do you see that, like, this is kind of a shitty one to do it with. Do you see like this, where you see the, like that image, the shade there? I wish it was like that, instead of like this as a particle effect. I feel like there should be a better way to hook in to, like, images or illusions of an object instead of doing this with particles. This feels like a best implementation way. Like, best guess implementation. Like, this is the best you can do right now, if that makes sense. Like, not the best way you could do it, but the best way you can do it, if that makes sense. Put that on auto mod. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Yeah, there we go. Done. Can you add a thunder spell purely for an idea? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. The thing that I'm trying to figure out right now is how are they displaying this? Render mode, blend add. Particle rotate with spawner. So that rotates around. Particle rotate influence. Rotation influence, no. Animation. So these are the frame animation indexes. So we can change that. How does it change color based on allowance? The preview is the thing I care about. Where does the change of color happen with this? No light influence allowed. Let's go look in the source. What is this color? That's a yellow color. What is this one? That's a pure red. Even though this is supposed to be a preview, I don't think this is the preview. I think this is the animation of the actual... That's the orange and red animation of this. Yeah, that's not a preview. That's the actual orange and red on that, so... That seems wrong? Because there's Fire Trap Preview Center GS, Preview Circle, Preview Circle GS. That might have been an error. I'm taking a look at this now. That's an orange color as well. Isn't it Fire Trap Trail 2 or Fire? There's Fire Trap Trail 2 at the top. Those are trail entities. We're looking at the particle effects specifically that are making this up. Which is a little bit weird because the colors are set to orange and things like that. I'm wondering what changes the color of the Fire Trap. Because here's the preview, right? And this preview right here is doing eye height 0.9. Deployables Fire Trap idle. The hell is Fire Trap idle? I guess it's the block anim for it. Wait, is this an animation object? Is this actually an object? That might be why we can't see it. That may be the reason. Idle, grow, and looping. I don't know why this would even be grow. Idle be its state? Yeah. It's an animation set, and it's using this. But it says looping false on all of these. But if we look at this, is that an object or a particle? Because I'm pretty sure that's a particle based on what I'm seeing. Right? You've been a sub to your Patreon for 6 months? That's a lie. I don't have one. Yeah, that's a complete lie. If you're going to put bait in chat, you have to do research to find out if what you're even saying makes any sense. I don't have a Patreon. Go make a new account, try again. Let's take a look at this. You're either getting scammed or you're full of shit. It's one of the two. I don't have a Patreon. Initial animation frame. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that this color is being set. So let's keep looking at the colors and see if those are set there. None of these are set to white. These are all orange, man. Why? Probably got scammed. I have a big doubt. If they got scammed, show the link, right? Yeah, there is a Pirate Software account on Patreon. We've had it disabled for like 5 years. 6 years even. Meaning you cannot sub to it. That's bait, dude. That's straight up bait. I own that account because we used to run a Patreon years and years ago. Yeah. I'm gonna guess bait straight off the bat. The reason why I say it's bait, look at the rest of their message. Right? I'm gonna show you the dissection of the bait. They said, "Hi, I've been a sub on your Patreon for 6 months. I was wondering how the progress is coming along for Heartbound." If they were wondering how the progress is coming along for Heartbound, they'd have to be playing it through Steam. I put out all the updates on a monthly basis on Steam with an announcement on Steam. If they're engaged in a Patreon that isn't mine, it'd have to have the same name as mine, which I own that name, and it hasn't been active for 6 years. That's bait. It's bad bait, too. It's bait that they didn't even do research to set up. Better bait, dude. Disappointed. What if it's just the Ring 6 PNG? It could be. I know they were using... They're using particles on this, but they're not defining this as anything other than the texture. And ball3.png. Let me go see what that is. Ball3.png. Excuse me? Oh. Do you have to override this asset first? We do. Grab that. That's what it is. See that in the center? See that like glowing light thing right there? That's the center of this. Yeah. That's the center of that. So it is actually using this. And when it changes to red, there's got to be an interaction somewhere that is changing that value. But it's just using this. Make it a picture of your face. Done. We don't actually have... I have to put it under particles textures, so I'm just going to do this test random. Is it not working? What? Where is this from? If it's not using Firetrap Preview Center, where is it using this? What? What? There it is. Okay. So it is using Firetrap Preview Center GS. That's so weird. Why is he using the GS version instead of the center version? What is the difference between these two? That's why I hate weird naming schemes like that, man. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He's using the GS version. That is insufferable, by the way. That's such a weird-ass thing. That's already slightly better, but it's still very blurry. I'll have to make, like, a better graphic for it. Oh, we can do noise on that? What does that look like? Ew. Ew. It's, like, stretched out weird, too, yeah? Like, taller? GS, like, gyroscope? I have no idea. I don't know why they set it up that way. It's very odd. Look how big that is. I almost feel like this is better. Like, make this very simple, right? Like, don't even have a thing in the center of this. We can just say no to that. What I really want to check is, why does it disappear when it's just slightly too far away? Right? It's probably the max range on it, yeah. But I'm wondering, like, why did they set that up to be so close? Width, 0.5. We'll do 0.25. Oh, can we not set that up for frame size? I guess not. Is there no animation scaler on this? Is it int? Int for what? Yeah, what do you mean int? What is that texture for a round? What do you mean for a round? Oh, you mean for these, for frame size? Yeah, that's probably a full integer. I thought you were talking about something else. What is soft particles? No, we're not doing soft particles. That blurs them out. 1-to-1 scale constraint ratio. That might be why it's 1-to-1. If we change that, it might change it. Or, wait. There it is. Oh, weird. It's, like, not centered. Why isn't that centered? Is that offset in some way? Dude, that's... Is that centered? That doesn't look centered to me. I think it's slightly off. That's slightly off. I don't like that. That's very funny. All right, so with that in mind, we need to find out where this is being called from. So I'm going to go back to Hytale read only. We're apparently not using this somehow, which is incredibly strange. We're going to do fire trap preview circle, and I'm going to guess it's going to be the GS one for that one too. And I'm going to go take that, show all the properties on this, and then say soft particles on that is enable. We're going to disable that. We're going to change this ring. That's the ring. We'll select that. It's that circle in the center is that one. Which looks really weird, right? Ring 2. That I kind of like a lot more. That ring in the center there looks dramatically better. We can make that so it's not as chunky, too. Yeah, I want to slow it down, and I want to make it less chunky. These are the animation frames here. I'm just going to change the opacity to be 100 on all of them. And I don't want it to vibrate like it is, so we're going to play around with that, too. These don't even have a rotation on them, so why is it doing that? Linear filtering, huh? Render mode erosion. We're going to do blend add. No, it just needs a different graphic. Like, that's way too chunky, the graphic is, because it's too small. And if we go back into that, we do 0.625, right? I'll just make one. I'll just make a graphic for it. That'll be fine. We'll play around with that later. I am going to get rid of Fire Trap Preview Center, because apparently we're only using this. We're only using GS versions of it. And then if we do this... Wait. What? What? Okay. I'm going to delete all these. We're going to go back to the Blockgame one and delete that. And then I'm going to try that again. Okay, the server needs a restart. It's the server freaked out. It was referencing something that didn't exist anymore. When you move your view and it kills the particles and respawns them, starting in a new lifetime. Oh, I'm aware of that. Yeah. The issue that I'm having is not that. It's when the view isn't even moving. It's when it's sitting there just spamming. We're gonna have to like update this particle system pretty dramatically because this looks really weird. Yeah. It's discovering what you just created and it's flabbergasted. Yeah, pretty much. You gotta slow it down or change it. Yeah, I wanna look into each aspect of the fire trap spell and kind of see how that is working. Yeah, and like understand how they're tying those particles in, because that's a very complex spell. And once I can get that complex spell done, then we're good to go. I'll probably make something in Blender later, or not Blender, in GIMP later, of just like a circle and kind of go from there. Yeah. What server hosting you recommend? Apex or Shockbite? Both of those are fantastic. They have both been very, very good to us. Shockbite is handling the MC version of Blockgame right now, and we have a dev box on there, and Apex Hosting is handling this server that you're seeing right here. Yeah, GIMP is a manipulation, like image manipulation program. Oh, you know what it is? I think there's actually 2 graphics running at the same time. Because there's the center circle thing, but then there's the outside circle thing. And I think the outside circle thing is actually 2 different graphics, is what it looks like to me. Like 2 different lines. There's an upper line and a lower line. I need to look into that. Yeah, it's kind of wobbly, right? Okay, so spell targeter is in there. We're going to go into here and say fire trap, and I'm just going to start copying that stuff out, and we're going to make our own. So we're going to do fire trap preview, fire trap preview GS. These are the 2 that I don't understand why there's 2 of them, but you can see it's circle GS and center GS, and then this one is center and circle, right? So then fire trap preview is a particle system for combat related particles. So we'll go from there. And then deployable fire trap in here should have a system of animations. And those animations are like grow, spin, blocky animation. And fire trap idle blocky animation. So whatever those animations are, those are built-in animations for Hytale. And we can kind of go from there and play around with it. So I think what I'll do is I'll get rid of those and we'll make our own. Yeah. But we need to... Basically what I'm doing is I'm slowly dissecting this so I can understand each component. And then after I understand each component, we build our own, right? And we get rid of theirs. Fire trap idle blocky anim. So it's the same on this one. Fire trap preview and fire trap. And it looks like it's tying it to those. The hitbox is kind of whatever. We don't care about that. Model and texture. Texture is fireball. Bro, what? Fire trap preview GS. Fire trap is actually the... Okay, so... Fire trap preview center is not being used, but center GS is. Fire trap preview GS is this particle set, which is using those. But fire trap preview is not being used. Preview center is not being used. Only the GS version. Okay, that's weird. I wonder why. Yeah. Alright, one sec.
Where's Valdo0194 with 500 bits said good morning 4, King of Goblins, Drinker of Glue and Holder of the Third Brain Cell, hail thee and praise be to 7 have good day.
Camera is centered from your head. Aiming in the skill shot follows the same exact angle. But the point of origin is offset. Because it's offset, it means it's off-center. That makes sense. $34 degrees in Tampa? Jesus, dude. Alright, let's see. So what we have here is we're just going to do... Fire Trap? Preview. The preview is the GS version, so I don't think it's using these ones. These don't appear to be used anywhere, because Fire Trap Preview is never called. Fire Trap Preview GS is being called. That's wild. You'll be in Tampa in late June? Good luck. No, 34 degrees Fahrenheit. That's insanely cold, dude. Yeah, it's 0 C. Yeah, it's super cold. That's freezing. You're at freezing temp, my dude. Been watching your content for a while. First time seeing you live? Cool. Well, what's up, dude? Yeah, I stream 6 days a week. Welcome in, man. 34F is near or at freezing. Yeah, 32 is freezing. So 34 is, you're really right there. And because of fluctuations, it's going to freeze somewhere. Like, when it's like 36 or 38 here, my yard freezes, for instance. Because it's just slightly colder on the ground. 0 centipedes is good. Agreed. Is that in centipedes or feet, man? 34C is a warm summer day? Bro. It's 3F here? Near the Greatest Lakes? Oh, yeah, no, you're way up there, man. I'm in Washington State, and it's not that cold right now. Let me actually see what the temp is. Let me see. What temp is it? Oh, it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's freezing right now. Oh, well. Yeah. Yeah, it's dipped. It was, I guess today it got up to 48, so... It's at 0C right now? Was it 9 earlier today? Yeah, it's cold. It's cold! Whatever, man. I got a fireplace. Okay, so we're going to take this out. We're going to take this one out. And take all the GS ones. Take this one out. I'm just going to start overwriting each one of these. And then we'll make our own version. I'm going to each and every one of these. Excuse me. Did they double asset? Oh, they totally did. They doubled up on assets. You can't actually do what they're doing. So the reference ID is the same between these two. This is a bug. They can't do that. That's the problem. That's why this is acting super weird, because they have it under test, fire spawners, and then this, and then they have it under combat, fire stick, fire trap, and it's the exact same name of asset under the particles folder. They can't do that under their system. It breaks. I was wondering why this is acting so weird. I'm going to report the bug, yeah. I was like, why is this acting so strange? And like, this is the reason they're acting so strange. That's crazy. All right. Well, let's look at the differences between these two things. We're going to go into source for each one of these. Oh, look, they're exactly the same. Okay, so that's fine at least. They're in 2 different places, and that's wrong. So we only have 3 assets to have to deal with then, is basically what's going on here. We're going to Blockgame side. We only have to care about those 3. Nothing else. And we'll fix that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what early access is for, finding weird stuff. Okay, let's go put in a bug report for that. Because that is an invalid asset. We'll take a screenshot of this. I'm going to save that out. And we'll put that as fire trap particles.png. And you can't even make those assets, by the way. You wouldn't be able to, because they have the same name. The editor prevents you from doing this, which means they had to copy-paste it onto their file version for it. So this should not be like this. It's just duplicated. Yeah. So we'll go into this. We'll hit escape, do bug report, bug report. There is a duplicate set of fire trap particles. There is an invalid duplicate set of fire trap particles in the editor. Boop. Downloads. There you go. Done. Bug reported. Yeah, it's a weird one. I feel like this ticket is the reason why there's G and GS. It could be. Well, it's not even G and GS. It just seems kind of be like a big mess, right, for that one. You notice the editor seems to be missing things. It can be edited into JSON files. Do you want to see something kind of neat, Zeke? Do you want to see the best bug that we've turned in? I talked to the dev team about this one, too. We set up a feedback file. If it'll load. Come on, man. There we go. And check this out. Every single one of the keys inside of the editor actually has a .documentation defined, and it's not displayed. So if you mouse over this, you know how it just says nothing? On all of these? Yeah, there's actually a whole documentation line in there. So I let him know. I was like, yo, if you fix that, the modding community will go bananas. You've already done all of the work. This is an easy win. Please hook that up. Like, all of the descriptions are actually there. They're already there. They're just not displayed. So if they fix that, we're going to have a way easier time, dude. Like, way, way easier. And Zeke, your documentation is going to be so much better as well, because now you won't have to guess and do testing, and neither will I, so. Rockin', dude. Maybe not complete yet? Oh, no, it's there. You could pull it out. It's in the Java, so, like, it exists. Quite easy. Do none of them work? No. None of them actually work when you mouse over them, because the documentation is not hooked up. It's in there. It's in the data. If you go and open it all up, it's actually in there in the code, but it's just not displayed in the editor. You know? Yeah, it's just very funny. Yeah. Has the smell of a spelling error? I don't know. But we let them know, and, like, they thanked us for it, so. I've just been putting together all these different requests and stuff in here. The other one I want is I want entity stat types to actually have display values. Maybe colors. I don't know yet. Server-side keybinds, random ranges on values. Target just says min and max, and it actually just adds them together. So when you do min and max, it just gives you 15. Instead of 5 to 10, it gives you 15 as a result, which is really weird. All kinds of shit like that. I've noticed that you use a dash arrow to point to the problem, resulting in your repro steps in bug reports. Most templates I've seen in the wild have been repro steps in a different header from an expected actual outcome. The reason why I don't do actual outcome or expected outcome and actual outcome is because that is defining what the developer should be doing instead of what the developer wants to do. Generally, you know, the jobs I've had for QA over the years is it is not QA's job to inform the developer how to fix something most of the time. It is the QA's job to raise that the issue is happening and how that issue is happening. And the developer then finds an interesting solution for that, and you move on. So I don't purport to say how to fix this 99% of the time, unless it's something that is like, they've asked me to find out how to fix it, such as with documentation display. This one is an actual fix. That one is like, hey, we know what is wrong here and how to fix this. Yeah, that's how testing should be. Bingo. Yeah. Yep, and to find the most reproducible way to do it. That's a big one. Is interesting solution code for increased tech debt. Yeah. We love tech debt. That's how you test at least? Yeah. I mean, that's really what it comes down to is, like, just raise the issue. If it's something that you know to fix because it's not really like there's an interesting way you could fix this, like, hey, you did the work, this isn't hooked up. Right? Done. Walk away. Right? Some of them just don't have any wishy-washiness on them. What should you do when you can't start anything? You're facing severe anxiety and negative thoughts. I'm afraid to start learning anything. What is the thought you have when you think about learning something? Are you afraid of letting someone down? Is it you, or is it somebody else? Or is it a person you made up in your head that would mock you for not doing it well enough? Usually that anxiety is caused because the fear of failing is because the fear of ridicule from someone you've never met or doesn't exist. And it's usually caused by that voice in the back of your head that's trying to protect you from looking dumb, right? It's like, hey, don't try, because if you try, you might look dumb. And that could be bad. Make a bet. Bet that voice. Say, okay, Maybe I will look dumb. Maybe I won't, though. I'm going to take 30 days, and I'm going to try. And if I look dumb, you were right. But if I learned something, then I was right. And that's all you have to do. You'll win that bet every time. The thought that you'll not be able to be just like someone who could do it? Well, you won't. Do you know why? You'll do it differently than them. And that's the point. Every single person that has done anything that you look up to sucked ass at it at first. Every single one of them. And every single one of them had that exact same thought that you have right there and suppressed it for just long enough to be like, hey, I can kind of do this. Every one of them, dude. I really would make that bet with yourself. And be okay with not being able to do it, whatever it is, right? Because you won't at first. You'll have no idea what you're doing. Like this last week, I've spent all this time learning this asset editor as best as I can. I didn't know what the hell I was doing at first. I crashed the game every 5 seconds. Now I'm able to kind of wade my way through some of it. Not all of it. Not even most of it. Just some of it. And it's been like 6 days. Add another 24 days to this, and I'm going to feel a lot more confident and a lot more competent at building anything in this, right? And I can do all kinds of weird shit now. I can make liquids. I can make weird blocks that are my own face, right? Like, I just do all kinds of shit. I can make spell effects. Like, I couldn't do that a week ago. And I look stupid doing that live, right? In front of thousands of people. You can do this. 100% you can do this. And it's okay to look dumb for a little while doing it. Doesn't matter. You just learn it. Slowly, over time. At your own pace. You're not there to impress anybody. Not even yourself. Yeah, you just gotta try it. You got this, dude. Yeah. Yeah, the master failed more often than the novice has even tried. You're goddamn right. Give it a try, you'll do fine. 100%. I mean, that's why we were in the game jams. Same shit. Still haven't conquered that voice in your head? You're trying? You haven't won yet? Just make the bet with it. Every time it loses a bet, it gets weaker. Shitty little shoulder demon. Okay. So we've got all these different abilities now up. I'm going to go over to the Blockgame side. We're going to change these. I want to change this particle set and the Fire Trap Preview. So under Fire Trap Preview, under Show All Properties, we're going to look at Fire Trap Preview GS, right? Fire Trap Preview GS now has two different effects, Center and Circle, with a fixed rotation on both of these. Center and Circle, we're going to remove Fire Trap Preview Center. I want to get rid of that. That already is looking better. I like having just the ring. I know that the ring doesn't look right yet. We're going to change the graphic on that. But do you guys think it looks better to have a ring or that giant white blotch in the center? Because I think the ring is better, personally. I think it's less busy and looks better overall. You think the ring is better? Ring for sure? All right. So we'll get rid of that. Now we'll go into center, and we'll delete this. Because we don't need that anymore. And we have circle now. There we go. And now we can play around with the circle alone. And we'll change these names later. We're going to make this into, not Fire Trap Preview, but individual previews for each one. Fireball should have the fire ring. Have fire ring. We could do a fire ring. That's fine. I'm going to do it as a generic ring first, though. So let's go into Show All Properties. We're going to take a look at this. And the ring right here is ring 6. That's why it looks chonky and weird. Okay, so let's go onto the server. Do we actually have the mod folder for this? I don't think we do. Let me do something funny. This is the one. Can we copy this asset out? I don't know if we can. Does that exist on the server? Or is that coded in? The voices tell you to code goofy things? Good. Do it. I made a gun that was a poop yesterday. They shot poop. And turned things into creative mode. Turned them into gods when it hit them. How's factor added? When, like, mastery adds more range, example? Right now, there is no way to do that. That is something that we want to add in. Not yet. Okay, so none of these are it, are they? Nope. That's in the Blockgame mod. So we would need in the asset editor. Do we not have asset editor there? Imports? It's not in imports. We have an image in this? Models? No. It's not going to be under logs. Resources? Chunks? No. Universe. Worlds? I think we've added all these instances. Yeah, the instances are added. I guess we don't have that directly in here. Can we export these directly? I just don't know what the size of this thing is. You gonna go code goofy things? Do it up, dude. Oh, that's weird. No, that's really weird. The animation is actually set from blocky animation. And there's the model itself. Very strange. We'll go back into this. So the preview is just doing that. Yeah, we got to change that up. Particles, textures, basic, ring 6. The wave delay is in there. I want to change the size of this. The scale is set to 0.625. I just don't think that's good. Whoop. I think setting it to... I'd rather have it not modified. For someone who's in the second year of college with software engineering, what field do you recommend you start with to find a job and produce some money? This is going to be a rough one, dude. The market is dog shit right now. The market is terrible in terms of getting a job, especially right out of college. I know that sounds awful, and I know you might despair over that. Don't. Just apply for everything. Anything you think you can do, anything that you can look at the requirements and you're like, I can do that, apply for it. Apply for all of it. You should be applying now. And just never stop. Never. Like, yeah. Took you 2 years to find a job while having 3 years of work experience. Keep applying. Just do not stop. It is horrific, dude. With that in mind, something that you should start now, get together an Excel sheet, and on that Excel sheet, list out where you applied, when you applied, and the contact information. And every time you apply, have this Excel sheet for each application, and if this when becomes 2 weeks ago or longer, contact them at that contact location and say, hey, just wanted to check up on my application. Only do this once. Do it at exactly 2 weeks. Contact them and say, I'd like to find out about my application. Thank you for the opportunity. Most of the time when you do this, you'll get through to a real human being. And that real human being might then look at your application and you could get the job that way. If you don't get the job, you might get feedback that could lead you to getting a different job elsewhere. Organize yourself. Organize the shit out of yourself. You have to get a leg up, and the best we can get a leg up right now is by organization. What about the resume and cover letter again? 1-page resume, 1-page cover letter. That's the biggest thing for that. Yeah. What is a fake human being with replies? AI. A lot of companies are using AI to go over your applications. And it's horrible. Yep. yes, you did this. It's mostly gave me closure for a lot of applications, but the feedback I did receive to help me to get your current job. There you go. Yep. What should your cover letter say? Honestly, just be like, hey, this is me. As per my resume, this is why I feel like I'd be good for the job. I look forward to hearing you. Thank you for the opportunity. Just needs to be a paragraph. And most jobs don't even require that, to be honest with you. The cover letter is kind of out of vogue. Yeah. He's been using Classic Paint because it doesn't exist in this version of Windows. Plus, this has layers, right? You're like, wow, I have layers now. And you can just turn them off. Which is nice. Or I could delete them or merge them. Yeah, you don't open with hey. Be like, hello, kind regards. The illustrious you. Right? Like, whatever the hell it is. Whatever you want it to be. Just be polite. Be polite and, you know, be cubicle sterile, right? And end it with worm regards. Always. Yeah. Yeah, it's an ogre. Paint is an ogre now.
Nico Spud with 500 bits said greeting to the sentient salami substance. Look, I don't know, it's Monday. Here to give a little encouragement to those in the game jam. I am in solo as I do not trust my CFS self to be reliable enough for a team. I have tried to enter others but always had a massive energy crash.
Okay.
This time I have at least gotten the GDD done, so progress is being made.
Good.
If I can get any of it done, then that will be a plus, but my anxiety is draining any energy ATM. Progress is progress.
Honestly, good. When you say your anxiety is draining your energy at the moment, what are you anxious about? It's a game jam. There's no stakes. There's nothing on the line. Doesn't matter. Like, the only time we've ever had people get incredibly butt mad over the game jam or, like, freak out was when we had a cash prize. And that's why I've never done a cash prize since. Because it was incredibly toxic. There are people that are still angry to this day that they didn't win that one and go out on the internet and shit and cry and scream about it. Yeah, so if you're getting anxious about it, just remember, the points are made up and none of this matters. The game jam is here for you to learn things, not for you to impress anybody else. You're kidding? No. Like, there are people that are, like, adamantly against our game jam. Those are people that were on teams that didn't win that time. And it's just been it's been toxic like that ever since. So it's like, I don't pay attention to that shit, because it's like, okay, dude, very cool. We'll never do a cash prize again. Next jam? The jam is already going right now. Do exclamation point jam. It started 2 days ago. You have 2 weeks. Here's one tip, never pay for a job interview. That's all he has. What do you mean pay for a job interview? Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, if a company is asking you to pay for a job interview, don't go. Leave. Leave immediately. Yeah, no, that's shit. You're in that game jam, it was super scary and intimidating. Well, the thing is we didn't announce there was a cash prize until after the jam was finished. So I don't even know how it could be scary and intimidating. We're like, hey, we didn't want to tell you why you were competing, but we have a cash prize. And that was like after the jam was done. Application processing fees? Never pay that. That's stupid. Yeah, no. Whoop. Yeah, it's a scam, dude. If a company is asking you to pay application processing fees, it's a scam. Money up front for a job interview? No. Agencies will sometimes charge you based on the job you get, based on the pay you got through that job. But money up front before an interview? That's bullshit. That's a scam, dude. 100%. Because then they're not incentivized to give you a job. They're incentivized to get as many applicants as possible and charge them. That becomes a business that preys on people's desperation. That is a scam. Okay, that looks good. We need to change the graphic, though. Wait, is that graphic rotated? Wait a minute. Yep. I may have made a mistake. Wait, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, instant portal, exactly. There we go. Nah, looks good. Lock the chevrons. Yeah, no, right? That looks really weird. What are we doing now? Casting a portal? We're setting up an animation. I don't think any of this matters. Inside of a particle spawner. Failed to decode asset. Particle.animation. Can't be null. I'm pretty sure it can be null. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can, actually. Totally be null. Alright. Let's go look in here. Was this one called Circle GS? We'll go to animation in here. Opacity is 0. Yeah. No, it's... Nothing needs to change for that. So we go back over to ours. Blockgame. Yep, totally doable. All right. Don't think about the dog. What do you mean the dog? What dog? Okay, so render mode erosion is kind of interesting. Light influence of 0, which is fine. Linear filtering, which is fine. Interaction highlight. Highlight threshold highlight color. Intersection highlight, rather. UV motion, none of these are set. Soft particles is set to enable. I'm wondering if the particle itself is rotated. Because it looks like it is. Like the spawner is rotated down here. But the particle itself looks like it's rotated on the spawner. Because if we look at this graphic, that should be a perfect circle, right? And if we look at this, that is not what it's doing. It's doing some weird shit, right? No, the particle is not green, you goblin. If we go look at this, max concurrent particles is 1. Spawn rate is 1. Particle lifespan is the same. Spawn burst, which is correct, it'll bind a target. Particle rotate with spawner. I didn't do anything. Where? Is it teal? Cyan. You're cyan. Render mode there. So what is it that's going weird here? What if we do max concurrent particles 5? Just to see what happens. Nothing, because we're only spawning one at a time. I feel like there's got to be a better way for this. I feel like there has to be. Because now we do that, right? Oh, that's weird. You see it blinking? But this is actually what's going on. I wonder why it's doing that in such a weird way, though. What's going on? I'm creating a targeting reticle. See how that's got like a drag behind it right now? Why is it tracking circles? Because it's a circle graphic. And we do a 20th of a second, and then it moves with it automatically, and it barely drags, right? But it looks really weird. I don't like that graphic. We're going to play with that graphic. What's that thing? Delay, wave delay? Delay and wave delay. I have no idea what wave delay is. Minimum, maximum of 1? We're just getting rid of it. I have no idea what they did, but it looks chunkier somehow. You know what I mean? Like, somehow that doesn't look as good. I don't know why. Let's do 5 or 10 wave delay. Bro, I have no idea. Alright. Render mode, blend add. Let's try that. Now it'll blend into the environment. So I guess erosion is the correct choice for that one. Because it looks the best. We'll erode it. Or let's try a distortion field. That'll distort the ground. Do you see that? Do you see that interaction down there, the distortion? You can use particles as a distortion layer. Just kind of at the edge over there. At the edge on the left. You see that? Isn't that neat? Yeah. So using particles as a distortion blend is really cool. Erosion, I believe, causes it to delete the other environment. Yeah, it's just eating through it. Not very easy to see on stream. I know it's quite bad. Let me actually change it. Maybe I can get you a better visual for that. We'll do this. It's going to look real weird in game. See how that looks like that right now, right? Now we'll go back in here, and we'll change this from erosion to distortion. Look at that in the center there. Do you see that? See how it's wiggling the ground? Isn't that cool? Yeah. So you can do that on anything that you want. Like this. So you can make distortion cutout effects. It's just a blend mode, right? So you have like full control over blend modes, which is neat. Boop. Goodbye, turkey. Cook you. You take no damage, though. Yeah, I think it's quite cool that we can do that. It's really nice, actually. Yeah, a little bit of anomalous property, you know? Okay, so distortion, we're going to change this to erosion. I'll make a new graphic, and we'll just pop that up onto the server. So let's get the old Gimperino out, dude. Is fire spread going to be a thing? Yeah, but we're not implementing that. They are. You designed the fire? No, that's a built-in. Yeah, it's a built-in effect. The only thing that I've designed in terms of spell effects in the game right now is this Frostbolt. With the particle effects that go off there, and then also its flying animation, and it goes, and then hits. And then the blast back particles that go like that and like shoot towards the caster as you throw it. It's fun. It's actually quite cool. Turned out really nice. And this was like a really simple one that I did like, I don't know, in like 30 minutes or some shit. Once I learned how the particle system works. So I'm going to make a bunch of custom particles, but I just don't. I haven't done it yet. All right, we need to do a new graphic. File, new. I guess we'll do like 128 by 128. I don't know what the like size of these graphics is. I don't know what a size is for the in-game world, right? Like I'm not actually sure what everything is in terms of size in Hytale. Like I have no clue. Long live GIMP, dude, 100%. We'll do add layer mask. We're going to add our alpha channel. Yeah, there's our alpha channel. There we go. And then delete it. Oh, there we go. We'll do this. Do an ellipse select. I kind of want to, like, I'm thinking about what the size is that we need to do. I'm going to do it as 128 by 128. And I think that'll be fine. I'll just kind of go from there, right? If we make it too big, it's going to look really weird. 512 by 512 for the ring? Is that what the initial one was from Hytale? Ring 6? How do you give yourself permission to use the asset editor? Do /OP, space, and then self. And there you go, dude. You haven't actually seen me play Hytale? I am playing Hytale. That's what... This is what my toy is, right? Can you invoke an interdimensional bacon on it, dude? Yeah, I'm playing it the other way around. I guess we could do a new and do a 512 then. Is it actually 512? That seems really big. Like that's a massive texture. Because I think block faces are only 32 by 32, man. Yeah, like these. This is a 32 by 32. So like, this being a 512 seems incredibly unlikely. That seems really unlikely to me. It was scaled? It was scaled down to 0.625, though. Right? If that's 32 by 32, why would... Oh my god, what? You don't like him? Do you want to see something cool? You want to see something cool? Want to see something neat? See this cool world? You want to see something neat? I made a custom weather effect. Do you want to see it? Failed to find clear. Don't you lie to me. You broken? No! You son of a bitch. What did you break on? Ah, that's what you broke on. One moment. It's mad. It's mad and it broke. I forgot. It's going to try and crash my asset editor in a moment here. But it's fine. I think it already crashed the game, technically. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Game is kill, though. Game is kill. I gotta fix it. It'll be fine in a second. Let's hope OBS stays alive this time. Yeah, OBS will be fine. It did kill OBS yesterday, though. My stream just stopped, and I didn't know why. That distort effect you're using would look right on an earthquake spell. I agree. Just making it like wiggle would be really cool. You'll see it's ghouls. You'll see. You'll see. Do you think you'll ever let players fly in Blockgame? You already can inside of Sunken Cell's dungeon for a boss fight. That's an important part of boss fights. Or at least for that boss fight. Outside of that, no. Waiting on it. Waiting on it. Waiting on it. There we go. There we go. You left File Explorer? What? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? You talking about this? Or are you talking about this? What are you talking about? What? Hell, you broken again? Weather. Set. Clear. Alright, now wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ignore me, it was a couple hours ago? Buh? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Linkser didn't happen. Now. Man, the moon is looking... It's looking. Minecraft could never. Minecraft could never. Look at it. Because it's looking back. That's the man in the moon, chat. There he is. There he is. What is that, moon? Don't worry about it. Just don't look up. You know? Oh, that's cool. Now this isn't working. Is this seriously just not working now? One second. The server's gonna need a restart again. Why is that shit broken, man? Alright, whatever, man. I don't know why that's broken. Or is a cosmic horror confirmed? You'll never figure it out. You'll never prove it. Alright, let's go make this thing. And I guess I'll set this to like that. And then try this again. Yeah, no, it's just not working. What the hell? The visual graphic on it is just gone again. Video game. Alright, we're gonna do... I'm probably gonna do this as a 256. Actually, no. I'm gonna start it at a 128, and we'll just kind of go from there. We'll see if that looks any good. We're gonna select that. We're gonna pour a bunch of garbage into it. Fill it up with trash. Oop. That is... Alright. Thank you. We need to have... full color fill. I don't want it thresholding at the edges. We don't want any anti-aliasing at all. Are you still anti-aliasing? You son of a bitch. Are you still doing that? Fill by composite. It's still doing it. I hate anti-aliasing. I just want it to be solid. I don't remember the command for that, but it's filling outside of my boundaries there. I want a full solid fill on this. You're pro anti-aliasing though? I don't know, whatever. Fill whole selection. No. Anti-aliasing is turned off. What are you doing? Mode. Normal. Stop it. What is it called? GIMP. bucket, fill, anti-aliasing, turn off. I don't want feathering at all. Uncheck the anti-aliasing box. Where the hell's the feathering? By using paths menu, right-clicking the path, fill path, unchecking anti-aliasing. That's super weird. I don't want anti-aliasing on this. I want the pixelated edges. Ah! Remake the selection to keep filling till it's fully opaque? Bro, it's actually selecting outside the selection. That's the part that's really strange about this. I hate that. I'm gonna do this again. Stop it. Do not feather the edges. Do not anti-alias. I love when GIMP just makes no sense. They're like, yeah, so anti-aliasing is both on the selection tool, but also, it is also on the paint bucket tool. Why do they have it on both of those? That makes no sense, my dude. That's funny as shit. Alright, that's fixed up. We're good to go on that. And now we're going to select... invert. Actually, no. We'll invert it back again. We're going to select shrink. And we'll shrink by like, I don't know, 10 pixels, 5 pixels. And then we'll delete. Cool. It's going to be a shitty, ugly circle. And we'll see if that works for right now. I don't know if it will. Alright, one sec. Export as. Why are you going into that folder? That's stupid. Ring selector. .png. Export. Yup. Do not compress. Leave it alone. Export. Alright. So now we can go over here. We can go into our mods and go into common and then particles. I think it's called particles for this one. Let me make sure. It's particles, textures, basic, light beam. Yeah. So we have to make a new folder. We're going to make it called particles. New. Particles. And then inside of particles, say new, directory, textures, and then a new one inside of that. Basic. And then we can put our new one inside of that. And then we'll rename it. Please God, work. Where is the ring? Where did it go? There we go, ring selector. Boop. We're just going to call it ring selector for right now. I don't know if this is going to work. And now I have to restart the server to be able to get the uptake for it because they have the flag on that stops me from being able to do it live. I've already talked to the host about it to get rid of that. Now we know about your mods folder. We know where you sneak bread. What are you talking about, dude? You mean this? Where you put that for the server? What? What mods folder? Oh, you mean the mods folder on my computer? That's where it stores the folder for video games. Here, watch. We go to games. We go to Hytale, and then user data, and then I think it's under user data worlds, right? User data. Where did it live? Where did it live? Yeah, saves, and then creative, and then mods. This one. This is the one where that lives. Let me go to Blockgame, and then you can pull it up there. And then common, which is where all these exist. Or server, where all those exist. But, what's that bread? PNG. Bread.png, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Streamer brain's still sleeping? No, it's not. No. I didn't get whooshed. You can't have bread.png. Mods can't have it. Fire trap. And now we'll go back into Circle GS, and we're going to go into animation. No, particles. Light beam. And we will do Blockgame. Particles, textures, basic, ring selector. Select. And then we'll go in game, and we'll use it. And there it is. So, now what we need to do is probably thin that up a little bit. I think I'll thin that out. It's a little bit too thick. And we're going to make it bigger, too. Because it needs to be the size of the effect. Which right now it is nowhere near the size of the effect. Honestly, good size. Kind of. It's not showing the full effect, but I do... Actually, to be honest with you, that kind of looks fine. The selector kind of looks fine, right? Because it's not going to show you the full size of the effect, but it's a general area. I want it to be thinner because it's too bright right now. Yeah, it suits the game and the art style this way for sure. I think it's too thick, yeah. The effect is good, but it's too thick. Meow. Meow. Why does it mean the full size of the effect? I mean, it generally doesn't. It looks cool because then the player knows how large the effect is, so you can be like trying to get it in the exact right spot. It's just showing a general area right now. Yeah. So I think the idea of doing like a reticle like that needs to happen. But maybe that one's too thick. So we'll go back into here, and I'm just going to select this and make it smaller. Also, I want to go into this first, because this is set right now to be a scale of 6.65, so we'll set it up to the actual size so we can get a good indicator as to what this is supposed to look like. That is the actual size of the effect, to be clear. And I think that is more correct to what it is. So, instead of shrinking it... Instead of shrinking it, I think we'll just do that. And I'll thin it out, because it's too thick, right? Like, just feels too thick. Thick. Yeah. Went very fast and they placed it under their feet. Ah! 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 And then you get cooked. How many C's in that thick? Like 10 of them, dude. Whoop. But I think that looks good. I think it's a little too bright right now. We'll fix it up. All right. So select grow selection by 2. There we go. And then we can export this back out. Boop. Export that out. And then we're good to go. We could do that. Export. Downloads. Done. Export. Nice. 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 And I think we're good. Yeah, I think this works. Hey, do you guys want to see a picture of me getting 99 agility, by the way? You want to see it? Because I have one. I have a picture of it. It's been illustrated by a local painter. There you go. That was me getting 99 agility in old school RuneScape. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Unhand me, fool. This is every interaction you have doing agility. Local constable trying to stop you, dude. What is this? Get rid of that. A bunch of old garbage on my computer. There we go. Done. All right. This is good now. We could just pop this back up on the server. I wonder I wonder if I do have to put this up and restart the server. Does it store this in memory? Or can we replace existing and it's fine? No, it stores it in memory. Boo! Restarting. Gotta wait. Do you have a license for climbing gates? Hell no. Doing it illegally. Is that circle only seen by the caster? Can everyone see it? It should only be seen by the caster. But I don't know. And if it's seen by everybody, they need to have a flag for client side effects, which is something that I will put in requests. Yeah, Jake can't get on right now because his internet is dead. But what is this? Waiting on the ends. Server should be back up now. I need to wait on the host to respond about that. Boop. That looks really good. I like that. The color's right. The size is right. Everything looks good. And I'm not going to be making the effect that big, by the way. It is going to be about this big. I just want it to be like... That looks good. 99 agility, you're goddamn right. Germany has something called a monkey diploma? What does that mean, dude? Boop. Cook the turkey! He's immune to fire because he's in water. Ridiculous. You planning on opening up a test server for all of us to try things out, test reliability of player loads? Once we get basic systems and functionality, yeah. But that's a long ways off, dude. Like, this is going to be a while. I just realized I have a use interaction on the Thor head. I should probably do something with that. I can make that into a custom bench. That could be a crafting bench. Make it green? It's already green. It bans you? Yeah, the custom interaction is that it bans you. There we go. That's pretty good. My favorite thing about this is that I have it set as a one that can be overlaid, so you can just, like, hide me in the grass, right? Oh. Just in there, dude. Let me out. Hey, get out of here. No, I'm okay. You didn't want to move. Now your dinner. Hey. Hey, kid. Kid. Dig me out of the ground, kid. It'll be fine. No, don't worry, but just dig me out of the ground. It's a good idea. I mean, the time of man needs to end, so, you know, dig me out of the ground, kid. This is when it should happen. The time of man, it's over. I can also just put him down there. So you're just like... You smell heresy? No. There's no heresy here. I'm showing this to the mod team. There we go. All right. Now I've got this all set up. Can you replace the sun with that? Yes. You can also replace the moon with it, which I've already done. I replace it with whatever I want. Make the facial block a crap block, so you can mine dig, but you get nothing but shit. That's messed up. It's kind of rude. I'm just going to hide B over there and leave it. Maybe I'll put it there. And that way, when I'm working on stuff, you know where I'm supposed to stand. So I can just work on things. And then I know where I'm supposed to be at, you know? Alright, so the ring is now working. I think this looks better. It's nice and thin, right? Thinned up. I do want to play around with a couple of effects for this, where I'd like to see what we can do in terms of altering the image in-game, to see if we need to do things like feathering on the outside of the game. And I just don't know if we need to yet. Fire. Crap. So Circle GS is the name of this right now, which is kind of stupid. Is this a new form of dibs? Yes. The baby and the son from Teletubbies has a baby of their own. I hate that. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Zeta0D1 Neas said randomly came across a jigsaw puzzle game worth checking out. Link in 3, 2, 1, HTT.
Let me see if that's the one from earlier, because it might be. If it's that indie game, it is. Yeah, Jig Rift. That game looked cool as hell. You play as a frog, and it's a 3D platformer in which the islands that you're on are different puzzle pieces. It looked really good. I showed it off earlier today. It was quite cool. Yeah, I dig that. Isn't that baby a teen now? Nope, full adult. Old now. So let's do blend linear, just to kind of see what that looks like. So look at that. It blends into the around, like surrounding area. Does that look better or worse? I kind of think it looks better. Right? It's more subtle for sure. The erosion one was just really bright and annoying, but this blends. See how it blends over other assets? I think that looks better. Yeah, I'm going to blend it. Yeah, I think it's a lot cleaner. Erosion is cool. Make it thinner? You want it to be even thinner than that? Really? I thought that was a pretty good size, personally. In terms of the thickness for it. Because it kind of fits the big blocky silliness of the rest of the game. I think it looks fine. Some of you saying thinner, some of you saying thicker, then perfect. That means it's probably in the right spot. Light influence, no. Linear filtering, yes. UV motion, what does that do? Intersection highlighting, don't know what that does. Frame size, soft particles. Let's try disabling that. Oh, that's weird, right? Yeah, that doesn't look as good. You're down with the thickness? Okay, buddy. I like the soft particles more, I think. Yeah, I think that actually looks a lot better. Make it bright, horrible, garish pink on it. I want to know what the red is being caused by, and we haven't found that in the code yet. Because I want to switch that around and be like, no, stop it. Because there's no red in this anywhere. Particle rotate with spawner is fine. Particle rotation influence, none. This is fine. I think it looks good. I think it's fine the way it is. We can also try something like this. This was set to a size of 0.65, right? We do the exact same thing again and then take a look at it. That's quite small. I think that looks weird. It needs to be the size that it was, I think. You know, actually, it's kind of growing on me, man. It's kind of growing on me like this, where it's this size. It's unironically kind of growing on me now. When do you think Hytale will have light sensitivity updates? Probably in a patch where they're going to do... what is it called? Accessibility shit. And they already said they wanted to do that. Let me try it at night. Oh, that's wild looking. That actually looks really good. Nah, it looks really good at night. Yeah, I think I'll do that. You see the tweening it has in the slides? Yeah, so the reason why it's doing that sliding bullshit is because this is actually a particle effect. There's no way to make a billboard that snaps in the way that we're hoping for, right? Should it produce light? The effect is irrelevant. This is fun. But like this movement where it's like duplicating, it's a particle. I guess we could make it even faster. Let's see if we can make it even faster. Now it's doing it even less. Technically, it's still there. Now it's too faint, right? It's too faint. It still vibrates a little bit, but it's too faint now. You know? I don't like it being that faint. No. I don't like it being that faint at all. I like it where it's not doing the duplication, but the faintness is not good. We could probably change the blend linear back to an erosion and try it there. Nice and bright. Yeah, it's super bright now. You like that opacity? I think it's too hard to see. I think the glowing one is too bright. How's it look on sand? Probably fine. Bong. I need Jake to be able to get internet back so we can test this. Is that going to work on snow? Maybe. Let's see what snow looks like. Snow. One thing I actually want to do with this, by the way, is this is just a basic targeting reticle. I want to do like a big arcane rune in the center of it kind of stuff. So what we'll do is we'll do the outside reticle, which is the same for every spell. And then I will probably do an inside rune that is different per spell. So like an AoE spell would be like, it'll show like a big dynamic rune on it, which would be kind of neat. Circles in my square game? You're goddamn right. Would it be a yellow snow? I mean, you can make yellow snow if you want to. You can make whatever you want. You can make whatever you want. It's all about coulda and not about shoulda. Hey kid, I'm buried in the snow. Can you help me out? By the way, look at the snow. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the goddamn snow. All right. Wow, that is impossible to see, isn't it? Well, that sucks. There's got to be a better way, yeah? Yellow doesn't, or white doesn't work. We need a color that isn't used. Oh, idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. The idea that always works. we're going to take this ring and we're going to do a black outline around it. And the reason why we're going to do that is because if we do a white outline on the inside and a black outline on the outside, we make it work like every meme image ever, because that works on any color of background. That's right. Black edge, white interior. Yeah. That is how meme text works on the background. If you don't do a border, it looks like shit. We're going to do the exact same thing here. Yeah, we'll do an emissive of black. If I can do the emissive, if it lets me. We're going to see what we can do with this. Particle collision, no. Do we do a particle? We have soft particles. Do we have a color? Collision animation frame, opacity 1. Can we do a secondary effect? Does it need to be 2 animation frames, or do I just change the system? Remember when memes used to look like demotivational posters? When did they ever stop? I think we might actually have to change the graphic. How many pixels wide is this? 3 right now? I think it's 3. No, I don't want an ellipse anymore. Stop it. Rectangle. Yeah, it's 3 across, so we can't do 3. We'll have to increase the size of the image or decrease the size of the circle. Give it a border of 1 on both sides, I think is the right way to do this. Because I don't think we can do an emissive around it. I don't think we can. I'm going to make it smaller for sure, by 1. Yeah, we'll make it smaller by 1. Unless... Nah, it's better to just do this the right way. Bought a Hytale for yourself and your fiance? We're loving it? It's your first video game ever? Hell yeah. Wait, it's your first game ever? No shit. I hope you guys have a good time, because you can just build all kinds of stuff and have fun. Charge cast AoE, where the circle gets more effects as it changes. Actually, what I want to do for the charge cast was slowly increase the size of the circle until you fire the effect, and then it would do the effect to the size of that circle. So the initial one, the instant cast one, is going to be small, and then the charge one would just slowly, as you hold it, get larger and larger until you release. So you can change the effect size, which would be kind of neat. Dynamic effect sizes seem really cool to me. So it's going to be a bunch of weird shit that I have to implement. I'm going to change this back to 1 and 1, so we can see the actual effect size, because I don't really necessarily like where it's at right now. So this is the actual effect size. So I think we can go smaller. I think we can. I think this is the correct effect size for a full casted AoE, though. So maybe an instant cast should be half this size. I think that works. So the instant cast will be 0.5, like this. Right? Instant cast size will be that size. That should be the instant, you know? What's up, Cardboard? Hope you're having a good day. The pixels... Wait, what's that? That pixels thing? What pixels thing? What? Buh? Max charge 1.5? I think I'll make it the max charge goes up to 1.0. So you can hold it, and it'll go from this size to the other size, is the idea. So I think what I'll do is I'll stop fiddling with this like this. Yeah, I'm going to make the black outline. And I want to change the size of this. So let's get in there and do it, please. There we go. Do this. And we'll go like that. And then select. Invert. And then select shrink by 2. You know what I just realized? You know what this music reminds me of? Wait, where's my... That's not the right thing. Hold up. Stop. Ah! This music reminds me of Potion Craft. Like, this music is, like, very much so Potion Craft music. It's weird, right? Potion Craft's on sale right now, is it? Select shrink. by 1. Should shrink on both sides. Yeah, we're going to need to increase that size, for sure. That's not going to work at all. All right. There we go. Select grow by 1. There we go. And we'll just fill that in. Because we need it to be a 4 wide effect now. If it's going to have black on the edge. Because it needs to be 2 in the center and 1 on the sides for it to look decent, I guess. Generally, I'd probably want it to be 3 thick, but I think this is going to look better. Yeah, I think this will look better overall. Boop. What? No, no, no. And no. And then... yes. And now we can say select and shrank by 1. And then select and invert. Where's me old invert? There we go. Invert. And then we can go back into this and say no, 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 no. And then pour solid black onto this. Boop. There we go. And it looks really chunky. Chunky. All right. Then we'll export this back out. Boop. There we go. Export that. Ring selector, replace. Grab this. We've got our new ring selector. We'll dump it up onto the server. Yes, export it. I swear to God. There we go. Ring selector is now there. We'll throw that onto the server. Yes. Replace that, and then we restart the server. On it. Photoshop 7? That's GIMP, my dude. Dude, what is that spinny? Good, thanks. That's funny. Yeah, it's GIMP. What is he trying to make? We're making a new targeting reticle for AoE spells, and I'm just trying to make one that works on different terrain types, because solid white doesn't work. Could you use fonts for particle graphics? I think you'd have to cut them out as individual sprites, but yeah, I don't see why not. Bro, Dig, what does that even mean? Bread entity tool, large for mods folder. What? What? All right. Server should be back up. And we're good to go. We even want to use Photoshop? I have no reason to. Like, yeah, giving money to Adobe couldn't be me. So now that actually works on both of them. Oh, that's weird. Snow is slightly down, so it's going into the snow. But yeah, that works on any terrain now. Cool. It's chonky, too. Chonky. Try Krita? Nah, I prefer GIMP. See how this works? Let's do a black border around it. I wish we could smooth it. Yeah, it's visually incredibly clear. It doesn't look weird. Let's see what it looks like at night. Yeah, looks good at night, too. Looks good at noontime. It's Blockgame, not ball name? Ball game? No, it's Blockgame, dude. Bupe. Can you blur it a bit? Yeah, we could probably blur it a little bit more. Actually go into there and see what we can do with the asset. Good enough for now. I suggest we move on to something else. This is fun. I'm happy with this. We'll go into Fire Trap. This is the particle system that's actually displaying it. I don't know what wave delay is. Just turn that off. I'm not sure what that is, and it doesn't seem to affect the effect. Am I Russian? No. I was born in California. I'm an American. I live in Washington State. Render mode, erosion is fine. Light influence. I actually haven't changed light influence at all. I don't know what that looks like. Oh, weird. So it lost its actual glow around it. That looks considerably worse somehow. Yeah, the glow made that way better. Look at that. Yeah. What are you doing? Making a targeting reticle? Let's let's see. Particle effect is fine. Soft particles. Let's see what required does with that. No, it doesn't look... It looks weird, right? The black line makes it duller. Oh, no. When I changed the effect earlier. When I gave it light influence, it removed the glow around it. I don't know what soft particles do. Let's try this. We'll require that, and then we'll give it a high fade factor. No idea. Did not seem to do anything. Use sprite blending. Did nothing. Weird. Maybe add crosshairs? No, I don't want to add crosshairs. I mean, there's already a reticle in the center of your screen. Do you know you can change that reticle? That's the ranged attack weapon reticle. When you change to a melee weapon, see how this is still using the ranged attack center circle there? There's a melee one that looks like a little ring instead of the dot. And you can modify that on the weapon itself. Maybe a can of Dr. Pepper beans? You're goddamn right. Dr. Pepper beans. I wish. Do you solve the distance problem? I haven't played with that yet. I'm mostly looking at the visual effect first, because the visual effect before, to me, was just bright as shit and awful feeling. What if it did 100% opacity? Now it's really bright. Look how ridiculous that is, actually. Hold up. Maybe this fixes our problem. Oh, it just eats the edges. Right? Weird. That looks cool. That's a little bit better. It's starting to, like, smooth it out. That's going to be a problem. Why is this broken? Remove that. There we go. So that color's getting changed by something, but that looks really good. We need to figure out what causes the color to change. That's the next piece of puzzle. Did you make the fire trap? No, that's a built-in, but what I'm doing right now is I'm creating the targeting reticle to try and make my own generic reticle. Instead of what fire trap was doing, the basic fire trap reticle was really, like, loud visually. Yeah, and I'm changing it to be something more simple. Not pointed at the top of a block? No. Right now, I want it to be wherever your mouse is. We're doing it... this is being done through ray tracing, so we're doing a ray-traced deployable. So you cast the ray, and then you look to see where it's... Or not ray trace, ray casting. So we're casting a ray to a location and then seeing if we can put a deployable there. And that's cool. Got it because the fire trap looks nice? It does, yeah. Like, I haven't spent any time on an effect for that yet. I spent time on this effect, which looks quite nice. It's got the explosion. It's got the blastback particles towards your camera. Like, it's got the... All of that looks quite nice. So this effect I made. And it's got all those little snowflakey looking things when it does hit. So it's a frost bolt. It does frost damage. Shoot stuff. This game supports ray tracing. It supports ray casting, which ray casting is when we're doing a collision check, you know? And that's it. Maybe crosshair, crossleg style will be better for this type of graphics. I don't know. I kind of... You could just change that reticle. Like, you see the reticle in the center of the screen, the dot? You could change that to whatever you want. Like, legitimately, that is not a built-in thing. You can just change that. There. What is the name of it? It's under weapons. Weapon, firebolt. There's like a targeting reticle thing for it. Reticle, right here. Reference existing. And then we go to here. We go to Hytale. Look at items. Default melee, right? And now when we go in here, when you have that, see how it turns into a circle? and now it's a dot. Like, you can make it whatever you want to make your own. Make it an X. Who cares? Make it my own face. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah. You can just change the crosshair to whatever you like in the center of the screen there. Based on whatever weapon you want, too. You make it my face? Yeah, you can do that. 100%. Go back into here. Instead of default melee, because that's a item reticle config. We'd have to do that. There's a mace one, too. What the hell's a mace one, dude? I guess mace is also melee. Whatever. But yeah, you could do that if you want to. And then we could just exit out, and it goes back to the default generic dot. Which is the default for the game, so. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Is this a Minecraft mod? Oh, this is Hytale. I will be right back. Use the bathroom. Alrighty. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a larger graphic, and then we'll shrink it down in-game so that it has better visual clarity. Because right now it's just a 128 by 128. I'm going to make it a 512, and then we'll shrink it from there. But I think this works overall, so... It's a cone? You're a cone. So we'll probably... Let's see. How thick do we actually want that to be? In terms of the graphics. If you give it stripes, will the stripes then rotate? Yeah, if we wanted to. So we've got it at... We want it to be 16 pixels wide, I think. Yeah, to be 16 pixels thick. And half of it will be the white interior and half of it will be the black exterior. Yep. Boop. Let's see. Go close this out. Discard that. We'll make a new one. Is that moving? Is what moving? Oop. Why will you not? select. I swear to God. I told you to add an alpha channel. Are you not adding it? There we go. Jesus. Select ellipse select. Turn off anti-aliasing. Everything there is cool. Select the Reno. There we go. And then we'll have to do minus 16 after we fill this one. Boop. So we'll do, let's see. We'll do minus 4. So we select and grow by 4. Oh, wait, no. Shrink by 4. Select shrink by 4. And then we'll make this solid white. And then we'll say select shrink by 4. And we'll make this solid black again. And then we'll say select shrink. Actually, no, it should have been select shrink by 8. I'm dumb. Select shrink again by 4. And then do that. And then select shrink by 4. And then we can just delete in there. And now we have our graphic. We're nice and done. Export that back out. Done. And that should be good to go. Now we can take that and pop it up out on the server, and then we can use the in-game tool to shrink it so it will actually not look so chunky, because I think it's just a little bit too chunky. Did I say that is untitled? I did. Delete that old one. And then we can rename this one. I don't know what the max size is in Hytale. I'm actually not sure what the max size of graphic is that we can put on it. Select shrimp. It's select what? It's ring select, my dude. We likes it chonky. Yeah, but chonky doesn't look quite good. It's a little too chonky. So I'm going to restart the server and try it again. PC Tech, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. That's super nice of you. I seen the Naruto Rasengan video for Hytale. I did. All they did, like, I actually thought it was quite cool because they used a one of the blend types that a lot of people aren't using. I showed it off earlier. It is the distortion blend type, which looks very, very good. Yeah, really good. Don't shrimp. It's bad for your back. I'll shrimp if I want to. There's not a damn thing you could do about it. I don't know how to pronounce it. Anime bullet, right? Just the Hytale and Hytale post I did, dude. The idea that they actually made Hytale play inside of Hytale as a mod is insane to me. That's actually wild. You can send mirror to my location. No, you can't. You can't do it. Because I already ate food. You can't do that. It's Rasengan. Rasengan? All right. Is it Rasengan or Rasengan? I wonder if it's a common issue or maybe some mod breaking it. What are you talking about? No more for the teleporters to bug out. Sometimes it doesn't teleport when it walks through. Oh, no, it's just a bug, dude. Yeah, no, it's just got a ton of bugs. Rasengan? I'm going to say Ramengan. Which is the most terrifying thing, honestly. When the ramen's gone. Yeah, ramen. All right. Now we have a big old targeting reticle that looks really silly, so we're going to change that up. But you get the idea. There you go. Make that even smaller, actually. That might even be too large. Wow. Look how nice and clean that one is. It's warbling. Look at the warbling. Yeah, so we can use really nice, clean graphics for that. That looks really good. And I'll make a spell that does the same size. Yeah, that's good. How'd you get it like that? Made a cleaner graphic. That's all. A larger graphic. And now we got to make it so that it works. But look at that. Now it works on snow. It works off the snow. It just looks really good. And now I can print screen this, and I'm going to send it over to Jake, because he can't see stuff right now. Did I add the glow to it? That is added using the effect type that I'm using. So something that's kind of cool with this, if we go into here, and we go into erosion, erosion will add a glow around it, but also distortion is really interesting. Which is, do you see along the snow, do you see how that looks really weird right there? See how crazy that looks along the edge of the snow there? That's the distortion effect from this, blending over it. So what we can do is the thing that I did earlier, which is quite fun, is we'll go in here and we're going to change the particle graphic to something else. Make something like light beam. Let me do this. Let me just select that, and then I'll make this quite big, I think. We'll make that like 1.0 for that, and then we'll do this. And look at that. Earthquake effect. That cool? For that energy bolt that they made, it's just that. It makes anything inside of that reticle wobbly. That's all. Yep. It's cool though. Like it's a really I'm really glad that they did full blend modes with particle effects, because you can do some insane shit with this. It's triggering your motion sickness a bit. Yeah, a little bit. I can see that. Alright, we'll grab that. We'll change this back to our custom graphic. Particles. Textures. Basic. Ring selector. We'll change this back to 0.15. And then we'll change this back to erosion for the blend mode. There we go. We got our effect, and that looks good. Now I need to find out a couple of things. One, we're going to change this, because right now right now it's the built-in. I've just changed the graphics on the built-in, so we're going to change it to a custom asset. And then number two, we need to find out why it turns red. Where in the code is this actually changing it to red? Which I don't know where that is yet. So the preview right here is the spawner that's using it, which is the bounding radius. We're going to change the bounding radius as well to 50. So that should fix that problem. Now we can send it farther, maybe? Nope. Still not working. So what is causing this to be short in terms of range? Is important. Bounding radius. I don't know what is important does as a flag. Is there a distance render mode? Let's look in here. You were in school, now you have a fever. What'd you miss? We've made a targeting reticle for our AoE spells, which turned out really nice.
Captain Red _ Beard said I'm the captain now.
Dear God. He's the captain. The horror. But this is the new targeting reticle, which I think looks a lot cleaner, you know? And I'm going to have it draw a rune on it eventually as well. We'll do a different rune for each type of magic, I think. You're pretty sure it's something that checks for collision that's making it red? Yeah, I just don't know where that exists, is what I'm saying. So there's no distance on this one. There's no distance on this one. Bounding radius, 50, is not a distance effect. Is there a distance on this one? Target node name is G1. See, that's the problem. Target node name is a little bit weird, right? What is this color? That's blue. So that's not even the right color. The hell? That doesn't make any sense. Hitbox. The hitbox is a little bit weird. Let me go look at this and find out what that means. Because it might actually be the hitbox. Eye height should be 1.6, not 0.9. That's incorrect. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I suppose it's a JSON file? Yeah, it's JSON. Let's go look at this. Texture fireball. Trap blocky model. What is the fireball texture being used for? The hell is this thing? It's a model asset. Light. Hitbox. This is really weird, right? The animations in this are... Okay, so this is actually the deployable model asset itself. So that's not what we care about. This is the activate trap, which we also don't really care about. That's got the deployable preview in it. And signature energy, which we also just don't care about. Huh. Huh. The reticle is looking so much better now, so nice job, thanks. I'm trying to find out how this is getting changed. And why it's disappearing at range. Because there's our fire trap preview Circle GS. So we're going to change the name of this. We're going to rename that to Spell Selector Circle. Spell Selector Circle. So we're renaming that. And we'll go in here. And we're going to grab that. And we're going to change this to Spell Selector Circle. Right? And I'm going to see what breaks. Because something's going to break when we do that. No? Nothing's gonna break, huh? Oh, it looks like it puts it slightly above the ground, which is quite interesting. I may want to change that. Nothing's going to break, huh? Huh. Huh. I have a deep concern. Earth. Collapsing Earth instant. Spawn deployable from Raycast. Let's go look at the weapon itself. When we go to the weapon, we say player animations ID. Drop down animation. None of this matters. We go to weapon. Stat modifier is damage Earth. That doesn't matter. Interactions primary. Interactions 0. Stats condition. Stats condition is the cost of deployable preview. Next, we do a type replace with the default value of the interaction of collapsing Earth instant with our fire trap config. So let's look at fire trap config, which is going to be back on the Hytale side. I guess we did the variable as fire trap config. What does it set it to? What? Render deployable preview is the other thing. Clips geometry drops on death. What if the deployable itself is why it's turning red? Right? Let's go look at this. Because we have deployable fire trap and deployable fire trap preview. The hitbox. I bet it's the hitbox. On this. Yeah. 0.4, 0.4. We're going to change all this. Height is less than 0. Okay, so we got to do 0.1 across all these? Is that what it's mad about? Why is it failing a bunch? Hold up. Failed to validate asset? It thinks that 0.0 is 0.1. Oh, now it doesn't. Alright, whatever. It's only doing it on vertical surfaces. So the hitbox can't be that small? I think what it's doing is it's cutting inside of objects when it's on the sides. Also, thank you for the rating party of 6. Shader Theory, hope you're having a good day. I think what's happening is it's doing a detection, and then it's doing that. You think it's raycast in its params? I mean, it is raycast, technically, because we're using a raycast to determine where this is going to go, but I think what it's doing is it's doing a hitbox here. I'm going to try to get rid of the hitbox. Hitbox can't be null. So we actually do need a hitbox. Can we not have this as 0? It cannot be 0. When we're doing it as a preview, because it's a model asset. No, even at 0.001, it will still cut inside of the object, because we are flush with the object on the side. I think this is kind of odd that it needs a hitbox for this, for detecting that. Yeah. Hitboxless things wouldn't be of any use, effectively. Technically, it would be, though. Wait. Oh, it's still doing the invalid one. It's still doing the other one. So if we set that to what it was set at before, let me go get rid of that. And that. And we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of that. We'll go to this one. So that was negative 0.4. So you can't set it to 0, but you can set it to negative. All right, man. That's a bit weird. And this one is 1.3. And somehow that's valid? How does one have a negative... Is it choosing the central point from the center, then? Like, the origin point is probably at the center, and it's going to the left, and it's going to the right from there? That's the only thing I can think of at this point. Good morning, Dr. J. Hope you're having a good day, dude. It might be doing that. I'm mostly just interested in, like, maybe we can get the visuals for this. There's no detail box for it, so... I wonder if the detail box is the visualized boxes for this. Eye height was also set to 0.9 instead of 1.6. Which is a little bit weird. Because eye height in the game is 1.6. So I don't know why they've done that. And this is using the fire trap blocky model. Which I don't know what that model looks like yet. Let's see. Let me see here. We've got crouch offset, eye height, the texture. The only thing I can think of is that this is the hitbox that's interacting with it wrong. But there's got to be more to this, so I'm going to keep looking. We got to get the rest of this back out. because we've got the actual fire trap itself. That's after it gets loaded. We've got fire trap preview, which is the spawner, which I think I already did this. Yeah, this is the one that does circle and center. So we've changed that out already. We've got the particle effect that's here, which I did the circle for that. And fire trap preview, which is there. And the bounding radius, which I would expect to be like the distance the particle can be created at, but that's not it at all. So it's a little bit weird. It's kind of strange. I don't know why that's like that. Yeah. Very weird, actually. Let's see. It looks like it thinks you're placing the object instead of casting a particle. Yeah, because I think it is, technically. Because what we're doing is we're doing a spawn deployable from raycast. And a deployable is like an object, but the object shouldn't have collision. So if it thinks it should have the space to place an object with no collision, that might be the problem. If that makes sense. So I don't know if that's a bug or if that's something we can change a setting for somewhere. And if we can change a setting for it, then great, you know. Let me go back and look into our particle effects. Because I think that particle system is donezo. Not projectile, please. Where is particles? There we go. Particles, particles, particles. It's not a bug, it's a feature. You're a feature. Yeah, we got explosion, frostbolt small, firebolt small, firebolt big. Firebolt projectiles. Where did my... Is it under combat? Did I put that? Impact, misc, fire, spawners, impact, fire. Did I put this in a weird spot? Is it under test? Fire spawners? Fire trap test. Preview. Selector circle. Okay, we gotta move this. That's gotta get moved. I'll move it in the files. Go grab it up here. Export asset. There we go. And we're gonna go into server and then particles. And then we'll reload from here. We'll do this, that, and this, because it's stupid. And we'll move those around. And then it should be under, I think, combat at that point. Fire stick doesn't need to exist. We got rid of all that, so we can get rid of fire stick. Let's see if impact has anything in it. I don't think it does. Impact, misc, fire, spawners. Impact, fire, particle spawner. I think I got rid of that. I don't think I'm using that. Let's get rid of impact. We don't need that. We do combat, and then I'll do basics under combat, which is, I think, the right way to do this. So I'll grab this. We'll go into spawners for this one. Test fire. Spawners. Spell selector circle. And then we can go grab it here and put it under combat. Yoop. And then under fire, take this fire trap preview. And we'll go under inside of particles. We've got particles projectiles, I think it is. I'll probably change the name of this from projectiles to spells. But we should delete test now. We don't need that. We'll take projectiles and we'll pull that completely out. And then we'll put projectiles under combat, which I think will be that. And we'll change the name of it to spells. What's up? Oh, I know, right, Natris? That's just kind of how it is. People are wild, dude. One guy rage baited chat was funny. Just don't fall for the rage bait, man. Like, dude, the way to look at it is this, man. That's all that dude has. Just let him have it. Like, right? If that's all he's got going on, like, whatever, man. Like, you know, like, that sucks, honestly. We're going to do spells, and I'll probably do a directory in here called generic. Do combat. Spell selector particle spawner. I have it right there. And we'll go into here, and we'll say directory, and we'll say lapsing earth. Then we can go into this one, and we can put our fire trap preview particle system in there. Go under explosion. I think we should probably take, instead of explosion, we could probably put these under firebolt for each one of these. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, I think it does. So I think I'll start doing that. I'll grab these and throw these away. Deleting a bunch of garbage. There we go. He's at the anyone who says something I disagree with is lying stage. Yeah, I mean, like, it's easy to fall into that trap, though, man. Like, it super is. And, like, I understand the necessity of needing something. Whatever that thing is. Be like, I've got the thing that I care about, right? It's the thing that I care about. But, like, dude, if the only thing that you care about is negative, you're not hurting me. You're not hurting the community. That shit sucks for you, man. Like, you should have something you care about that you like or is good. That's just going to damage your experience, not mine. Like, damn, dude. When I say I feel bad for you on that shit, I mean that. Like, that's a shit way to have your day. All right, let's pull these explosions out. I'm going to go put these under their individual spells. This will be much easier to set this up. No, I hate everything all the time. Rough, dude. Like, good luck, I guess. All right, we'll go into Firebolt. I'm going to start putting the special effects for each of these into their own folders for it. So Firebolt with all of his explosions, Frostbolt with all of his explosions, and that way we can keep everything nice and clear and clean, right? The same thing for, like, projectiles themselves. We'll put that under Firebolt Projectile, and then we'll make it like Firebolt Explosion as a folder in there, and I think that's going to make things a lot cleaner. So we'll say Explosion like this, and then inside of that, I'll go into here, and I'll take these 3 Explosion Firebolts. And we can just dump that in there. Oh, I accidentally put the Frostbolt one in there, too. Boo. That's a lot of folders. It is, but it's organization. Like, a big part of setting up what we're doing right now in the beginning is making sure that the organization is correct for what I'm trying to do for the future. Having good organization for spell number 1 means that every spell that comes after that is faster, right? All right. Because we have, basically we have combat, then spells, then inside of spells we have Firebolt. All of Firebolt's particle systems for its projectile, and then inside of that we have the explosion as well, and then all of the particle systems for both of its large and small explosions. So everything for Firebolt is in one folder for Firebolt under a section called Combat Spells. Right? Nice and organized. Nice and clean. This music right here is exactly where I think of Potioncraft. Firebolt Projectile Particle System. Firebolt Projectile Particle System. I have duplicates. Frostbolt Projectile Particle System. I got dupes. I got dupes! Okay, so then we can take this, and we can go into here and do new directory explosion. There we go. There we go. Let's get rid of the guy. What is he making? I'm organizing our spells right now. So everything is just set up for explosion, projectiles, and I think we're good to go. So under spells, we've got our firebolt. Instead of firebolt, we have our projectile, like spawners and everything in there, which I'll probably put that in there as well. Under that, we have explosion for big explosion, which I need to move all of this stuff out of there and like fix that up. So that's got to get cleaned. And then small explosion. It looks like explosion firebolt small is not working correctly. Or did I use the same spawners? That's a bit weird. Yeah, I gotta fix this up. And then spawners in this one. Oh, it's under firebolt small and then spawners, that's why. Yeah, so we've got explosion. Oh wait, no, frostbolt, firebolt small is missing its spawners. That's a little bit weird. Hold up. Explosion, firebolt small, explosion. Is this still using the basic ass ones? It is. I need to recreate all of those. So we'll be doing that. Explosion, firebolt big is using all the special spawners that we recreated. So I need to go through and modify those effects to make them more uniquely ours, because right now it's using built-ins, so we can change them up. Yeah. WinSCP seems like a better file browser than with built-in Windows. Yeah, it's really nice. I really like WinSCP a lot. Okay, so projectiles we can now get rid of. If we go to combat, it's got spells. Particles. I could probably do combat, and then we change the name of that to player spells. Projectiles we can now get rid of. We don't need that anymore, I believe. I want to make sure. Frostbolt. Yeah, projectiles right there. 1, 3, 2, 3. 1, 3, 3, 3. Wait. Wait. That was changed on 119. That was changed on 116. Why is that weird? Let's go look at Frostbolt. We don't even use these ones. Well, that's a bit weird, right? We're using the ones under projectiles Frostbolt. It's overriding the original ones, and I don't really know why. Yeah, that's really odd. So I'm using these. Huh. Let's keep cleaning this up. This is a little bit strange. So inside of Firebolt, there's actually projectile... Firebolt projectile core, sparks, and trail that got made on the 19th. But for some reason, it's also got these ones down here under projectiles, and I don't really know why the system is doing that, so I'm going to clean this up. We're just going to take all of these, we're going to delete them, and we're going to go from there. And we'll make a new one called projectile. And then we'll take the Firebolt projectiles in here. I'll go make a new folder in this, a work folder, and I'll start dragging and dropping these out. Time to clean everything up. Excuse me, sir. Grab that. Dump all these. It's grabbing them. It's got all my files now, and then we can go back over here. We can go to projectile, grab that, and dump that in there. So that's Firebolt projectile done. Yeah, a little bit weird. I don't know why that's doing that. So we'll have Firebolt and explosion and projectile, and then explosion, firebolt, big. We've got all these spawners. I don't want them in there. I'm going to put all of the particle effects for the entire thing, including the particle system, in the root folder for that, so that way it's not as ridiculous. Waiting for it. We'll go into here. Now we've got all the spawners like that inside of the same folder. You don't like supporting gambling on Kick? I would be really interested to see if they offer any deals for partners that do not involve gambling on their website. Because if Kick wants to be a legitimate platform, they need to offer interactions where you don't have to sign on to a gambling agreement. That's the biggest thing to me, because I don't like gambling. I'm not a fan of that shit at all. And every time I ever hear anything about that platform, it's that people are forced into contracts so they have to, like, support stake as well or some shit. My status updates in Discord now update everyone like a DM. What? You won't even make an account on Kick because of the gambling side of things? Yeah, I have an account on there because when they first launched, I was like, oh shit, we should make an account. And I'm glad I did so that nobody has my name, but like, whatever, you know. But 95.5 is irrelevant when you're not running ads. I know that's kind of weird, right? But like, we run an entire animal rescue off of ad revenue, my dude. Like, I cannot stress to you enough how incredibly beneficial that is. Like, we make advertisers pay for animal welfare. Think about that for a moment. Yeah. Is this Game Maker? No. No, this is not Game Maker, bud. Actually, Kick contracts are based around Plinko? What do you mean it's based around Plinko? Now, you're going to have to explain that one to me. Kick contracts are based around Plinko. It's literally not possible to have a contract without gambling. How is that based around Plinko? I know what Plinko is, but like, how is it? I don't want you to say Google this. I want you to show me what receipts you have that make sense of your statement, dude. It's a gambling joke? Okay. Yeah, I was like, what are you, like, that's why I was like, what are you talking about? Because I know what Plinko is. Yeah, that's why I was like, what the hell? Says a strange statement. Forgets to kappa. All right. So, Collapsing Earth, that's going to be that one. Firebolt is Explosion and Projectile. We've got those folders. Frostbolt is Explosion. We'll make another one for Projectile. New Directory. Projectile. Take all these. Throw... Actually, those are the ones we throw away, right? Yeah, it is. We take these ones. Huh. What do you mean error? Shut up. Retry it. Oh, is it because I have this open? It is. It's legit mad. That file is open, you can't transfer it. Wait, what? Is it still open somewhere? No? Abort, I guess? Refresh this? Excuse me, sir? Okay, works fine this time, whatever. Now we can take Projectiles, the folder, and delete it. Cool. And then we can go over here to Projectile under Frostbolt and take Projectiles and put them in there. Explosion, Frostbolt small. Spawners. Take these spawners. Hold up. Delete that. Delete that. Grab that. Put it over here. You've acquired soup? Hell yeah. Alright, good. Our explosion is in there. We have the explosion effect for the small one. Now we can do projectile. Projectile is in here as well. So Frostbolt is finished. And under our generic, we now have spell select through circle. That's done. Explosion under Firebolt has both small and large, but small doesn't have its individual effects. We'll handle that later. Not too worried about that for right now. And Firebolt, projectile, core, and everything else for the projectile there. And then Collapsing Earth, we need to make an explosion. Directory called Explosion. And we'll take this effect and put it inside of there. Off it goes. And now we can go back to particles. We can take Explosion and we can delete it. And we can go into this and we can change combat on this. Rename that as player. Because we want this to be player-related spells. Actually, to be honest with you, I feel like we can just get rid of this subfolder. Particles combat. What time would we ever be using particles that are not combat related? If they are combat related, it should be used by anybody. I'm going to grab these. I'm going to restructure this a little bit. Be gone out of the folder. A vanilla soy latte is a 3-bean soup. Honestly true. Yeah, we'll have crafting particles and things like that. So I'm going to do combat. And combat will have all the castable spells. And then block. And then, like, structure. Right? Things like that. But I just don't need combat player. There's no definition that needs that. So we'll delete all this out. Be gone. Is your coffee a soup? Yes. It's just these are all combat spells. So it's like, let's have a combat folder for the combat spells. What about combat not player? Then I'll still go under combat. I want enemies to cast the same spells as you. Is water a bacteria soup? Yes. Is tea a soup or is soup a tea? Tea is a soup. Alright, now we restart the server.
Mindstormsman said make games on paper even. You don't even need a computer. Document a strange way to throw rocks.
Fair, yeah. 100%. You are also a soup? You're 5 soups. You're actually a Wellington. Yeah. Did Ferret Software restart? No announcement. If Ferret Software restarted and there was no announcement, it's because Shay was asleep at the time. Let me check. Yeah, it restarted 3 hours ago. It does it every 48 hours, and there's like nothing I can do about this. Go announce this. There we go. Do ferrets like snow? Some of them do. We brought it in a couple times before and then like put it on a plate for them to play around in. If it never restarts, how do we get a higher watch streak? Dude, I have no idea. That'd be kind of funny, actually. Alright, that's done. Yeah, some of them like playing in it. Newton fluid is a soup? What is Newton fluid? Okay, this is still working correctly. This is still working correctly. Perfect. Works just fine. Now we've got our targeting reticle, but it looks like it's still bound to a distance. There's got to be something that's stopping this. I just don't know what it is, man. What is causing that to disappear at that distance? Can you melt the ice? I mean, if I want to. I set something up to do a block interaction and do it that way. Ability cast distance? I mean, there's nothing that I can find in here that does this. And I'm starting to get lost trying to find it. Didn't the raycast have a limit? That could be it. But we're not even interacting with that right now. Where's our config? Hold up. No. Interactions. Primary. Interactions. On failed. We don't care about that. On next. Varus Firetrap config. Default value. Interactions. Spell Collapsing Earth Instant. Let's go into Spell Collapsing Earth Instant. Go to this. Is there a distance for this? Because this is after the model cast. It's spawn deployable from raycast. This is not Yeah, max placement distance is 200. So that's not it. That's not it at all. Yeah, because if we look at spell targeter active, right? Activate. Spell selector circle, which is our effect. The spell selector circle is the particle spawner. So where spell selector circle gets called from is what causes this. And spell targeter is the variable, but that's not even working right now. So new collapsing earth instant. We trigger the cooldown of ID fire trap. Spell targeter deactivate is what goes off. Deployable fire trap preview. The model preview. Wait. Model preview. Deployable fire trap preview. What the hell is that? That's this one. So if that's the model preview, if this system ID is Fire Trap Preview GS, let me go look at Fire Trap. We changed the Fire Trap Preview GS earlier, so we've changed that to something else. What is Fire Trap Preview GS? What does this one look like? That's the spell selector circle. Okay, so that shit doesn't matter. Is important true, fixed rotation true, bounding radius 50. So, if that's not setting the bounding radius, what the hell is? What is causing this? This is set to bounding radius 50. Let's do 200 and apply that. It's still got a distance. Why? Why? And if I click out there, it doesn't actually cast it either. There has to be something in there, dude. No, it doesn't change. Like, if I change it to 200, it doesn't change anything. Player interaction distance? Could it be? Is it interaction view distance? How do we up that? That is the max distance for mining? Wait, what? You can mine all the way out there? Like, if I click that. Oh my god, you might be right. It's the max interaction distance. God damn it. We have to find a way to fix that. We have to find a way to fix that. We can't base this off of max interaction distance. It's supposed to be a raycast. It's supposed to be a raycast, man. That's not supposed to be an interaction distance. At least I understand now. Is that a Java fix? It might be. But it's going to be feedback either way, because bounding radius should be the radius that you are interacting with a thing for that. That should be defining the distance at which you can do an interaction in this way. Do you have to create a distance per spell? You can't change the interaction distance. That's not a changeable one. Like, that's a huge problem, actually. Trying to remove the RAM sticks from your PC? Dude, yeah, hell yeah. Is the book a pickaxe as an item? No, it's not a pickaxe. No. I don't think the book actually has a thing for this. Earth. Good weapon, collapsing earth. I don't think there's a variable for that, is there? For interaction distance? Is there? Where would that be under? Not an asset editor? Is it like a hard-coded value that we can play with in Java? I can make an invisible bunny. You can do that. Ooh, I have a stupid idea. I have a stupid idea. We get rid of the targeting reticle, and I make a very fast bullet that when it hits the target, launches the spell. So that it is automatically only hitting line of sight. And we make it do the thing there. You can definitely tweak the interaction distance through Java, but the thing is I only want to tweak the interaction distance for this one specific interaction. That's the problem. And since it's in real time, if we look at this, it's constantly running with this targeting reticle. We can't. Because that means you'd be tweaking that interaction distance the entire time that this value is up while it's being displayed. I just don't think that that works. I think that there is a better way, and I think using a projectile is the right way to do it. I did learn this, though. This is kind of cool. This is like a neat system that I put together, and I quite like it, but, you know, I think there's a better way. You can make a custom interaction for it, likely, but to be real with you, projectile is the right way to do it. Go for this. Yeah, normally you stand on the ground. Yeah, you do. You do stand on the ground. And, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'll just shoot it, right? Shoot it at the target. If it hits a target, we'll just choose the block underneath him as the thing. Look at him. Look at his terrifying little Buscemi eyes. Outrageous, dude. There you go. Glory to him. Oh God, what? What's the problem? Is there a problem? Just mowing the grass, chat. That's all. What's the problem, chat? Oh, snow's kind of deep today, huh? That block? What block? Grass is looking a little tall today, huh? All right. So, we do this the cheese-ass way, which is... Let me think about this. We do a projectile that then does spawn deployable from raycast. The problem with spawn deployable from raycast is the way that that system works is it has to have a space for the deployable to go off. It's a little bit weird because a deployable doesn't always need collision. So a little bit odd. Long lemon? Why are you sending me long lemons, dude? You sent me a long lemon block, dude. What is this shit? Amazing, actually. Incredible. Deeply horrific. Truly. Lemon. Nice. I'm gonna go take that graphic now. I'm gonna save it. One sec. Calling it blocklemon.png. We're throwing it up on the server. Common block textures. There we go. I'm able to break blocks with raycast, cast max interact by changing the selector distance. Where are you changing the selector distance? Arcane? Because we're not using an actual selector on this. As odd as that is, Because I can do that too when you're doing it that way. I know this is weird, but you don't use a raycast selector to do a spawn deployable in that way. It's a little bit weird. Can this be done in Hytale? What is this? Nothing is displaying for me. Yeah, it's just solid black, dude. I don't know what that is. Waiting on ads. What are you talking about? Real Carm? It's a 250-hour-long short somehow? Oh, that's funny. Jake is back. Jake, I am full of sadness. I'm full of sadness, Jake. I'll show you. All right, we're back. So you see this cool graphic? This is the new graphic that I made for like AoE reticles. Looks nice. Looks cool, right? Looks good. You see how it disappears? That's the player's interact distance. For some reason, we can't make particles past the player's interact distance, which is their block interaction radius. Yeah, oh, indeed. I'm just like, what the hell, man? So my solution to this is to not have a targeting reticle. As cool as that is, as nice as it looks, right? I'm going to get rid of a targeting reticle. I'm going to have it do a raycast to a location, and then after it raycasts to a location, we'll spawn a deployable at that location and have them be able to cast it. The problem with this is this will likely not give a good enough indicator to the player as to where they're shooting the spell, but we also do the same thing in Blockgame, so I think that's fine. Look at the repair kit. It actually had an infinite interact distance. I did hear about that. However, I don't necessarily want an infinite interact distance, right? Because that could lead to really scary, spooky other shit. Because of forest fire, that's a mem. I mean, I guess we could try the infinite interact distance just to see if we can do spooky shit with it, you know. Repair. Item repair. Where is it? Tool. Repair kit. Crude. Was that the one? Interaction config. All entities? Hell does that mean? What does interaction config mean? What does display outline? Hold up. We've got some weird shit. We're going to go to Earth. I didn't realize there was an interaction config section. That may actually solve our problems directly. Interaction config. Display outlines. What does that mean? I have no goddamn idea because it's not doing anything. All entities. Sure. Debug outlines. Use distance. I'd like to know what all of these things are. None of that is doing anything so far. But we can use distance and kind of go from there. Use distance. We're going to get rid of all of these. Adventure mode. Adventure mode is 50. Wait, is that somehow shorter? Is 50 tiny? Oh, there we go. Holy shit, it fixed the problem. Good. I had to switch off the item and switch back onto it. So now you want to get up high. And then your radius is 50. That works. Sniping fireball? Kind of. You'll want to get high up. Which means mages want to be on the hills. Which is cool. There, wait. It looks like your interaction distance when you're in creative mode inherently goes up. Dork. Nope, did it wrong. Ow. Get out of here. So we can snipe all the way out to there. That seems a little excessive. That's a bit far, maybe. You know? That's a bit far. Projectiles kind of go in a distance, though. They just go. I think it's good here. I think this is actually good. Now, the problem is, the next one, why is that turning red on the edges of things? And that's the deployable problem, right? So we got to figure that one out next. Okay, we've got one part fixed. I didn't know that that would work. And we're also going to make another one of these and do creative mode. Make that 50 as well. Cool. I think it's a placement problem. It is. So the Collapsing Earth Targeter actually does an interaction where it turns on Spell Targeter Activate. Spell Targeter Activate, in this case, let me show you. We'll say Targeter. Spell Targeter Activate actually turns on a variable called Deployable Preview, right? And Collapsing Earth Targeter is the one that turns that on. And then that Deployable Preview goes into... Where is it? Where's our particle effects? Be gone with all this bullshit. I need the particles, damn it. I don't know where our particles are. There we go. Particles, Combat, Collapsing Earth, Explosion, Fire Trap Preview, GS. So we have to go back into Fire Trap, which is the basic one from Hytale itself. And this bounding radius doesn't really matter. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. And we grab this Spell Selector Circle with a fixed rotation, and Spell Selector Circle is the generic particle that we made that shows the particle lifespan and gives us all the information. Now, the interesting part about this is that is creating a deployable, which is our explosion afterwards, right? And then deployable Fire Trap Preview, that right there, is the one goes off for this. So looping, grow, and idle. And that's it. So this is the thing that has a hitbox. And if we delete the hitbox, it can't be null. So for some reason, their deployables need to have a hitbox. That's the issue. And the fact that it needs to have a hitbox is why it can't be deployed on the sides of things, because its hitbox is intersecting with other blocks. Which, I'm going to be honest with you, is kind of stupid. Deployables shouldn't always have to have a hitbox. So I think that is the issue right now. And I think I should raise that as a bug, because a hitbox of 0 should be allowable on something that you're going to have that is not destroyable. Might be worth asking the devs about this. Yeah, I'm going to raise it as a bug or a question, more likely, and be like, yo, why is hitbox on this? You know? Did you increase the parameter increase work it? Yeah, the parameter increase worked. So thank you guys for bringing that up. We could keep the hitbox and just change the behavior on collision. No, we can't change the behavior on collision as far as I can tell. We might be able to. I just don't know where, if that's the case. But the hitbox is something we really don't need for this. Legitimately so. So now when we do this, it's not going to function anymore. It can't. It has to have that. Trying to make new mobs? I'm not trying to make new mobs right now. I'm trying to build our combat system. Combat system is the most important thing, because if I can get the combat system working, you can play the game, even in a shitty format. There's two things that I need working. I need gathering plants to work, and I need the combat system to work. Combat system requires very basic interactions. This is one of those basic interactions. Yeah.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said only 3 Sith Lords have appeared in the Star Wars movies. 4, if you count Dooku.
God damn it. You're actually right. Hitboxless is the way in this situation, if it would allow us to, but it doesn't. It doesn't allow us to do this. We have to have a hitbox. And the hitbox also can't be set to 0. So if you set it to 0, it screams and shits up the right side of my screen, as you can see. So it has to be set to something else. And in this case, it's set to like negative 0.1 is fine. As funny as it is. And then 0.1 on this side. And then 0.1 there. And now it shouldn't have a problem anymore. Maybe it does. Yeah, now it doesn't have a problem. But it's still cutting into that block on the side by doing that. So it's the hitbox. For sure it's the hitbox. Which is like not great, honestly. It's not good at all. Can we set this one to 0 for X? Okay, that works. Maybe we can get it to... Like, if I can get it to work on one side of an object... Maybe it's this other side? No. Maybe it's that side? No. Maybe it's not the hitbox. Bro, what is causing this? Make it a square? It's already a square. The particle that you're seeing is not the selector, my dude. The particle you're seeing is a visual representation particle. It's not actually what's being selected. So this doesn't work there. It doesn't work in any direction, is the problem. That is the issue. Yeah, not even in the centerpiece. Also, it doesn't work between blocks, so that means that they did raycasting correctly. Good. Can you place it under a block roof? Maybe. Yes. You can place it from underneath. Which is kind of weird, right? You just can't place it on the side. That's a bit weird. Why can you place it from underneath, but you can't place it from the side? What would be the reasoning for that? Top of the block isn't allowing? Yeah, it is. Top of the block works, bottom of the block works. Why the sides? The center isn't on a flat plane? That doesn't make sense. Where are you pointing? The center, right? Make the Z height large and see what happens. 20. Maybe it's not the hitbox. Maybe it's something else, man. I'm thinking it's something else at this point. Let's keep digging. Yeah, let's keep digging. Something's different. It's something weird. It's because it's casting from the air? In the air? No. It's nothing like that. Something's strange here. It's not being affected when you change the values. Exactly. So something is... This is not what we're looking for. We're looking for something completely different. So if this is actually the trap preview... We still haven't found what turns it red, by the way. And the base color is set to this. Position offset, we're going to change that back down to 0.1, by the way. Because I don't like how high up it was. I like it slightly above that, but let's go into here real quick and see if we can change that. Change the position offset to 0. 5? Is this not... Wait a minute. Is this not using deployable fire trap preview? Is this not using this model asset? This is supposed to be using this model asset. What? What? Okay, so fire trap in read only. Deployable fire trap preview. Deployable fire trap. What doing? What if it isn't using this shit at all? What if it was never using the preview? What if this is the exact same problem as before, where there's stuff in here for the fire trap that just isn't working? I bet it is. Is it better than Minecraft modding? Yes. Yeah, it is. Dramatically so. Fire trap preview. I bet it is. I bet there's something stupid happening here. I bet there's something super stupid happening here. Fire trap preview GS. Fire trap preview. Why are there so many versions of this? They have a test version and a non-test version, and they both override each other, and they're dumb. Nah, it's not a server restart situation. It's a let's go replace the entire ability situation. All right, we're going to go to Blockgame. We're going to go grab all this stuff. I'm going to probably blow up each piece of this. Activate trap is the stats condition right here. Cost is going to be signature energy. That is not what we want. So probably change this to a change stat. And stat modifiers here in deployable preview will remove that. And behavior set. Remove the costs. Value absolute. And then next is what we want on this. Is there nothing after this? Okay. Let's start off with Earth. Let's see what we do from Earth, right? Spell collapsing Earth weapon. We go to interactions. We look at the interactions. We do a stats condition. We go to next to replace. The interaction is spell collapsing Earth instant. We go spell collapsing Earth instant. We spawn deployable from Raycast. The configuration is ID fire trap. And the model is deployable fire trap preview for the model preview. Live duration. What is live duration? Invulnerable. Wireframe debug visuals. This might be where we do this. Hold up. It's broken now. I broke it. Somehow. Oh, wait, that's why. Hey, remember that change I made that didn't do anything? Hey, it did something now. So it wasn't updating in real time, but now it's suddenly updating in real time. I lose my goddamn mind, dude. So when we change Fire Trap Preview, I have to go back to Earth, go to Spell Collapsing Earth Instant, change something on that, and then go back over to here. And now it'll actually update. Okay, so that only updates when I change something else that is using it. That's an editor bug. That is an editor bug, my dude. Because changing it doesn't actually change it. Watch this. So we go check this out. I'm going to go close all these. Get out of here. Get. There's too many damn bullshits open. And they're all differently sized. Okay, there we go. We'll go into Spell Collapsing Earth Instant, right? And we're also going to open up Fire Trap. And we'll grab Fire Trap Preview. Under Fire Trap Preview, you can see that this is kind of close to the ground right now. And under Fire Trap Preview, we can set the position offset to now be 5 in the sky. And you'll see, it doesn't update. Even if I get rid of it, change the weapon back, still doesn't update. However, if I then go into here, and I make a change, and then change it back, any change at all, it suddenly updates. So what's happening here is that even though we're updating this, it doesn't take those changes until we hit this one, because this one right here is actually the one that's using those changes as a config. So I don't think it's a bug, it's just really goddamn weird feeling. So after you update a config like this, you have to go and update it. Whack, dude. Alright. Live duration, model scale. This is all the stuff we have to change now. Failed. If we do failed interaction, then it does that again. If we do wireframe debug visuals, start radius, end radius, height, radius change over time, damage interval, damage cause, reference to damage cause, fire. It's a bit weird. Apply effects. Flame staff burn. We're going to remove apply effects. Attack owner. Attack team. Attack enemies. That's very interesting. Because attack owner isn't set, but it's still lighting me on fire. Not a bug, but definitely a quality of life improvement. Needed at some point. Agreed. Yeah, it's a oddity is what it is. Max live count. So I'm going to have 3 of those at a time. Okay, so the strangeness here is that when we use a config for spawn deployable from Raycast, we end up having this problem. Let's keep looking at this. Spell target or deactivate, trigger cooldown. I think that all needs to trigger cooldown when we actually do the thing. Right? This does an interaction called simple with a runtime of 0.5 if it fails. That does nothing. Hold up. Source. Okay. Okay, that's a bit weird, man. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna save that. Yeah, that wasn't even required. I don't know why that was in there. Alright, that's fixed. We're just cleaning shit up. For this interaction, it does the spell target or deactivate, and it does the trigger cooldown. When we cast this, there's no cooldown, and then the cooldown should start there. But there's no cooldown on the item, because we don't have item utility on it, do we? So we're going to go to Earth, spell Earth Instant, and we're going to go look at Weapon Earth Instant. We'll go all the way to the top. We'll go to Categories. Items utility is there. What is the cooldown on this thing? Does casting an ability that does the cooldown not actually work? That may be the issue. The shrimple response? This has no meaning other than shrimp joke? Shrimp. I think that may actually be the problem. Because we don't have a cooldown on this. Maybe if we do that. Oh, that was weird. Now it's just casting it. Which is not what I wanted. It's just casting it. It's just casting it always. We'll get rid of that cooldown. So the cooldown of fire spell is not going off. I do like how there's a bit of spear upwards. It's going to do an explosion. Like, it'll just do like a punch. Honestly, dude, it'd be kind of cool if we got like a big stone fist that just like punched out of the ground, right? Or like a big thumb. You know? Can the spell melt snow? Not currently, but I could make it do stuff like that. It's going to be a stone spell eventually, but right now we're just playing around with reticle. Yeah, like Big B's crushing hand, but Big B's punching fist, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'll grab this up. Let's see, what is this? Hytale stalactite model, you can have that erupt a bunch of spikes. It does have that, actually. Let's go look at this. Stalactite. But which one would we use? Maybe we could use a different one based on what stone is available? Might do that. Rice, what are you talking about, bud? Like, we're actually working on a game right now. If you be more specific, we could have a conversation, bud. Let's see here. Yeah, that's kind of sick looking. And it rotates each time randomly. Based on the random rotation. That's kind of neat. We just have that, like, shoot upwards out of it. There's a bunch of different ones, though. Like, what if we did something like... like that, and then had it go, like... just... right? So I buy once for all systems? It's buy once. As far as I know, it's buy once. You have it in your account. You also make a bone prison spell with that? You could. I mean, it's just meant to be, like, really simple shit right now, right? I like the idea of having it just jut that out of the ground. Oh, what is large icicles? Okay, that's kind of neat. And we can make our own, too. Honestly, we could have a giant fish just shoot out of the ground and then flash a middle finger and then disappear into the ground again. That's how you do it, right? Full-on block animation, dude. Just, and then slowly slides back into the ground, right? Frost AoE for the slow. In this case, it's going to be stone, though. We're using a stone ability. I kind of like the volcanic the most. I feel like it should somehow match the texturing of the ground underneath it, you know? Because that's what Collapsing Earth did. Terminator thumps. Terminator thump. This game better than Ashes? I mean, to be honest with you, Ashes got a lot of serious problems right now that they aren't handling. Is that a vanilla texture? All of this stuff is vanilla textures. Yeah. I'm not using it. I mean, this one is, you know, definitely a vanilla texture there. But the rest of this, yeah, absolutely vanilla textures. Yeah. Sort of like Terminator when he's shrinking. Yeah, sinking to the lava with the middle finger. Exactly. Now you're getting it. I think the raiding party of 2. Hope you're having a good day, dude. I am out of delicious waters. Good to see him working on games. I have been all week, my dude. And I work on other games off stream anyway. I work on Heartbound off stream, and I work on this on stream. Already got your own Hytale server to play with a friend? That's sick, dude. Hell yeah. Just waiting on ads.
Steel_generation with 500 bits said hello privateer hardware. In honor of Year of the Horse, I will a story about the majestic creature known as Marvelous Sunday. She's a young girl with the wish to make the whole world marvelous. She was once kidnapped by the CIA so they could harness her mystic powers.
What?
She freed herself by utilizing her domain expansion, pulling them into the marvelous universe. They were brainwashed into joining the cult of the marvelous and let her go home.
Bro, what?
The canon lore of Umamusume is wild.
That's completely insane. The multiplayer does not work right now? You mean in Hytale? Yeah, it does. We have a multiplayer server here, and when Jake has internet, we've been working on stuff together. But Jake has no internet today. So, F. Yeah, I didn't realize that the lore in that game went so hard. Yeah. Like, I had no idea. Blockgame is now has 2 demos? No, it doesn't. Minecraft Blockgame is not a demo, my dude. It's just free. His internet took a holiday. He had construction workers nearby, and they cut his internet, even though they said they weren't going to, and then they did. And now he's just internetless, which is kind of a big deal. So I told him to contact his ISP. Which means they made a mistake. What happens if you use code PIRATE and you buy this game? It gives me money, which is really nice of you. You don't have to do that. It is not required. It doesn't give you a discount. It's just nice. You're still around? Yeah, absolutely. I stream 6 days a week, man. Why would I go anywhere, right? Forced vacation after he worked through his real one? I know, right? Oh, that's true. I should tell him that. This is the universe telling you to take a real vacation. You want to know the worst part, though? He could just work on Hytale stuff offline, so it doesn't matter. It's not going to stop him. You're developing on a multiplayer server? Yeah, we're building a... You will see the changes immediately without having to restart the server? Yes. That is exactly why we're building it stuff in Hytale. Everything that I'm doing would be visible to him immediately. You take a week off and now there's a new Minecraft? You're goddamn right, Winky. You want to see something cool? Look at this. Fireball. And guess what? Charged up. Bigger fireball. And look at this. Crossbow. And look at this. Targeting reticle. Fire bullshit. Not done yet. Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's that. I'm a block now. Hey, kid. Kid, if you cut the grass and you free me, I promise I won't end the time of man. I promise. Yeah, it's not going to happen. You just have to free me out of the ground. That's fine. Just do it. I'm safe. I promise. Where you going? Where are you going? Want to see something cool? Want to see something really cool? We'll go to world, and we're going to go instance, and we're going to go to flat world. I want to show you, Winky, how much shit you can just change in this, right? Look at this. Big old flat world, right? You've seen that shit before. Weather, set, clear. Watch this. You can change all of the weather systems to whatever you want. You can change the clouds, you can change the fog, you can change the lighting and the sun. But most notably, you can change the moon. There it is. It's beautiful. Look at it. I can just traverse the sky. This is why nobody should give you power. It's too late, dude. I have all the power now. Also, your character model looks sick. Look at that. Look at that, dude. The character creator is fantastic, and you just get that character actually in-game. It's like Minecraft, but better in every possible way, my dude. We even made a liquid the other day. Like, making a new block is really simple and really fast. Do you want to see how to do it? Do you want to see how to make a new block? Look at this shit. See this? And we can just go into the block, and we'll go into block textures. Oh, I forgot to restart the server before. I have a new graphic on the server. Give me a moment. I'm going to go add a new one. We have a couple new graphics that I need to update. 1 minute. Where are they? Where are my beautiful graphics? It should be on here, and then textures. We have block Thor and block lemon. And I need to make items generated, and then icon Thor, and I'm going to put icon lemon as well. I'm going to show you how fast this works, too. If I had the settings turned on, which I don't right now, I'd be able to put this on the server without ever having it turned off, by the way. But right now I don't have that. So we're going to put it on the server and then do the restart. I've been waiting for the host to change the flag in our runtime for it. Don't forget to add curse, though. I saw the curse one. I don't want that one on the server. It freaks me out. Are you hosting the server on a VPS or local infra? I'm actually doing it through host, and that's it. Do the blocks taste good, though? You can make them taste good. You know how in Minecraft, where you wanted to make, like, a new crafting station, like a new crafting bench, you had to, like, do a whole bunch of weird bullshit and sacrifice one of the blocks from the video game, and then you made it so that that one specific block now could be interacted with, and it could never be in World Gen ever again? So you choose some kind of, like, weird debug block that was never used? Yeah, you don't have to do that shit. You just make a new block. You literally just make a new block now. It's crazy. What are you working on? Our MMO. We're porting it from Minecraft over to Hytale. And I'm working on spells and learning the asset editor. The first thing that I wanted to do was learn all the tools, and the tools are real weird right now. I've also been giving feedback and bug reports over to the devs. So one of the big ones that we gave yesterday was documentation. The .documentation variable inside of every single one of the things in the asset editor isn't actually displaying, even though they wrote them all. So they're just there, and they didn't know about it. So, because this is a 4-year-old build for them that they've only had a couple of months to work with. And that's it. So all that work, when they fix that, will be displayed to us, which will make our lives easier. Yep, and that's it. You giving feedback? Lol? Yeah, no, actually. And not only that, the devs actually showed up in the stream yesterday and asked me for that and wanted it and have been fixing stuff because of it. So it's exactly what we want to do. The devs are super responsive and fantastic, dude. It will be amazing when they get it fixed. So let's go and build this now. Yeah, the Hytale devs are awesome, dude. All right, we're going to go back into block now and grab this. We'll go block lemon. Go back into here. We'll go into block textures, do this, and then we can change that to block lemon. Beautiful, isn't it? And then we can go into here, and we can look up block. And now we've got this block lemon. And then just be like, hey, man, I'm a lemon in the ground now. And you can just do that. And every player on the server can see it. And they can interact with it. And you can make it have its own special particle effects. Or maybe make it glow and give off light. Or maybe have specific drops or any of that shit. And it's just immediately in the game, dude. Can you kick it? You can totally kick it. If you want to. You can do that. We could set up a kick animation. Wouldn't it just be easier for the devs to turn off features of the game that don't work? Why would you want to do that? What? No? What? There we go. Oh, you talking about, like, Ashes? Gross, dude. Don't do that. Is that an Ashes meme? That feels like an Ashes meme. Not necessary. Do they dox on what hardware are good for a server? I don't know. I don't know for that, man. Everything that I know for all the stuff that they're doing there is it's done through hosts, so, like, eh. Nice. Nice. You could get even deeper grass. Look at that. He's shrinking away. The horror. Yeah, look at the overlays there. That's neat. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this small animal that has Steve Buscemi's eyes. You ready? Look at him. Amazing. He's incredible. Behold the glory of the lemon block. Yeah, there's a lemon block over there. So anyway, Winky, do you want to play Hytale? So I'm going to tell you right now, it feels a lot better than Minecraft. Especially from a developer perspective, and also from a gameplay perspective. There's a lot of people that are playing through it and really enjoying it. Feels more like an RPG than Minecraft does. Which is kind of nice. They've done a really good job with it. Yeah, Jake is back, but has no internet. You running on your phone or something, dude? Minecraft has many famous multi-block mods. Do you think Hytale will be able to implement multi-block structures as well? There's already people that are putting a whole bunch of crazy shit in terms of, like, mods. I would not be surprised. You've already got really easy stuff, like Core Protect is already in, Luck Perms is already in, so it's just a matter of time for everything else to go through as well. And we've also got stuff like this, like template-based crafting. They already planned to do this, which is crazy, because, like, that was one of the plans that we had for our port. And you can change all these benches and everything and all this shit, too, so... Internet's back for Jake. Are you actually back? You're back for real. Now we need to figure out why this goes red. Why, though? I have an idea. Is this an aspect of actual placement? It is. Oh, I understand. Look. Hold up. Let me get one that's not, like, in my way. See that? See how that turns red automatically? This is a hard-coded feature of placing a deployable. That is what's going on. So when I'm casting this book, and it goes red, it's a hard-coded feature of deployable placement. We shouldn't use the deployable system. That's why it turns red. We shouldn't use the deployables. It's got to be some other system now. That's why. God damn it. There's got to be a way to create an object that does a thing at a raycast location. Throwing them? I don't like the idea of throwing them. Throwing them's kind of lame. It's a spell. You cast it, right? Yeah. I can understand that throwing it would fix our problem. Check what torches use, because they can be placed on the ground and on the vertical. No, it's not about being placed on the ground or the vertical. It's about this feature doing that. Unless you mean if we make it count like a torch, and then it can be deployed along the walls. Is that what you mean? That might be the way. Maybe we can define the deployable that way. Like, if we look at the deployable, because this is, let me see, fire trap. That's deployable fire trap preview. We have to have, it's earth is the other one. Yeah, the earth instant is what we're after. We might be able to do that. So let's look in the config for this. Model preview, live duration, invulnerable. Let me pull up a torch. Because that, you might be onto something, man. Usable, that's not what we care about. Block type. Block light. No. Movement settings. Flags? No. Movement settings? No. Placement settings. Place in empty blocks. I don't think that works. Because we're not placing an actual thing. I don't think it has those settings. But if we're looking at placement settings, this is kind of what we're after. Support down. What? Rock beam? Wood beam? Fence? Oh, is this actually like changing the way that it interacts? Match self and support? Oh, it's support, so if it'll fall apart when you break something underneath it. That's what it's doing. Interactions is a use interaction. Change state. Okay, so that's not it. Interaction hint. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that yet. Okay, I'm going to try place in empty blocks to see if we can do that. And rotation mode and block preview visibility is default. Those are the two there. Wall placement override block. Wood torch wall. Okay. If there's a way that we can do this... Let me see. Crude torch. We're going to go back to earth. Instant. Is there placement settings? Damage cause. No. Don't care about that. Good morning. Good morning to you. This is furniture. It's not deployable. Yeah, but I'm wondering if there's placement settings for deployable. And it looks like the answer is probably no. Yeah. There's got to be something else for this. Because this is the deployable preview. We're using the model preview of deployable fire trap preview. Maybe it's that one that we can change. I don't know what live duration does either. Type AoE. Is there another type we can do? I feel like AoE type should be configured as being able to be cast anywhere, right? You know what I mean? Like, if we go look at this, it's got type AoE. Where is that even at? That's hard-coded. Yeah, AoE shouldn't be restricted by that. Ooh, there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. Okay, so this one is actually the deployable preview. And it's doing the preview with the hitbox is the only thing we can look at. The hitbox is not what's causing this. Eye height doesn't really matter. Do you have a creator code? Pinned comment. Code pirate. Position offset is fine. Target entity part self. The target node name is the part that's really weird to me. System ID is Fire Trap Preview GS. Are we actually even using that? We are. And this is the one that's doing that. Spell selector circle. Fixed rotation. So maybe we have to go get the deployable fire trap from this side. Actually, deployable turret is pretty interesting too. That one is an actual item. Deployable healing totem is interesting as well. That one's an item as well. Sorry for missing the pinned comment. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. If you want to support me with a code, that is awesome of you, man. So this is a model asset, and this one is also a model asset. And on this model asset, do we get a placement? And I don't think we do. Neither of these gets a placement. Son of a bitch. Is this an official tool from the devs? If so, it's pretty insane. It is. Yeah. Okay, so if we don't have... I think there's a bug here. And the way that I feel that there's the bug is because we have it set to AoE, and AoE is still disabled along edges of blocks. Do you guys think that's fair at this point? Because if you're doing an AoE, it shouldn't care about being cast on a wall. It's also doing this on, like, clutter and plants and shit. And we have no way of fixing that. The AoE should ignore these things. You still think it's a behavior of set? Let's check that first. Where are you seeing set? Under what asset? Under targeter? Let me go back to my targeter. Targeter. This one, my collapsing earth targeter. This one. This is the interaction of spell target or activate. Or the generic that I made. Where did it go? Spell. Spell selector circle? You mean this one? I don't know where you're seeing set. Somewhere there was a behavior of set. That could mean anything. The word set is used all over the place for many different reasons. It was in something with the targeter. Well, this is the spell selector circle that I made. The particle effect for that. So if it's in the targeter, which is our collapsing earth targeter, this... We've got it set as attack ranged. Maybe if we change range to... not? I don't know what'll happen. No, that didn't do anything. Oh, I don't even think we're using this one. We're not. Yeah, we're not even using this. I'll delete that. Yep. That's weird. Huh. I think it was the spell itself, like under interactions. Okay, let's go look. Because the spell itself is this. This is what you're talking about. That's the instant. And we're doing spawn deployable from Raycast. We're doing a configuration here under next, type serial. And the interaction here is trigger cooldown and spell targeter deactivate. So I'm not sure where you're getting set from. Right? The param is behavior. That's not on the spell itself. That'll be on the weapon then. Under interactions, I would guess this. I don't know where you're getting behavior. What could that be under? There's nothing in here called behavior. Do you have a picture of this? And then I can find it? Yeah. Why does it have to be a deployable? So it has to be deployable because we're putting functionality in a location. And it looks like what this game does is it uses deployables as the way to do persistent AoE. Does that make sense? Anything new learned today with Hytale mod? Yeah, so I learned how to create a targeting reticle and uploaded the graphic for this, made it in GIMP, and then put it over. And we can cast a spell on that location with the targeting reticle. It's quite nice. What about totems? Totems are deployables, yes. That is the same. So I guess in this case, maybe we build something different. Maybe we just use a projectile. I wonder if there's a way to do a projectile that goes into something else. What would exactly be the problem we're trying to fix? We're trying to make it so that this because it's a deployable, see how it turns red when we get on that wall? It's the same functionality as placing any other object when it doesn't fit. See how that turns red? Yeah, we don't want that to be a thing. And like when it goes on the edge of grass, like this is an AoE type. That one is an object type. An AoE type should ignore this shit, and it doesn't. So we can't cast in walls. Can you put the item on top of the grass? You can. Yeah, you can actually do that on top of the grass, but like when you put it on the edge, it cancels on the edge of grass, which is like super weird. You able to make a deployable that follows you around, like a summon? Yeah, I could do that. But I probably wouldn't do it as a deployable. I'd probably do it as an NPC. Could work like this spear. Be thrown thing you're trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid throwing something. I'm trying to get instant transmission cast to location. That's a little bit weird. Can it automatically find a place to be placed? That gets a little dicey, right? We want it to go where the player is pointing. Is it easy to install mods for Hytale? Yeah, it's also very easy to install, like, to mod it yourself, which is what I'm doing right now. It's also really weird that we have this target node name. Let me see if we can change that out. Yeah, that didn't matter. Cool. System ID is Fire Trap Preview. Yeah. So that is the system ID for the particles. Well, this is weird, right? Yeah, it's almost 2,000 mods on CurseForge, exactly. Target entity part. Entity? Nope. So the entity system here, the self for this doesn't matter. Oh, wait, I forgot. I need to change something. One sec. Close that. Close that. Close that. Gotta close all this stupid shit that I have open. There we go. And then this, we need to make one change and then change it back. And see if this still works. Okay, it does. Morning, Sips Coffee. What's up, dude? So, this config is being pulled in. Let me think. Is this a model asset? Earth. Yeah. I think there's got to be another way to implement this. I think there has to be at this point. Yeah, I think there absolutely has to be a different way to do this now. You got banned from the Hytale website for logging in? That sounds like something went wrong on their end, and you're likely just caught in a whitelist for a little while because it thinks you were trying to log in too many times too quickly. Start radius, end radius. Height, radius change time, damage amount. Can you change the offset to make it work on one wall? I've tried. That didn't work. That's why I'm trying to check anything else that we can look at. Somebody said that they saw something called behavior, and it was set, and I don't know where the hell that is. This is everything that interacts with this spell. Usually, the way that I would feel about this is like it's from deployable from Raycast is the name of the system for this. I'm gonna wait on the ads, by the way. No. No. Wait. Fixed it. That's so stupid. I found it. I found the damn thing. Now we know. I fixed it. Alright, so this is stupid. There's a flag called allow place on walls. Oh, that's it, dude. Like, you literally turn this off. You can't place it on walls. You turn this on. You can allow place on walls. At least it's fixed, right? We're all blind, yes. Everyone, that's why I was like, I'm just going to go through every aspect of this. And it's got allow place on walls right here. It's been right there the whole time. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, we can shoot it not through grass. Grass counts as a wall, which is weird. So it hits the grass. I feel like grass should be something you can cast through, but it's not. It goes up the grass, right? So you can actually hit these. So raycasts, in this case, are going through... That counts as a solid block. So tree cover can block it. I guess if you can't see it, you can't hit it, right? Yeah, there's an attack enemies hitbox. I'm not worried about the attack enemies. Because it does do effects. I don't have it doing any damage right now, but we had it lighting things on fire and it was fine. Summon the ferns! Yeah, exactly. No way to bypass hitboxes? Not that I know of, but I feel like there's probably a way to do this. Legitimately so. Yeah, there's probably a way to do this somewhere. Oh, wait, I gotta change that. Reference existing. Block game damage entities. We're gonna do Earth for this. There we go. Best hiding place in plain sight? Oh, I know, dude. It does a lot. I mean, none of us saw it. Probably like an ignore specific blocks for raycasting. There might be something for that. Maybe hitbox collision config. Maybe there's a config that we can put for that. Yeah, there's probably a hitbox collision config, so let's go and look this up in Hytale itself. Soft collision or hard collision? Let's set that to hard collision and see what happens. That is exactly what it is? No. No. Is that counted as hard? Oh, that's weird. Look. It makes the leaves bend away from where your spellcast is going to go. Because there's technically an object there. Do these count as hard collision? Let's see... Let's see if we can change that to soft collision and see if it's different. Nope. Let's go find out what those do. Yeah. That's an instant. So let's go into here. We're going to say soft collision. What are you? Collision type soft. What? What does that mean? I don't know what it means. What is this freaking asset? Hold up. Grass. It's just called plant grass sharp. All right, let's see what's going on there. Plant grass sharp. It's just called plant grass sharp. And what are its collision properties? Does it have collision properties? Material empty. Opacity solid. Where's my collision? Hitbox type. Hitbox is block half. It looks like raycasting is not doing that. Interactions, we don't care about that. Do zombies kill plants in the game yet? No, but you can make them, I guess. There's not really even zombies. There's skeletons all over the place, but... Draw type is cube. Maybe this, the opacity, or the material type of being empty is doing that? Is the hitbox? Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we can just ignore... I don't want to change all the assets in the game. I'm trying to see if we can make a collision detection system to, like, ignore this. Because hitbox type is block half. So maybe we got to go look at block Half. Boxes. Doesn't have any tags. Maybe that's why it's doing this. Maybe it's because it's not a soft tag, right? Maybe they made grass wrong. It could be. Is there anything this goes through? Oh no. It even hits this little guy. The grass might be hard-boiled. That's true. You're not even wrong, my dude. So hard collision is collision type hard. So maybe it has to have hard collision. Right? Like I don't know. That's a cylinder. Bro, what does that mean? There has to be a way to do this. Apply effects, attack owner, attack team, attack enemies, blah, 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 blah. Deployable preview. Tags. What kind of tags do we have on this? Nothing. Do not harm the cylinder. I'm going to harm the cylinder, dude. Even though you're not supposed to. Even though I know you're not supposed to, I'm about to harm it. Let me think. So if we can't change... I love how we fixed one bug that was like super easy to fix, and now we can't fix the next bug. The hitbox collision config is something that I don't know what this does. The cylinder is stuck and cannot be harmed. I'm harming the cylinder, dude. Damage caused doesn't matter. This seems like it's the right thing. That seems like the right thing that I should be checking, right? Is setting the config where it only hits hard objects. Oh, I already tested that, Jake. It doesn't fix it, as you can see. Right? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. My little boy! Get out of the fire! Yeah, it's still colliding with that hitbox. It's almost like raycasting can't determine soft. But as you can see, like it's hitting soft. That's definitely soft. What else counts as soft? I think barrels count as soft. Remember right? It's collide with water? No. I have it ignoring liquids. Which I don't remember where that's stored at, so maybe we can do that. Oh, it even does it on torches, man. And half blocks that way. I mean, at least it works now, right? Can't you ignore grass too? That's what I'm wondering. There's a thing that I had before where it was ignoring liquid. But I think that might have been in a selector. I don't think it was in spawn deployable from raycast. I think it was in selector. Try pitfall grass? What does pitfall grass do? Is that one set as soft? Yeah, this didn't work. Yeah, there's no detector for this one. Let's do the same thing with grass with vertical slabs. Yeah. Yeah, it does it with vertical slabs. Like this, I think this one here is a vertical slab. Yeah, it is. Ah, there we go. Yeah, see? That's correct, though, because that's a hard object. I want it to go through, like, glass and shit, though. Well, when they have glass. I want it to go through plants. I want it to go through all, like, ground cover, basically. Because grass blocking or cast is a little bit weird. Like glass? Maybe not through glass, but you get what I mean. Like, stuff that can be determined to be ground cover. Because if you can't, then you're like... instead of just along the ground in there, right? Because it's an earth spell, not a floating plant spell. Yeah, the mage's worst enemy being shrubbery is probably not that fun. Because these will actually go through soft, as you can see. And then this, that goes through soft as well. But it doesn't go through hard. And this should only be going through soft, but it's not working. Just make sure if you're looking at the grass, break the grass. The grass can't get in the way if it doesn't exist. Okay, buddy. Okay.
Ulpris said just had a shower thought. If I download a game I've purchased, does that make me the download client?
Yes. Yes, it does. I'm gonna eat some rice.
Siargix with 500 bits said Thor, I was thinking about getting into horse racing. Already got a name ready for the horse. Last name, Hearted, first name, Hoof.
God damn it. Who made you this way? Can you change the properties of the grass? My man, there are like 200 different assets of grass in this game. Every plant, every crop, everything. That would be hell. I do not want to do that. And that's just this biome. While I can technically do that, that doesn't seem like the right way to do things. Yeah. There has to be a better way. The hitbox collision config does not appear to be working. Let's go into here, and we're going to say hitbox collision config, which is going to be hard collision. So it's entity hitbox collision config. We'll go into entity hitbox collision config and see if there's other hitbox collision options. There are not. So in this one, I want to check this, and we're going to override the asset. Take a look at this and see... what does that even mean, man? What? 5, I guess. You know? 5. Because why not? What does it mean? Who knows? Hard collision, done, man. Yeah, done. Nope. No idea. This doesn't seem to do anything. We'll change this to soft with a collision offset ratio of 50. Right? Since this is a config, maybe I have to make a change in collapsing earth. Like that. Nope. Maybe it's not using that? Oh, it's definitely using that. Hard. Try casting it. Casting it isn't the problem. It's the reticle location. If I cast it here, it's gonna cast there. See? Like, the issue is the reticle location is not cutting through soft targets, which is what I expected. That's the expectation. So, hard collision system does nothing. Delete that. Get out of here. Oh. I may have just crashed the entirety of the game. Yep. Server is very maj. Give it a moment. I just deleted all of the hard collision in the game. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. I'm restarting. I'm gonna eat some rice. I just blew it up. It's fine. Starting, it's starting. Okay, so that's not working. Let's think about this. Let's go to the Earth weapon. When we're doing this, we have a configuration for doing fire trap. That's the ID. Deployable fire trap preview. We've already looked at all this. If we look in here, model is deployable fire trap. We should probably override this asset. Cancel that. I want to look to see what's in the source for this. Yeah, we got to override that. I'm going to bring that over to our side. So now, on Blockgame side, we've got this right here, which is our... Where's our weapon? Earth. Yeah, there we go. So this is where we actually cast the AoE. Invulnerable, live, model scale, blah, blah, blah. This is a serial interaction. That's where we cause the spell targeter to deactivate, and we trigger the cooldown. And that's fine. The cooldown is called Fire Trap, 20 seconds. So if we go up here and we look at this, spawn deployable from Raycast. You choked on kimchi and you ended up in it ended up in your nose? Dude, that's rough. We'll go back into the weapon and take a look at this. Dropped item animation, that's fine. Weapon. Stat modifiers. There's our earth damage. Render dual wield is useless. Entity stats to clear, useless. When we're doing an interaction with an interaction config, render deployable preview. That's what matters. We say use distance. All entities? What does that mean, dude? What does all entities mean, dude? That doesn't mean anything. I don't know what the hell that does. Interaction config debug outlines or display outlines and debug outlines. We'll put those both on. That did nothing. All right. Fantastic. You were cold, now you're warm. GIMP doesn't need to be open that. Close that out. Don't need these. Secondary, primary. On this interaction, click queuing timeout. No. Require new click. No. Stats condition. This checks to see if we have deployable preview. If we do, then we replace this with the variable fire trap config, which I don't know where we actually set that var. We'll figure that out later. Spell collapsing earth instant. So we set that variable, I guess, on the character, right? It's such a weird way to do this. Block type. No. This has got to be on this spell. Because this is the thing that does the raycast. Let's just open everything and go through every single piece of this. First person particles? No. Trails? No. This is all visual effects and movement effects. Rules. Blocked by. What? Ah, it's blocked by other interactions, not blocked by type of effect. Settings. If it's adventure or creative mode. The camera, not relevant. Type is serial. That's the next interaction. Not helpful. And then the configuration for this. So there's no configuration where this makes sense. There's no configuration where this makes sense. Shit. Were you ignoring liquids? I think that was in Raycast Targeter. Like if you set up a selector called a raycast type. Not only will it crash the editor when you do this, but if you can get past that by doing it manually, you can then set the thing to ignore liquids. It looks like in this, the spawn deployable from raycast, it just automatically ignores liquids. And there's no other options. If you turn off place on walls, does it go through grass and leaves? No, it does not. It actually even gets worse. Watch this. When we do this, it means that you can't place it on the sides of grass. Which is even funnier. It's like, no! No, that's the side of... That's a wall. So it's detecting this in a way that is really silly, man. Yeah. So this is the option that we found to fix that. And you would think that hitbox collision config would be the thing to change with that. So we were like, oh yeah, hitbox collision config, we'll change that to hard collision only or soft collision only. And we've looked at those and it just doesn't do anything. I'm wondering if hitbox collision config doesn't work or if they've set all of the collision config on these wrong. Wait. I have a sad, sad realization, I think. Plant grass sharp. Let's go look at something. I have a deep fear, chat. Where do we set the block flags on these? I think it's under block. Gathering soft. Block set sound. Hitbox type chest small. What does that mean? What is that? Material? Where's material? Solid. I don't know what that means. Material empty. If a material is set to empty, shouldn't that mean that we should be able to use a ray trace through it? Is that what should be cast at? That might be the problem there. Yeah, you would think so, exactly. State data? Nothing there. Support. Yeah, maybe there's something in there. Let's go look at solid. Empty? Block type list asset. What? Nope. Material type doesn't seem to be in there. If we look at our weapon for collapsing Earth, and we look at block states, get rid of that, create embedded, and then we can go into this and look at material. You only get empty or solid. And opacity. I think that's just based on visual, man. That seems like it's based on the visuals for it. Maybe not on anything else. Because I'm not seeing anything in here that denotes the kind of collision it is. Other than hitbox type chest small. Let's try that. Chest small. Box bounding boxes. And it's just bounding boxes. Which is weird that they set it to that. Like, you know. I think that means you can walk through it. Maybe empty means that. Well, if empty means you can walk through it, then why can't we set a raycast to pass through it? This may just be a bug, dude. This may be a bug or a feature request at this point, because I don't think there's a way we can do this. Would you like to get scammed by the crypto community? Hell no. Crypto is bullshit, dude. If you ever see anything out there that says that, like, I'm investing in crypto or some shit, it's a scam. It's a lie. I will never invest in that shit. Never once in my life. Never will, never have. Let's see. Every single time I see a creator get invested in any type of crypto with their community, it turns into a rug pull within days. They just rip their community off. Miss me with that shit. Not interested at all. Never do that. You bought all those demos for BTC? That's funny. Let's see. Allow place on walls. So this is actually doing that. Debug visuals isn't doing this. Despawn particles, spawn particles, that's fine. I wonder if we could do a spawn particle for this. Yeah. You've just been tokenized. Oh, shit! Turned into a token. I don't give a shit, dude. Yeah, I've already put out announcements before being like, I'm not involved in this shit. So if somebody goes like, this is pirate coin or some shit, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just like, don't do that. It's not me. Bye. Empty, solid, transparent or not. That's the only thing I can think of is we can't seem to set the hitbox collision config to anything other than soft and hard. Which is weird, because there's nothing that determines soft versus hard collision. We only can choose empty or solid, which is weird. What about the raycast type? Can you make your own? We could probably... Let me try to do something weird, because, like... It looks like spawn deployable from raycast does not actually do a normal raycast, or doesn't have all the features of a raycast, right? Because when we look in this, you've got the deployable model. Live duration doesn't mean anything. That's defined by the model itself. The scale and all this stuff doesn't seem to work. Damage amount is kind of a meme. Invulnerable, true. Attack owner, false. Yeah, there's nothing in here to denote any of that. However, if we do a new thing, we do an interaction, and we call it a... I think it's just an interaction. We'll just do interaction, and be like test, and create that, and go down here to test, and then we say the type is going to be raycast. Oh, no, it's going to be selector. And we'll do that, and it's going to be really pissed about it. And the source will be type selector. And then we need to change this to ID raycast. And then apply those changes. And then in here, it will now actually show all the raycasts, because this is broken, to be clear. Yeah, so now we can set all this stuff up and do things. And see where it says hit block, hit entity rules, hit entity? That's all the stuff that we're missing off of spawn deployable from raycast. That's the issue. Yeah. What about objects like arrows? Do they have a property that allows them to go through grass? Arrows are a physical projectile, is the difference. Yeah, arrows, projectiles, all of those are very, very different things. It looks like a raycast can't do this correctly. Yeah, there's no config for the raycast itself when you're doing spawn deployable from raycast. It's quite weird. Yeah, I guess that's true, Maz. It's just odd, right? What happens if you try to build over grass? It breaks. Like, it doesn't let me do my system over grass. I'll have to find the closest block below and then cast from there. Yeah, it sounds like bug report time. I agree. I think this is going to turn into a feature request. It'll probably be a feature request because it means that raycasting and spawn deployable from raycasting are not in parity with each other. Which is weird because spawn deployable from raycast is effectively just raycasting with extra steps, so it should probably just be spawn deployable as an interaction and raycasting as an interaction, and that's it, you know? That whole thing is really weird, the fact that it's both in one and not really both. What happens if you touch the grass? Will you die? Yes. Can you make your cast break the grass before placing? I mean, kind of, but that's not really what we want, because players will use that for weird shit. So here's the problem that we're seeing, right? Let me grab this. You've got two things. You've got raycast, and you've got spawn deployable from raycast, which is weird. Raycast can actually have interactions on it that allow you to eventually spawn a deployable from raycast. That doesn't make any sense, though. This is the request I'm going to be putting in. Take this off and make it so that we have raycasts and we have spawn deployables. And I use a raycast to spawn a deployable at a location. Done. Because the way that it works right now is you have spawn deployable from raycast and it doesn't have all the features that raycast has. So because of that, we're missing out on a bunch of things like collision management and everything else. And the idea of spawn deployable plus raycast is just raycast with extra steps. So it doesn't really make sense to maintain both. Does that make sense? It's just like a really weird kind of interaction that makes no sense. Because we have selector raycast. And then we have spawn deployable from raycast. It's like its own thing. It's got the smell of a reason they did it. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think they'd agree. Yeah, it's just very strange, right? It's just like a really odd one. Selectors don't work. If you choose selector and then you go down and you try to choose the ID. Let me go grab this. You'll see ID is set to raycast. You have to do this inside of the source. You can't do it otherwise. There wasn't a deployable turret break. What do you mean deployable turret break? You're going to have to use more words. Can you disable the grass collision when the arrow is fired and in its path? That is a very roundabout way of doing that, but we're not firing an arrow. We're doing a raycast off of deployable spell. You know, so this right here, this interaction is a spawn deployable from raycast, but we get none of the options of a raycast. Like if we go into here and we look at our selector can then do a whole bunch of cool shit, like hit entity rules, hit block. Like you get all of your collision definers right here. And in spawn deployable from raycast, you get none of those collision definers. Nothing. What's a raycast? Think a line being sent by the computer to determine when it's going to hit a thing. Does that make sense? Like a bullet, the path of a bullet, without shooting the bullet. Could you give yourself those options through the source? Well, I mean, I could implement a custom interaction, but what I'm looking at here isn't just, you know, us having a custom interaction to make it work. I'm looking at more, why is it built this way? Because no one's going to be able to use it effectively. Does that make sense? Because if you have one thing that is spawn deployable from raycast, and you have another thing that's just a raycast, and the thing that's just a raycast has all the functionality, and spawn deployable from raycast doesn't have any of the functionality, but runs a raycast on its own, that is non-configurable, why do you have this as anything other than just spawn deployable? A raycast directly from the center of the camera, all the way to whatever it touches, first in that vector. Yep, and since you can't define the raycast on this, you can't do anything with it. And if we do selector into a raycast and then do it, it still doesn't do anything with it. Can you make it behave like a throwable? We don't want it to. I don't want it to have like an object being launched, right? That name implies it could be called from a raycast. Tried it before, it didn't work. I knew less about the editor then, so maybe we can do something with it now, but yeah, it did not work at all then. Yeah, it was super weird. Normally, you would expect this to be like, I use a raycast, I determine the location the raycast lands, and then I do a thing at that location, right? And there didn't seem to be a way to do that at the time. So I'm going to try it again. We'll see if we can go from there. Because if we can do create embedded... What are you mad about? Failed to validate asset. What? We'll do spawn deployable at hit location. Because you've got spawn deployable from raycast, and then you got spawn deployable at hit location. ID test key selector. Results fail. Can't. Key selector? Yeah, maybe we do spawn deployable at hit location. And then... Wait. Rules, settings, next, failed, tags, config. AoE. And it crashes. I forgot if you select AoE, it crashes. God damn it. Raycasting crashes all over the place. You can't define selector raycast with a whole bunch of shit. It just crashes. It gets really pissed. You have to do it through the editor. You playing any MMOs currently? Ashes of Creation, that's about it. But I'm not too happy with them currently. Alright, Blockgame, test. Go to next, type, and I guess we'll do... Under this, we'll say type, and it's supposed to be what? AoE? Config. So it's going to be a section called... Config. You happy about it? You not happy about it? Nope, it's not happy about it. Yeah. I need to look up the formatting for this. Where is the old Zeke Arena? ID, direction. Where's our raycast? Hit block, hit any rules, effects. Selector, raycast. There we go. ID, raycast, offset, distance, target type, entity, hit entity, interactions, hit block, interactions. We don't have one for config. Great. I don't know why that wouldn't work. Is the config not able to be pulled that way? Crashes are fun. Making server mad means you're making things. True. That is true. Let me go grab this and pull the config from it, because there's actually a config in this one. And we'll see what that looks like. Source. Where's me old config? Wait, what? Ah. It's a big-ass thing. Okay, that's probably why that's Madge. Invalid. Oh, that's why. Aha! You're still angry. That's fine. Where's my config now? Uh-oh. Config is not designed in the same way. On this one. Oh, because it's inside of the type. That's why. Hold up. Aha! Now we don't crash when we open it. Hey. No, that dude's just a weirdo. I just got rid of him, dude. Will shaders be possible in Hytale? I don't know. I don't know what their plans are for that kind of stuff right now. I think it's more about making sure the tools are working for everybody. Thanks, mods. I just banned him. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of absurd, to be real with you. I'm not a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're like 5 weirdos, dude. Then I'm serious. Y'all think this challenge will be done in Hytale? What is this challenge, man? What? I don't know what this challenge is. I just have the audio turned off. The light and whatnot is already running like shaders in MC. It is. Yeah, they've got a lot of really good looking shaders in it already. And that's it, you know? So, like, I don't know. Maybe later they'll have more options for that. I wouldn't see why not. Yeah, no, Quoth, I think the thing that's really weird about it is... I don't know. I think at a certain point it just doesn't make any goddamn sense, right? Like, I have to believe that either it's bots or, like, dude, they gotta have something else going on in their life. Like, they have to. It can't just be this. Like, it's gotta be something else, dude. The people that do that, it's wild. Here's to see how shaders will work. So I think they said both of the client limitations. It's a bit difficult right now. Probably. It's probably going to be updated for that. Yeah. They'll never know I'm 3 weirdos in a trench coat. God, I hope you are. Set the config to not use AoE and then edit? No. If you change the config option in this, it will crash. Like, see this? You ready for this? Oh, it doesn't crash after you set it up. Okay, so it's only if you set it up, it crashes. So if we do this, and then we change it, maybe because it has all these initialized? Nope, now it crashes. If it's not initialized, it crashes. That's the meme, you know. All right, test. Blockgame. All right, config. We're going to go back into this. Excuse me, sir. Apply that back in and go back to the editor. Now we can change it. All right, so if we're doing it AoE, and we have the ID set, max live count doesn't really matter. Deployable, that's fine. We've got all this shit set up. Debug visuals. So now we've got this as a selector doing a spawn deployable at hit location. This might be the better option. Right? Because then we could do a selector, spawn deployable at hit location, and then do all the same shit we're already doing. Maybe. Or, alternatively, we can go up into here, into Earth. We'll go into spell instant. I'll grab all this in the source. Spawn deployable at hit location. Apply those changes and see what has changed. Is there anything else that we get out of that? And the answer is, I have no goddamn idea. Rules, settings. Maybe it doesn't change at all? Oh, it's Madge now. So that doesn't work. Let's see if we can change this. Spawn deployable at hit location. Confirm. So this is going to change a whole bunch of shit. I'm going to take our original stuff for this, throw it over into this. So we actually have that stored. We can set the config. I can't set that to AoE, can I? Nope. Let me grab this. We'll go into source. Apply that. Go back into the editor. Now we got our config back in place. This is all exactly the same. Literally exactly the same. There's nothing else that's different here. And we can do max placement distance, preview stat conditions. Where's preview stat conditions? Spawn deployable at hit location and spawn deployable from raycast. The one difference between these is there's no preview stat conditions. They're just gone. Which is something we need to be able to show the preview hologram. So that doesn't even work. That's wild, dude. Oh my god. There's got to be a better way to do this, right? Later, Thor, dude. See you around, dude. I'm trying to think of what we could do at this point, because this seems whack. This seems like completely whack to me. Like, if we change this to spawn deployable, right? From raycast, we get our preview stat conditions. If we go back to spawn deployable here, from hit location, we lose that. So you have to do spawn deployable from raycast in order to place placements, right? Like, you have to. Which is wild, man. One of the Hytale devs made a necromancy tome. Oh, the necromancy tome wouldn't change what we're doing here. That just chose nearby stuff and was just casting nearby. I'm trying to do something that is targeted in a location. Because what we would have to do is spawn deployable at hit location and then not have... I mean, the real question is this. Does the visual indicator on the ground actually matter? That's the question. Do we care? I mean, the indicator's cool, but does this matter? Or do you just want to cast when you click once? Do you want to click twice to cast? Or do you just want to cast and then cast? That's the question. Right? You like to see where you cast it? Well, it'll cast wherever your mouse is. Do you want a single click or 2 clicks? That's 2 clicks or 1 click. And there is a delay between them, about a half a second. If you go like this, like you go, it won't cast. Double click won't cast. Give me a config option. Your 2 clicker. Single click, quick cast. I'd make it a toggleable option. You cast it on top of itself? Yeah, I could do that. You just keep casting it. It's fine. The problem is this, is that it sees grass. And I think if we do a hit location, it won't see the grass. I have an idea. I have a weird idea. Making things optional is always good for player experience. I know it's good for player experience to do that. I know. But we're a little bit limited right now. If it shows the reticle, it should be cancelable. I mean, it already is. Yeah, no, you can cancel it. You can show the reticle, and then you can... I made it so you can right-click to cancel if you want to. I think if you have a... I think if you have to release a classic version of your game, you've screwed up somewhere. Well, I mean, yeah, generally. What if the spell break the grass? No, we don't want that. We want the reticle to go through the grass. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to get rid of the reticle. I think I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to make it so it casts in place, because it's how it works in Blockgame. It just casts when you click it. There's no selection reticle. And if it works like that in Blockgame on Minecraft, you guys already enjoy it. And people like that spell. So I'll make it so you just click and it goes through. I will try to do this with spawn deployable from at hit location and do the exact same features it already has and see if that goes through the grass. And if it does, then we're probably fine. And if it doesn't, then I put in a bug for this. Actually, if it does, I'll put in a bug anyway, because you should be able to define the raycast. Actually, I'm just going to put in a report for this anyway. I'll put in a feature request for this. I already have the one for raycasting changes. We'll put another one down here. The hell? It's really weird. What is an interaction called spawn deployable? Yep. Isn't hard-locked functionality be maintained for every selector type? Because the fact that you do it from spawn deployable, we're just going to call this spawn deployable. It's the same with spawn deployable from hit location. We should just be able to find a hit location. Right? Like a selector for hit location and then just spawn deployable. We're going to go grab this. Raycasting changes, damage system. We'll do request. Boop. And boop. Love seeing him so happy with Hytale. Yeah, no, it's super fun, man. I just really like tearing this stuff apart. Like trying to spawn an object where they click. I mean, right now you've got two different versions. You've got spawn deployable from raycast and spawn deployable from hit location. These are both really weird, right? Just make it a spawn deployable. That's it. And maybe give it an offset value. Right? Like, that's all you would really need at that point. You need a config for it. You need an offset value. And you've been able to spawn it. The problem that we're running into is the fact that spawn deployable from raycast doesn't allow you to configure the raycast. Spawn deployable from hit location, you have to use with a hit location anyway. So, like, at that point, it's like, why not just use spawn deployable with an offset and require it to have a three-dimensional location that is fed into it from the interaction system? Like, it's just quite odd, if that makes sense. Like, each of these has to be maintained independently, and as they add other detection types, they'll have to add more and more spawn deployable interactions. Just make it a generic spawn deployable and let it hook into the other ones, if that makes sense. It's just weird this way. You can explain this? Do so. I'm already writing this. So, what is your explanation? Because the way that they have it set up right now is doesn't make sense or feel good comparatively. Generally, you would just set up a generic for this and be like, yo, I spawn a thing. I could explain this, run? Oh, okay. Okay, that's the meme. He said, I could explain this, and then posted a run gif. I swear to God, dude. Spawn object that instantiates as an object, the hit position. Yeah, so imagine this. Imagine you have, like, spawn object, right? And then the spawn object inside of it, you have, like, the X, Y, and Z coordinates. And then, like, this is how you would spawn it, right? In this case, they're doing spawn object raycast. And then they're also doing spawn object hit location. And that means they'll have to do, like, spawn object with offset. Like, why would you do that? You would just do this. You would just be like... Right? So, like, this is kind of older stuff, it seems, where it's just broken. And it's not built like a function would be, effectively. It's built too specific. Do you also change the page color to black and the text to white in docs like I do? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It is black page, white text. Makes my life easy. It's quite nice, yeah. But yeah, I've also got like a bunch of other things in here. Like there's no random ranges inside of anything. You can't do random ranges, which is weird, you know? Maybe like this. What is this? Placing objects via raycast hits in Unity as a separate thing. Doot 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 doot. Click to instantiate. Yeah, so basically what they've done is in Hytale, you have something that would be like the click portion of that, and then the instantiate portion of that. And you would pass the click part to the instantiate part, right? The problem is they've made this into one function for two different abilities. They've got one for raycast, and they've got one for hit location, which could technically be the same thing, but are vastly different, which is really weird. So what you should do at that point is that. Split them in half, right? Just replace the spawn deployable interaction. Then we can pass it whenever values we want, right? This feature feels redundant overall and doesn't add much value, as you cannot configure the parameters the raycast used. It would be much better to make an interaction called spawn deployable and let it be used from selectors like raycast selector. This way, there isn't hard-locked functionality to be maintained for every selector type, and modders can chain it with all other, what is it called? What are they called? Interaction types. All other selector types. There you go. Yeah, that's all it comes down to. Jokes apart, it's Java. You're Java. It's not in Unity. This is not in Unity. They were just showing me, like, an option of, like, how it works in Unity. But, yeah, because we can't define this raycast, we can't do that. Which is fine. I'm going to find another way to do it. We'll get the spell to work, no matter what. That's what we'll do. Alright, so spawn deployable to hit location. Basically, I need to make another weapon. And we're going to test that weapon. We're going to duplicate Weapon Collapsing Earth. We're going to dupe this one. We're going to call it Weapon Collapsing Earth. Weapon Test 1. Oh, it can't be 1. It's got to be I, for whatever reason. Create that. We'll go into Weapon Test 1. We'll go over here. We're going to go Show All Properties. We'll look into the interactions here. We don't need a render deployable preview. And we don't need... The secondary interaction can go away now. The primary interaction, at this point, does not need a stats condition. It just needs to get rid of that. We'll make a new interaction, and that interaction is going to be, where are you? Earth. And we will make a new spell collapsing Earth instant. We'll duplicate this. Spell Earth test. We will create that in there. We'll change this to spawn deployable at hit location. Confirm that. Grab all of this. Go into the editor here, into source, take the configuration for this, please, there we go, apply that onto this, that's invalid, now it's fixed, and then do, that's fine, editor is fine now, look at the config on this, that's good to go, go back into our weapon, which is weapon test 1, do interaction there, and say... Reference existing. Earth. Spell Earth test. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're gonna find out. What? Where's my book? Where's my goddamn book? Shouldn't this be Spell Earth test? Weapon test. Oh, it doesn't have the word earth in it. That's why. Weapon test. Okay, that's not functioning. Let me see the server log. No server log. Weird. I don't know if you've already seen this over the last 2 years, but the Anvils and Ashes is looking really good in late fall. The snow is building up in the mountains. That's cool. Is there a place where I can find a list with all the mobs, blocks, and item IDs? You can find all the mobs. I don't have a list, but you can find all the mobs in-game by hitting tab, going to Creative Tools, going to, I think, World, and then Spawn Entity. And, like, they're all in there. And there's, like, over 1,000, dude. Like, there's a lot of them. They're horrifying, actually. There's a lot of enemies. Is there any way to have the hit location show up on all the time? That's what we were trying to do. Yeah, that's what we were trying to do. I think it's actually showing that particle effect to other players too, though. Can you explain your main goal with all what you're trying to do? To build? I'm building the baseline for all of our combat systems in the game. Like, we need to port everything from Blockgame Minecraft, and I'm trying to learn the asset editor to a good degree so that I can do so. By the way, look at this. And then look at this guy. And then look at this guy. It's just a zombie with another zombie as an arm. This game is insane. Yeah. It's like completely insane. It's a goddamn whale. Look at its bow. Yeah, there's a ton of, like, just look at how many guys are in here, man. Rootling. A Quebec rootling, huh? A seedling. Oh, that's kind of cool. Mithril guard. The Quebec elder? Look at him. He's got a tiny little beard. Incredible. The Farrens are pretty... I love the skull helmets that they have. Pretty cool looking. Duck. Oh yeah, the temple deers actually have flowers on them. There's so much shit to clean up. They have fox people? They do. They're called Farrens. Yeah, they got fox people in there. We've seen them a few times, too. There's also these, which I don't believe are in the game right now, but I've seen them in the model editor, and I was like, what the hell is that? That is horrific, right? And there's all these different spirits, which I think are really cool, because I'm going to be using these. You better believe it. That one has no animations, but I'm going to be using these. Very excited for that. Oh my god, it's a slugma. Dude, look at that animation of the snail. That is phenomenal. Look at his little eyeballs. Oh, that's a magma slug. I hate that. I hate everything about it. Yeah, they're doing a really good job with these. There's so many options. Oh, look at that. The Skeletonite actually has a graphic. Oh, it's like a rune set. Look at that. That's freaking sick looking, dude. He must be a summon. Yeah, that must be a guy that gets summoned. Look at that rune around him. That's really cool. Oh, look. It's me when I'm done working on this editor. It's finally happened. Blockgame is now in Hytale. Oh, that's sick. Look at that guy. Look at that, dude. The incandescent, huh? Burnt. That's a freaking sick-looking wizard, dude. A gunner, huh? Does he actually have a gun? Oh, that is cool. Look at that. Look at that. Do you use AI in your games? No. I do not use generative AI. It's really weird that I've gotten that question like 5 times today. What makes you ask that? Is there minor variations in a single skeleton type? Like the cacti? There are. Yeah, there's like a bunch of little minor variations for a ton of like creatures. I don't know how many have those variations, but there are a lot of them. Like deer can have flowers on their horns, and like the cactus can have like a growth on them, like all kinds of stuff. A lot of game devs use it, that's why. Yeah, but I ain't them, you know. I'm not gonna do that. Well, that's cool. I like the 2 different versions of the moss horn. I also like that it's not just a recolor. Like, look, the fur is actually completely different between these two. Like, the model is actually different. Even the model up here is different. So it's not just a straight-up recolor. It's, like, actually completely different modeled-wise. I like that. Moose. It's a goddamn moose. Ew. The horror. Tiny meerkats. Oh my god, he does the sand. He stands. Lobster. Larva void. Interesting. Scratch, sniff, and flinch. All right, I think I've learned a bunch about this today. Oh, look at that guy. This is like Zaphiroth, dude. I believe that. All right, let's try to get this weird tested version of this done. So if we do referenced interactions, spell earth test, and we go look at spell earth test, that is spawn deployable at hit location. Do we have to do a dual click for this? I don't know. I don't think we do. If we look at weapon test, and we look at weapon collapsing earth, we go look at the both of these. We do weapon, stat modifiers, damage earth, that's fine. Interactions, and interaction config. Use distance. Weapon test, interactions, interaction config, use distance. All right, so that's fine. If we go into here and we say interactions, spell earth test, and we do spell earth test, is there something we can do on this side for it? Looks like the answer is no. Does spawn deployable at hit location have to work with a bullet? Do we make a projectile that then casts spawn deployable at hit location? Is that how this works? Right? Maybe? Yeah, maybe. That's what you were thinking earlier? Like a potion splash? Let's go look at the poison bomb. Yeah, bomb, potion, poison, right? We've got this, and this has an interaction. Oh, that's a projectile. So this projectile has an explosion config? And I guess that's it? No, it doesn't work the same way. So that one is like a grenade, and when it hits, it's just a projectile. So even this is not using spawn deployable. Let's go look at the totem. There's a deployable of totem heal, right? We know this one. And if we go healing totem, model asset, healing totem in terms of this. Because what if we just make a healing totem, but we make the bullet really fast? Right? You know what I mean? Interactions, primary. Interactions, serial interactions. Come on, man. Projectile, there we go. Projectile config healing totem deploy. Why do you have to obfuscate everything? Projectile config healing totem deploy. Under a projectile config, model is healing totem projectile. Launch force is 10. Interactions. Here we go. Projectile miss, interactions. Remove entity, and spawn deployable at hit location. We just make a projectile. We make the projectile do the thing. It'll cut through grass. I just fixed their problem. It doesn't need to be all in a bunch of different configs, though, but we can do this. Which is kind of sick. So, we have a path forward. Okay. Let's think about this. Lawnmower spell is online. Well, it won't destroy them. Get rid of weapon test. Weapon collapsing earth. Actually, we'll keep weapon test. We're just going to build this on the test weapon. We'll call this weapon earth test from now on. Weapon earth test. We'll go into here and we'll say create a projectile. Create embedded projectile. And make that projectile the projectile ID. We have to make a new projectile, don't we? Projectile test earth. And we'll go into here and call it projectile. And then we'll create that. Are you kidding? It took the name out. There you go. Create. And now we've got projectile test earth. The appearance of this is going to have to change. We'll just choose a normal projectile we already have. We have a frostbolt projectile. We'll just choose that one as the appearance. And we'll make it so... Actually, we can make it a fireball appearance. Firebolt appearance. Or actually, even better... Bullet blunderbuss appearance. We'll make it so that the speed of this is 500 blocks a second. The gravity is 0. And we'll make it so that the projectile... I guess we'd have to make it so that the projectile then has that. And we do... Where is it? Projectile ID is going to be test earth. And then next. I think it'd be next on that, yeah? I think that would be that. Are you the owner of Hytale? No. No. We'll go into healing totem. There we go. Healing totem projectile. This projectile. Does this actually have any attachments? It does not. So we do weapon deployable healing totem. That interaction is... Oh, it's not even launch projectile? It's just projectile? Wait, what? Hold up. It's gonna get even weirder now. Just projectile type with no other information, and then config is projectile config healing totem display. Projectile config healing totem display or deploy. Oh, because that config can have an interaction on it. Oh, it's gonna get so dumb. Why is that so complicated? For no reason. Projectile. And then we do a config. And on that config, can we do the... Is it next from that? Let me go look. Yeah, on the config is where we do the interactions. So you don't make it a launch projectile. You just make it a type projectile. You set up a configuration. You make that configuration have the interactions. Because we set it up as a launch projectile. Then it launches the projectile we want it to shoot. And that's going to be... projectile test Earth in this case. And that one can't have interactions on it. Why? Why? That just seems... it seems extra complicated for funsies. So we need a projectile config, and we're going to call this projectile config test Earth. Create. And now in this one we can have the interaction. And the interaction in this one is going to be... how do we set that up? Inside of the config, weapon deployable, projectile config, healing totem display, spawn deployable. It's going to be interactions in there. Interactions. Wait, what? That's not correct. Wait a minute. Okay, so this isn't on primary. It's on projectile miss. And then we do create embedded. And then we do interactions. What happens if the projectile hits, man? What happens if the projectile hits? Remove entity, self. I'm gonna bet. Remove entity user. Alright. The user of this is counted for that. And then the other one is going to be spawn deployable at hit location with a config. Okay. This is silly now. Spawn deployable at hit location. Create embedded. Spawn deployable at hit location. There we go. Now we gotta go into source. And we have to take our configuration, because there's no way to do this manually without it crashing. We do this and that. Get rid of that. Apply that change. And we can go back over to here. And we've got our spawn deployable. Cool. And now we can go back into weapon test Earth. And we change that to projectile. Instead of launch projectile. Oh, wait, no, that's... yeah, weapon Earth test. There we go. Projectile. And we set that to the config. Projectile config test Earth. And projectile config test Earth is that. It's this one here. And then that will launch it in that direction. But how do we shoot it fast? Do we have to give it speed on this one again? Launch force 500. Whatever. And the model is going to be bullet. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 I think that works. 500 speed? Yeah. It does what a raycast normally would. Yeah. It's quite weird, but we'll get through it. Okay. Inside of this one, spawn deployable at hit location. Actually, we can just say close that. Source this. There we go. Editor again. Type. Okay, we can't change that. We'll go back into source. Just grab this. We have to hard add these. I'm just kind of dumb. Apply that. There we go. Okay. Weapon Earth Test 1. It got very angry, and it kicked me off the server. No, it crashed me. Let's find out why. Okay, so if we go into Weapon Earth Test 1, and we look at this, we've got type projectile config test Earth, and that's our interaction for primary. If we go to weapon deployable healing totem, we have interaction, simple, which doesn't seem to do anything. Don't really know what that is. And then projectile config healing totem display, right? So projectile config Earth, set Earth, test Earth, rather, and then that. So let's go into config healing totem deploy, and projectile config test Earth. Healing totem deploy, launch force 10. Let's just do 10, right? Whatever. Spawn deployable at hit location. Our configuration on this one is AoE, healing totem, AoE fire trap, right? Same shit we put on everything else. Allow place on walls, no. Hitbox collision config is hard collision. Damage cause, Earth. Type remove entity afterwards, after it misses. Weapon Earth test is in this one. I don't even think we need anything else. I think we just need that. Projectile config test Earth. Why does that crash? Maybe it was too fast? Maybe it got pissed because it was too fast? Does Blockgame Minecraft one have online mode disabled? What do you mean online mode disabled, man? Oh, okay, so it flies and then it crashes. It crashes when it hits. No, it's not logging a crash for me. I don't know why. There's no data in the crash. It's not too fast. It happens on landing. So, the config... Let's cancel this change and put it back. We'll try that again. There we go. Now it works. It's because the config wasn't technically loaded until you change the parent object and then change it back. It's a inheritance issue. Yeah, it's an inheritance bug. So let's go into here and we'll do bullet blunderbuss on this and we'll set the speed to 500. And again, this is a config, so we're going to go back to this and then change it to modify the parent object. Hey look, it's exactly what I wanted. Yep. And it can cut through the grass now. We just have to change the projectile for it and make it easy and good. We made an invisible projectile that is doing this, and I can shoot through grass now. Such a weird problem, though. Like, the raycast should be able to ignore grass. You know? Yeah, raycast should be able to ignore grass. There's no options for ignoring grass like that, and it's kind of lame. What? That's a bit weird, right? What happens if I hit a guy directly? Shit! That's probably a mistake. Okay, so if we hit the edge of a wall or a dude directly, it causes it to just... I don't want to talk about it. Let's figure it out. Yeah, it's the toggle in the editor right now. I'm aware. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's a different problem. It is... Let's think about this. Spell test Earth. Allow place on walls. Allow place on walls. It's not the place on walls problem. It's, we're only doing things on projectile miss. I guess it would be on projectile bounce, right? Is there any Hytale equivalent of redstone? No, not currently. Although people have already modded redstone in, which is wild. So hitting the ground counts as a miss. Which is a bit weird, right? Let's do projectile hit. And we'll change that out. Spawn deployable at hit location. Configuration. We should, like, I wish you'd be able to, like, take a config. Something's wrong with configs. Remove entity. No. Like, something is wrong with configs because we can only define them this way, and if you change the variable type, it crashes. Restart's not going to change that. It's not going to fix the issue. Those projectiles will disappear on their own, though, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Boop. Holy shit. Mindstorm, that's a lot. You're in the queue.
Vinyl Minty said on the current
that.
topic of Tyranids, here's a very interesting question for those who know either species.
Yes?
Who would win in an war or swarm showdown? The Tyranids or the Flood from the Halo franchise? My thoughts is that Tyranids adapt to their enemies, but the Flood steals those strengths, but could the Tyranid also adapt to those as well? Or maybe we just all lose in the end.
I would say the Flood lose, because the Flood lost to one shooty boy. So, there's a lot of shooty boys in Warhammer 40k, and they still haven't beaten the Tyranid. Yeah.
Aurelius Dio said been watching since 2023 and I trust your content creator opinion as someone who makes YT videos.
What's up?
I've got about 10k subs and average 5 to 20k views consistent. Last year I started getting emails from small companies for ad placement sponsors in my videos. I talk about gaming, so it's mostly third-party controllers, screen recorders. I haven't participated in any of these ads since some do seem sketchy, but I feel like it's too early to take part. But what's the best way to pursue them, if I do?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of that shit is very sketchy. The way that I always feel about it is money up front, no matter what. Usually go through a contractor of some kind to handle all of the legal and bullshit for yourself, if you can. And talk to a lawyer. Yeah. Talk to a lawyer about legal constraint stuff, because you're dealing with contract work. I was a freelancer for a long time. It's kind of a legal question, but I could dodge around it, right? I was a freelancer for a long time, and something you can do is talk to a lawyer about this stuff if you're wondering about the legal constraints there, and maybe have them draft up a contract for you. The other thing you can do is go through third parties. There are different groups, stuff like Mythic, stuff like side quests, things like that, where you can talk to them and they can manage all of those relationships for you. And they'll do it at a cost, you know, anywhere from 5 to 20% kind of a thing, generally. And you got to determine if that makes sense for you, because you get more volume by dealing with one of those companies, even if you get less per interaction by dealing with one of those companies. And you just kind of go from there, right? So, like, it's not really even a legal thing. It's more like a, what do you want to do thing. What makes the most sense for you? So, this is not, like, a good way to set this up, because this is on projectile hit. Projectile. Let's try it on projectile bounce, because I think projectile bounce happens no matter what. No, it doesn't. What causes a projectile to bounce? Shit. Shit. Do you refresh the book? What do you mean the book? Oh, you mean in this? Oh, you're right. I didn't. Damn it. There we go. Now I did. It didn't change. I've just made a bunch of weird bullshit. That's probably bad. This is the other thing that's really bad. The interaction in the book, because I want it to be able to shoot really far, allows me to pick up items from really far away. That sucks, dude. So I can't do it with my targeting reticle, Because then I could pick up flowers from 50 years away. I can't do it with my projectile unless I duplicate the config 15 times, because you can't statically put it, or you can't reference a config right now. Oh, it's bad, dude. Oh, it's bad, dude. Think that happens to repair kits? They fixed it the other day. Yeah, that's a weird one, man. Like, you shouldn't be setting the interact distance on the object like that. Book of Telekinesis, yeah. You can use that as a teleport if you can sit in a chair 50 meters away. Yeah, you can. You can, actually, 100%. And you can just interact with the... Like, look, I'll swap off the book and I can't do it anymore. I swap onto the book and I can do it. But the problem is the interact distance is what ties to the particle distance of what I'm doing right there. Because once you're outside of the interact distance, you can't do that anymore. So if I can't interact at that location, by stealing mushrooms that far, I can't cast a spell there either. Those two things should not be tied together. It should be a distance on the cast. That's very funny. Yeah, it just overrides interact distance. There's so many, like, little things that need to be fixed before we can, like, video game. I feel like we're gonna make a bunch of janky stuff. I'm gonna put this into the requests, actually. Now that I think about it, that just needs to be changed. Small successes. It's a lot. I'm learning a bunch of stuff, but there's definitely, like, interaction config should not be interaction for everything. It should be interaction for maybe specific things like use distance. I hope that maybe with an interaction config we can get more options in here. I think that fixes it. So an AoE target should not involve interaction. Here's the problem. Do you know how we do the AoE target? Do you know how that works? So let me show you something stupid. You're going to hear a bunch of, like, swooshing bullets. I don't think they're going away. If we grab this chef stove... Oh, no, that's not going to work. That's too large. There we go. Grab this workbench. You see how this workbench can be, like, placed on the ground? And then it turns red? That red is saying that the selection is not allowed, right? That's what that's saying. This, when I cast this, is a workbench that looks like a particle effect. And that's how you make AoEs. That's technically me placing a workbench, right? That's what that is. So I have to turn your interact distance up so that you can place a workbench. Which is not good. That's very stupid. Yeah. Like I said, video game, like, development is bullshit. Yeah, I'm placing a workbench. Yeah. So what I'm going to do instead is we're going to make it so that this is a bullet that shoots very fast. Because that's just the right way to do this, man. Yeah, we're going to change this weapon earth test out. Or weapon collapsing earth. We're going to rename this one to weapon target reticle test. We'll rename that. We're going to change this one right here to weapon collapsing earth 1. We'll keep target reticle test the exact same way that it is. So we'll have that. Test. So target reticle test, we'll make sure that that still functions. It does. So that way I can keep that, because that was quite a lot of work to get that done and get it doing a thing. And I'm happy to have a target reticle in there so we can use it for stuff later. Now we're going to make it so that it shoots a very fast bullet, right? And I need to restart the server to stop the swooshing. It's not a bullet, it's a character wearing a hat of a bullet, walking very fast. You know, honestly? Yeah.
Dirtstock with 1000 bits said the Emperor isn't eternal, so if they'd just let him die he would come back as version 2.0.
Yeah, but he might be
The
weird.
reason they can't leave the galaxy is the NIDS they've seen are just the scouts, not the main force.
Yeah.
There's also the chance they'd stumble across the last of the Siemten.
Here's the thing, though. If he dies, doesn't he get corrupted by the warp and come back, like, really bad, which is what the retcon was recently? Where, like, if the Emperor dies, he'll come back, but he'll come back, like, real messed up in some way, and, like, that super secret form of Space Marine is supposed to stop him. He, like, they opened the box or whatever, and he's not supposed to. You mean more messed up? Yeah. I think it's a we don't know, but probably retcon. Can make bullets bounce on walls? You can, but I have not done so yet. And I'm going to need to, because one of our spells from Blockgame requires that. They don't actually know what'll happen. Okay, fair. That's just a theory. If he dies, he births the Dark King. See, there we go. What the hell's the Dark King? What is that shit? He may come back as the 5th Chaos God. Grey Knights are the ones with the secret task. Why do you get to know about the secret task? I'm going to be honest with you. Every time I hear about some storyline progression thing with Warhammer 40k, it reminds me of Spaceballs, the search for more money. Because Warhammer 40k is a setting that's, like, finished. Like, leave it alone. You don't need to change anything. Does that make sense? Because every time I hear about them changing something, I was like, why did you do that? Everyone's mad now. But it's not finished? What is finished? It's a universe perpetually at war. You could take any little minutia of any planet among that galaxy and tell an entire story in that world setting and just leave the rest of it alone. Like, it's fantastic. Your game dev for Hytale? No, we're porting our game, Blockgame, from Minecraft over to Hytale. And I'm learning the asset editor, and I've been doing it for the last week. It's been fun. It's a lot of broken shit. Yeah, Spaceballs 2 is amazing. Which Chaos God do you like? I like Tzeentch to fight. Like, on the battlefield. They're great. Yeah, Tzeentch, followers of Tzeentch are great to fight for the Emperor. That one. Yep. Not a heretic.
Mindy said, "Sir, I am very close to a working game demo I made in Python.
Okay.
I can't stand the game and I don't want to ever touch Python again. This happens to me a lot. I learn a new craft and learning how it's made makes me never want to do it again. How do you finish a project in this situation? This happens to me a lot."
Why do you feel that way, I guess, is the biggest thing. Like, what makes you not want to do that? Like, it kind of sucks, right? Is there a reason that you feel like you don't want to use that anymore? Was it just frustrating? Was it not fun to use? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. When I'm working on something, like, a lot of this doesn't work. A lot of this is like, wow, I just spent 8 hours trying something and it didn't work. But I learned a bunch of shit along the way that I can use elsewhere, right? And I think that, for me, is really fun. Like, the act of figuring it out is an enjoyable experience, even if it turns out that the solution I tried doesn't work. Like that solution I tried earlier, I got to create a little targeting reticle. We got to go make it in GIMP. I got to put it in game. I actually got it to work, right? And then we found a bug with it that couldn't be solved, and now I have to come up with a completely new solution. And, like, for me, that's fun. But for other people, they might be like, oh, I wasted 8 hours. But, like, I didn't waste 8 hours. I learned stuff that I didn't know for 8 hours, and now I have it, right? So, like, maybe change your outlook on what it is that you're doing. Because you learn stuff. You get to have fun with it. Okay, rename. Projectile config. Collapsing Earth. I guess we'll just do that. Rename. Collapsing Earth. We'll say the model is Bullet Blunderbuss, which is fine. Yeah, never stop learning shit. Exactly. We're going to make a new model for this, I think. Maybe there's an empty model? Is there an empty model? In biz... Nope. Blank. Nope. Let's go see if there's any models for this that are blank like that, because the model is under projectiles, yeah? Yeah, it's going to be under projectiles. They have a tornado? That's kind of cool. I want to play around with that. Roots. You can always do other things and come back later if you get frustrated with one thing. True. Yeah, you absolutely can. There's nothing wrong with that. Projectile bounce is not going to work. I'm going to need to put every projectile hit type in this, and that's stupid. Wait. What if we did it on collision? Right? What if we did it on collision? I need to use the bathroom real quick. One second. All right.
McCabe said, I just started a sourdough with some wholemeal spelt flour. How long until I need to discard some? And how long until I can give some to the mods?
Every 24 hours, you have to discard half and then replace it with 50-50 of your favorite flour and white flour. Doing this over time, it takes a long time. The one thing with that in mind is if you do not do it every 24 hours, you got to do that. Like, you have to. If you don't, it gets real bad real quick. So 50% water, 50% flour, replace half every day. Done. You know. Do it by grams. Also, the mods cannot have bread. That's right. How dare you?
The real Miracoon with 500 bits said this one is for chat. Having a job interview and I was told that I missed leadership experience and software design experience.
Gross.
The interview is over, we are just casually talking, we are talking about hobbies. This person likes game dev and never heard of game jams and GDDs. I showed them, turns out that a GDD is design experience and leading a multidisciplinary jam team are examples of these skills. Moral, some things that seem normal to you may be skills an employer wants.
So wait. You were told that you missed leadership experience and software design experience. The interview's over and you guys are just talking. You start talking about hobbies. The person liked game dev and never heard of game jams or game design documents. Turns out game design document is design experience, and leading a multidisciplinary jam team are examples of these skills. Did you end up getting the job, Miracoon? That's great. I think that's amazing that they didn't know. Yeah, talk about your jams in your interviews. Do that. Yes. It's like the thing that I told people before is like, if you're applying for a game dev position, tell them about your Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. And people are like, what? That's just me dorking around. I was like, what do you think making games is, man? It's design experience. You designed an experience for players. That's what a D&D campaign is. Like, Side projects are always experience? Yes. Yes, they are. Use your side projects to get a job. 100%. That's why we run the game jams. Like, absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely. That's why you're obsessed with both programming and D&D? Yes. Yes. There's no such thing as a side project. There's always just investing in you, man. That's the whole point. That is the entire point. Anything that you do, you are investing in yourself. You're learning something new, and you can use that as work experience. You can use that as a jumping point to learn new skills. You can use that for your job. You could use it just for your hobbies. Like, to be real with you, I have an entire side thing that I do, which is growing mushrooms that you guys know about. I have home cultivation of different mushrooms that I do in my garage, right? Super fun for me. I'm not going to do that for a job, but that hobby taught me a whole bunch of things about cleaning environments, making sure that I have like laboratory conditions for all the stuff that I do, because when you're growing stuff in your own lab cultures and you have to make sure that spores don't get in them, you're breathing them in millions every minute, right? You have to make sure that that is completely cool. What type of mushrooms? I do lion's mane, oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and reishi mushrooms. Super fun. Yeah. I got a ton of pictures, too. Check this shit out. I post them on the old Twitter all the time. Wait. What? That was weird. From Pirate Software. I'll show you one of the picture of reishis that I put out. So here's some of the reishi mushrooms that I grow. I put this out a long time ago, but this is one of my clean setups, and these are 2 blocks of shiitake mushrooms in this, not reishi, sorry. Shiitake mushrooms in this one. And then we take that, and I cut all the shiitakes off of it, put them in a big old bowl, right? And then put that into my food dehydrator, which is a Kasori, super nice one. And then put those up in jars, and then I can use them in ramen and all kinds of stuff. And then outside of that, if it's a scrungly, ugly-looking one, I'll grind them up in a mortar and pestle, nice and fine, and then I use that as a seasoning when I'm cooking steak, because it's very umami flavor. Super tasty. So like any type of steak, just add that as seasoning on the top when it's cooking, and it's really, really good. Yeah. I love growing mushrooms, dude. Let me get another one here. Let me show you the non-scrungly ones from Pirate Software. Lions. Let's look at Maine. I think it's under Maine. Yeah, here we go. I got a couple of different ones here from this. So here was, look at that. So I got some oyster mushrooms there. Big old oyster lads. And then this one is a lion's mane. This one, if you look at this, how it's kind of like in all directions, it's a little bit weird. That's because the moisture wasn't right. Yeah, the moisture wasn't right on that one. It was too little moisture. Sevendas. Or Seven Heads. What the hell, dude? Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. And you look at this one. Look at that. These guys are great. Look at those. Lion's mane. Lion's mane. Honestly, thank you very much, dude. That is crazy. See this? See how they're brown on the tips? Too dry. And they move in all directions. They're looking for moisture, and they're not growing right. So that one turned out a little bit weird. These are not the right amount of moisture for that one. That's when I was learning. But look at these. These are some of the best ones that I've grown. Lion's mane and oysters. You were at the store the other day. They were selling lion's mane for like $12 an ounce. That's pretty cheap-ish. They can go like $45 a pound. That's all right. It's usually it's pretty all right. I just eat them. I don't give a shit. They're tasty. I don't go to like farmers markets and sell them, but like look at this one, dude. That is the most perfect lion's mane I have ever grown. Ever. Look at it. It looks like a koosh ball. What's it taste like? Lobster. It is exactly the same flavor and texture as lobster. But seriously, 25 gifted subs is outrageously nice of you. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. Looks like a butt. It's kind of butt-like, you know? Any prep you need before you can eat it? Yeah, you can't eat them raw. I would not eat any mushrooms raw, even the ones that you normally eat raw. They're made out of chitin, and your body doesn't digest that very well. It's not good for you generally. So what you do is for this one, you slice it into like little, maybe half-inch kind of cakes, right? And then kind of slice it sideways into strips like you would with a steak, right? Take that and then put it inside of a big, deep pan. Fill that up with quite a lot of butter because it's going to absorb it all. A little bit of water in there as well, very tiny amount. And then you put the lid on it and you cook it low and slow for like, I'd say like 30 minutes, just about. And then you come back to it and you kind of stir it around a bit with that low and slow on it. And if you want a little bit of browning to it at that point, you can, but it'll get very mushy. And when you get really mushy like that, it's kind of like, it's almost like lobster flesh? It's that same kind of texture. So when you eat it, it tastes just like lobster, and the texture is just like lobster. It is like the perfect lobster replacement that you grow in your garage. So like, but you can also get these like little kits where you grow them in your bathroom in this little tiny thing. It's kind of cool. Thoried a buttshroom? You're just jealous, dude. You're jealous. Look at this one. It was at my old place. Look at that. Look at that. This is when I first started doing this. This is back in 2023. This was like my first... Yeah, this is some of my first ones that I got to do. Look at that. This is when I first started this hobby. Yeah, they all look like tribbles. Yeah, delicious tribbles, though. The tastiest tribbles around, man. What is this? Oh. Oh, that's really funny. You know that guy earlier that was like, hey, would you get involved in crypto? And I was like, no, that's shit. I got a whole bunch of tweets that are like, he'd never get involved with this. It's a shitty rug, and the post author deleted their post. So somebody tried to make a scam coin in my name today, and then I just like memed on it on stream, and then they deleted the post and went away. Idiots. No, I hate that shit. This is why I'm so public about that. I was like, no, that's garbage. I would never do that. That's the reason I'm so public about it, because I don't know, when you're a streamer, people do that shit, and it's just like, dude, I would never make a crappy coin. I would never make a cryptocurrency. Never. Yeah, it's so dumb. I've seen way too often. What's the percentage of the food that you grow yourself? I'd say right now it's about 20%. When I get really into it and I start like doing stuff in spring, it's almost 50. It's about 50% on average. Proteins I can't grow myself. I don't have the heart for it, to be honest with you. So when I do protein stuff, I order it from a butcher and then I freeze it for the year, and then that's good to go. The only pirate coins that should ever exist are the ones you're handing out. You're goddamn right. You can also be unpublic with it? What do you mean unpublic? With not liking crypto? No, I'm public with not liking crypto, so that way if somebody sees that shit, they don't get scammed. Like, that's a pretty important thing to do, in my opinion. Give us your limited edition coin. God damn it. You guys are ridiculous. A quote from Call AI, Godblight, on the Return of the Emperor. What went into the throne room on the Imperial Palace may not be what emerges. All gods are blight on existence, whether they call themselves gods or not. Ooh. One sec. Yeah, non-fungus token, dude. Okay, so I've got a couple of different problems here. Collision is not what we think it is. Collision enter, collision leave, and collision is collision with entities or players. This is projectile spawn, projectile hit, and projectile miss, and projectile bounce. There's no projectile anything, so I'd have to duplicate the config for each one of these, which is stupid, and I hate it. But could do, right? Kind of dumb, but could do. Lame. Deeply lame, yeah. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. I get out liking crypto, and I draw a distinction between that and the blockchain tech itself. Do you think blockchain tech and BTC are worthwhile technology? Yes, I do. I think that blockchain is an incredibly good ledger. It is very good for being a ledger, which is an immutable set of data, meaning you cannot change it. The problem that I see is people who are crypto bros that are trying to make money off of people that see the buzzword of blockchain. And what they'll do is they'll make games sometimes. And those games will be like, oh, it runs on blockchain technology. That means you can make money off of it. Like that stupid shit, right? And what all they've done is they've created a situation where as administrators, they can't help you if your account is stolen. That's the problem, right? So if you have an account in World of Warcraft, for instance, you have a character, and your character gets stolen, your account gets stolen, and someone steals all of your gold, the admins of World of Warcraft can give you your gold back to your character and delete that other person's like trades and all that shit. They can delete all that and give it all back to you. In a system of a blockchain video game, you're screwed. It's gone because it's ownership based, meaning the admins have no control over the assets and where they go and who owns them. And that ends up being a huge problem, which is why I feel that most implementations of blockchain that I see that are in the gaming industry are done so just for buzzwords, not because they're better than a traditional database. A traditional database does all of this better because the administrators can administrate it. It's like reinventing the wheel as a triangle. Yeah, stupid. Makes no sense for that. It is not a good use of that technology. And there are other uses you can use for that that are great. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, like a harbor. A ledger at a harbor is great for that. Having a distributed like ledger that it can never be changed in any way, a record of all transactions that have ever occurred, fantastic for that. It's really good for that. Awesome. Bad for a database for a video. Medical records, great. Super good for that. Agree. But the thing is you wouldn't want that to be distributed either. You don't want somebody's medical records out there, right? Use Raycast Targeter for placement tools. Projectiles are for bullets. Placement pipeline. Primary Raycast. Let me see this. Ignore foliage. So you can do selector and then ignore foliage. Upstream Wanderer. Hit block, ground snap. Spawn workbench at position. Spawn workbench at position? What is that? What is spawn workbench at position? There's no such thing. Upstream Wanderer, what are you talking about? I'm going to go to my weapon and I'm going to change this, because I've already got my other one. We'll go into Blockgame weapon. We'll go into Collapsing Earth. Your solution to this is primary. So we'll get out of this. We'll go to primary. We'll go to interactions. We're going to do a selector. Selector. For this, it's going to crash when I do this. Actually, it won't crash because we'll change it manually. So go to editor, source. We'll go into selector down here, and I'm going to say ID. One sec. We'll do ID Raycast. And then we'll say apply that change. And then go back to editor. We'll go up here. Oh, is it going to make me do the thing? It's going to make me do the thing. Okay, one sec. I need to go grab a Raycast from another thing. Do we have another Raycast on hand? Shit. I need to see if what you just said is vibe coded, my dude. Did you vibe think that? I need to know. Because I know that that function doesn't exist. You doing an MMO server for Hytale? Yeah, we're actually taking stuff from Blockgame MMO, which is our MMO in Minecraft, and I'm moving it over. I'm going to go grab the Raycast config for this. Give me a sec. Selector. ID Raycast. Let me grab this. Source. Back to the source on this. Editor. All right, now we have type selector. ID is Raycast, right? Distance 50. Ignore fluids, ignore empty collision material. Good. And then you want it to go to hit block, ground snap. Where is ground snap? We don't have ground snap. Ground snap? Where are you getting ground snap? That's not an option. Did you vibe think this? Did you ChatGPT this? You know ChatGPT doesn't actually know about Hytale yet, right? Ground snap is not an option. Upstream Wonder, have you used Hytale's editor? Have you actually used this editor? Because what you're talking about is options that do not exist in this. So where are you getting these from? Ground snap is not an option. That is not real. Spawn workbench at position is not an interaction type. So where are you getting these? And you've written it like a function. This was your message here. What is this? You wrote that as if it was an interaction. That's not an interaction. That doesn't exist. So I'm wondering where did you get this? It's fine if you use ChatGPT, but I need to know if you did, if you've like vibe thought this. Because I went down this path before and we couldn't find a way to get it done. Because all you can do from hit block is fail on and choose a fail option. Ignore owner, which generally should be on there. Tags, which tags don't do any of that, and that's it. Like, this is what you have inside of this. And then you have ignore fluids and ignore empty collision material and block tags. So, like, where are you getting ground snap? Hit block also doesn't do anything like that. You can't snap to it. You can do a create embedded or reference existing to create a new interaction that does not use any of the materials from this. There's no ground snap. So what are you talking about? Ground snap as an interaction. Primary, raycast, get rough hit point. You can't get a rough hit point from the raycast, though. So you're trying to do a raycast into a raycast? And you just called that ground snap? So, I'm going to explain something to you that I need you to explain this to me, right? If you have a block and you are doing a raycast from over here, from the top of your character's head, and it's hitting that location, why would you then need to do another raycast downwards? You've already hit the block, right? Like if you've already sent a raycast and it's hit here, why would you do that? The raycast doesn't appear up here. For a side hit, you've already hit the side of it. You've already hit the side of the block. You don't need to do anything else. So what is this ground snap you're talking about? That doesn't make any sense. That's why I was like, dude, what are you talking about? And you've used an interaction called spawn workbench at position, which is not real. It's not even a real one. Like, we can go into here and do hit block and, like, do whatever the hell we want with it, but that does not exist, what you were talking about. So, what? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, man. Also, by the way, you can't do spawn deployable hit context either. Spawn deployable, again, is also not an interaction, which is why I have it on this list of spawn deployable should be an interaction, because you only have spawn deployable from raycast and spawn deployable from hit location, and you don't get to choose any information for those contexts. Which is the problem. Which is why it's on my list. So I'm wondering where you got spawn deployable hit context, because that doesn't exist. If you're creating custom interactions, sure, but we're using only the asset editor for this and giving feedback to the developers. You can create that, but that is not in this. Yeah. Ignore empty collision material and disables grass and foliage collisions. Yes, it does, but you can only do that from a raycast selector. Yeah, forward raycast hit it what you aim at. You don't... Yeah, it could be anything. Unless you're doing ignore fluids and ignore empty collision material, and then it will hit the ground. That's hit block. But if you miss, it just won't do anything. Which is fine. If you want this to only to go off on blocks, it makes sense. I think one of the biggest problems I have with hit block on this is we can't determine which side of the block we're hitting. Yeah, configuring raycast to go through the grass and light. Now here's the problem. Guess what you can't configure it to go through? Do you know what it is? Let me show you. If you are configuring raycasts, you can do that. If you're configuring the one of spawn deployable at raycast, you can't. Which is why it hits the side of these, because there's no options to configure. Which is stupid. And that's why I put in that report. Because you don't get those checkboxes that allow you to do that. And instead it just raycasts directly into the walls of these things. Yeah. How's it going? It's going fine. Somebody came in and claimed a bunch of things that are not actually in the game. So I'm asking them if they vibe coded it, and their response was, just trust me, bro. So, a little bit weird. Yeah, it's very weird. And it shouldn't be that way. Like, if we go into here and we go into test, weapon target reticle test, and we go look at interactions and functionality, and we can go into interactions here, and we'll go to interactions there, and you can see stats conditions. So that's when we check the actual stats. On fail, we're going to do spell targeter activate. So spell targeter activate. This is going to then set a stat, and that stat is going to turn on deployable preview, which is super useful. So then we're going to say test for this. Go back to our weapon target reticle test. And under interaction config, we now have a new interaction config that can be turned on. Or under interactions, rather. We grab this. Where is our config for this? Where did you go? Under next, replace, default value, interactions. Here, spell collapsing earth instant. So if we go to spell collapsing earth instant, this is spawn deployable from raycast. Now, spawn deployable from raycast is missing something. If we go down here, you can see that on a selector that is set as a raycast, it has ignore fluids and ignore empty collision material. Guess what spawn deployable from raycast is missing? That. Because it's not a true raycast. It doesn't have the options of a raycast. And that's the problem. And if you shove them in there, it doesn't work. Yeah. If you adjust the raycast hit position to center, it will surface adjust to the hit to the top of the block. Fair, but again, you can't do that with spawn deployable from raycast. And there is no spawn deployable generic, which is super annoying. Which means you'll have to do a spawn deployable at, effectively, I guess, hit location after doing a raycast, which is technically feasible, but silly and dumb. It's just, spawn deployable should have a generic, and it doesn't. What does the other type of spawn deployable do? That one is a spawn deployable at hit location, which is used for projectiles. Which might still work with raycasts. We could technically do that, but again, it shouldn't be necessary to do that. You should just have a generic. Are you playing it like a survival game for now? Oh, you mean with the vanilla? Yeah, it's super fun. People really enjoy it. So we'll go into this. We're going to go here. We're going to say create embedded. And we'll do type spawn deployable at hit location. And we could probably pass in the raycast to there for the hit location on the block. And then we can go from there and create that, which would be fine. It's still really weird, though. Like, it doesn't really quite make sense. Especially when you have the other option of spawn deployable from raycast. Or spawn deployable at raycast. Here. Yeah, from raycast. That also doesn't seem to make any sense. You can try and create lightning magic in Hytale. Oh yeah, we're going to do that, for sure. I've already got like fire magic, frost magic. I'm making this earth magic next. Is modding for this game in a good state? It is in a good state, yes. There are some things that are a little bit weird, but it is in a good state. Yeah. I think Thor only spent less than an hour playing vanilla before jumping into editing modding? Yes. I wanted to immediately do that. That's how I felt about Minecraft too. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be real with you though. Please, if you're gonna send me stuff like this, please do not vibe code your descriptions. This is not a actual interaction in the game. And if you're building custom ones, just show me the Java. Like, you don't need to, whatever that is. No one knows what that is. No one can know what that is because that interaction is not real. So if you use ChatGPT to write this for you, don't. And if you are making custom interactions, show me the code, right? And then we can talk from there. Yeah. It's got no data to train on, exactly. ChatGPT has no idea how Hytale works yet. Get this jippity shit out of my house. Exactly. All right, so...
Kabui Krebs said, hello Thor, Goblinus Laudius in Latin. Can we get a trapper type of playstyle in Blockgame? Similar to a trapper in Guild Wars 1. Duck Lurk.
Maybe the Ranger could be something like that. Might be a lot of fun. I don't know. What the hell is Jippity? Chat GPT? Chat Jippity, dude? Get this Chat Jippity shit out of here. I hate Jippity, dude. All my homies hate Jippity. Yeah, no, I think one of the biggest problems that I'm seeing is you have an entire massive amount of people online that are using LLMs in order to train themselves in different skills, but they don't realize that when a new thing comes out, the LLM has no idea how it works because no one has written how it works yet. So now it just hallucinates wildly about it, which is not great. Yeah. It's been giving people, like, solutions for Minecraft and shit. Because it's like, oh, Hytale. People who talk about Hytale talk about Minecraft, so the solution must be the same as Minecraft. And then it gives them a Minecraft solution that doesn't make any sense. And then, because they don't check up on it, they just run with it and start screaming wildly about the solution that doesn't actually make any sense. And I've been seeing it for the last entire week. If you hallucinate at work, you get fired. When AI does it, it's a feature. I know, dude. It's ridiculous, actually. But I think that's like a really big danger with this is like do not trust the AI right now, my dude. Maybe months from now. Yeah. Doesn't that hurt the AI to be able to actually help in the future? I have no idea what you're asking. You mean like does that hurt AI's ability to help in the future because it's being an idiot about new content? Yes. What is this? I'm considering your port too much of Minecraft jank. What are you talking about, dude? Bro, you have no idea what I'm building if you think that. Blockgame in Minecraft is not Minecraft at all. I don't like Minecraft. Blockgame is our MMO where we replaced literally all of Minecraft with our own creations over the last several years. Because I didn't like Minecraft. There's no jank that I'm bringing over. Like, what? That's wild, dude. Yeah, do that in Minecraft. Like, no, dude. Oh, that's insane. So our config is going to have to be hard-coded for this one. That's going to be silly. Okay, so if we do deployables from Raycast, we can do the config there. Alright, let's grab that config up. And go into here. Our config, we can't put a type in because that will crash the editor. Spawn deployable from Raycast. And we can just do that and apply it. And we're good to go. So this deployable from Raycast might work if this functionally makes sense. But having a generic for this just works. I'd rather do the generic. Boop. There's our targeting reticle version. And another targeting reticle version. I wonder, actually... I have an idea. Which one is this one? Targeting reticle test. We'll get out of that one. And we're going to do Earth. Yep, collapsing Earth interactions, primary interactions. So we will need to reset that one like this because we modified the config, and it gets mad about that. Nope. So weapon collapsing Earth 1 interactions, primary interactions 0. Let's go take a look at which one is not working. We go into here, weapon collapsing Earth 1. Get rid of these. Interactions 0. And it's... So collapsing Earth 1, interactions, primary interactions 0. This is the exact problem we had last time, which is spawn deployable from raycast, not actually functioning off of a raycast, which is the problem. So that does not work. We can probably try spawn deployable at hit location and try that, but it didn't function last time. It's like super annoying. Does nothing. Does nothing. Just in general, we could probably try it a different way. I'm going to go pull up my test reticle. Weapon reticle test. We'll go interactions, and in this case, we're just going to be spawning that thing at that location. Yeah, spawn deployable from raycast, and the config is right there, and we wouldn't need anything from that. You just tried the egg? Hell yeah. Wait, Zaphroth, what are you sponsored to do? What? What do you mean you're sponsored? Just in general? He's just full of shit.
Frigid Grave said, "Salutations, Mr. Hall. We at Buttshell Tech would like to congratulate you on your purchase of our newest AI-powered moderation software, ChatCBT.
No.
Complete with air freshening capabilities to keep out the stink. We've also confirmed shipment of the guards you've ordered. Thank you for shopping with Buttshell, and be sure to use your exclusive birthday discount code, YARSTINKY, on your next purchase for 7% off any purchase of these nuts."
That's wild, dude.
Matt Latterson said, "I'm going to start something today. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a Wizard War. 5, 6, 7s, and 8s. I cast never get your mail in rebates."
Oh, no, that's mean. That's messed up. What do you mean never get your mail-in rebates? That's the worst one I've ever heard. Because you'd be waiting forever. You'd be waiting. I cast your fiber axe like dial-up.
Titan Robo Duck said, "Thoughts on the additive, subtractive manufacturing restrictions bill in the Washington state legislature. Personally, I find it to be an awful bill. Link incoming. HTTPS."
I don't know anything about that. I'll read it. Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know anything about additive, subtractive manufacturing, to be honest with you, so I got no ideas. I'll read it, though, Titan Robo Duck. You guess permanent 2000 ping? Yeah. Honestly, permanent 2000 ping is less infuriating than intermittent 2000 ping. Which is worse? When it happens randomly, every 10 minutes? Every 2 hours, maybe? Only at the really good moments of the video game. Right? Or if it's always bad. Intermittent's way worse. Any progress in the last 4 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I was able to make the targeting reticle spell that I wanted to do. Able to make it so it works on walls. I made this graphic so it actually works as a targeting reticle. Looks pretty nice. And then we can cast this spell directly where we want. The problem is, it goes on to stuff like this. Because Raycast doesn't work well. Unfortunately. Because Raycast spawn deployable from Raycast doesn't actually spawn a deployable from Raycast. It casts a Raycast and then spawns a deployable there. And the problem with that is that it doesn't have the options for ignore fluids and ignore empty collision material. Which is stupid. That should be on there. So I put that in as a bug. Yep. What, dude? What are you talking about, Promtech? In the game? None? Yeah, we don't have any automation on here at all yet. Eventually, yes. Yeah, there's no layer checks. There's no layer checks for spawn deployable from Raycast. That one is... I don't know. It's selectless and soggy, right?
The actual Dan Ray with 500 bits said, "I learned an interesting new fact. We all know that scuba divers always fall backwards off the side of the boat to get into the water, but do you know why?
No.
It's because if they fell forward, they would simply land in the boat."
God damn it. Outrageous. What mods have you seen made so far? I've been learning the asset editor this entire time so that we can get all of our spell system moved over. And I've learned a lot about casting a spell, casting a stronger charged up version of the spell, creating custom particle systems, making a targeting reticle and casting a spell at the targeting reticle. And now I'm making it so I can cast an AoE spell at a specific location while cutting through all of the grass and other foliage. Slowly and surely. Working it out, man. Oh, also I can make custom blocks. Like this one. It's pretty good, right? Or that one. He's just in there. He's in there now. I can also make custom recipes. I can change all the information on all these benches here. Oh, look, another one. All kinds of things. Yeah. It's hideous. Thank you. I can also do custom weather effects. I can change the moon, all of the graphics for all that kind of stuff. I did put in a request for them to give us a set weather interaction because it doesn't exist. It's kind of lame. Like, we should have that. It'd be really nice. When you get the Finger of Death to turn enemies inside out, I could just do that. I made a spell the other day that made people invisible, but it, like, disintegrated them first. He's going to hide those blocks randomly throughout the game. Yeah, and if you break one, you get prizes. I'm just going to hide them and be like, whoever finds it first, that'll be it. Yeah. There's also going to be, like, a room where if you get temp banned, you will be able to log into only that room, and there will be this sitting in the room staring at you, and that's it, with a timer over his head. And when the timer finishes, you get your items back. And that'll be that. Can you give the piglet your face? Technically, I could give the piglet my face. But I don't know where he is. Oh, there he is. Piglet. Piglet. He just kind of chills out here. He hasn't really gone very far. He's just a little guy. Look at him. He'll never grow up, though, which is kind of sad. Yeah. Son of Gort. Piglin.
Mindstormsman with 10,000 bits said, "My lord, might we request a second ration of bread for the orphans, and definitely not the moderators? We would never request that you answer less TTS messages for all the good they do, but we've been going so very hungry as of late. An extra ration of bread for the orphans and definitely not the moderators would go so far in keeping the little ones' spirits up. Mod love, mod love, mod love."
What? Why do you keep saying and definitely not the moderators, then? That's suspicious. That's a suspicious thing to say. That's what that is. It's suspicious. Yeah. Baby animals don't have a timer to turn into adult versions? Nope. Not as far as I've seen so far. Stuff that'll get added in. Or you can add it, right? Prizes, 60 skeletons spawn on you? I mean, I could add that as that's a pretty good prize. And then it can scream, "The Bone Zone," when it happens, and then just summon a bunch of skeletons, you know?
Joe_Nis said, "Remember chat. It's all shits and giggles until the little nurgling giggles and shits liquidly. Horrifying.
Ew.
Praise the Emperor."
Praise the Emperor.
Mindstormsman said, "You are much more optimistic than me. I spent 8 hours learning, versus, I fumbled around for 8 hours before learning one thing. Neither is bad, they are almost equivalent, but one sounds and feels better."
You didn't fumble around and then learned one thing. You learned a bunch of shit that didn't work. Do you know how much stuff I learned today? Just doing all that stuff? You learn so many things when it doesn't work. It's perfect. You learn so many things that way. It's very, very positive to do that. Have you found the villages or kingdoms or whatever? Or is it Quebecs around here? Yeah, there's some of that stuff around. But, like, I'm just building is basically what I'm doing. Yeah, making a shitpost is an awesome way to learn. Agree. Okay, so... can we just generate it there? Deployable fire trap. We're not going to have a model preview. We can just get rid of that. No model preview. The config is going to be AoE, fire trap, and just the model, right? And that's it. We just spawn it in. And then when we go up here, we can say ignore fluids and change it. And then go back up here and say on the primary, which is the actual thing itself, use player animations and remove player animations. Then we can go over to this, go to our book, Collapsing Earth, and it doesn't work. Weapon Collapsing Earth, interactions, primary, interactions, 0. So let's go back into here and find out why. I'm going to go look between these two different things where we're casting this. Projectile test Earth is the only other thing we can do this with. Restart in order? I figured out what the restart problem was, so I don't think it's that. If we go to interactions, we could try a restart, but I want to see this first. The issue that we're having right now is missing interaction. Weapon Collapsing Earth 1, interactions primary, interaction 0. And that means that Weapon Collapsing Earth 1, which is the one we're on right now, interactions, primary, and then interaction 0, which is this one. It's somehow missing the selector interaction, which is raycast. It's right there. So maybe a restart is the right way. I'm just going to do it. Raycasts do not work very well. There is something wrong with them in the asset editor. They break constantly. So how long do you think it'll take to complete the Blockgame port from MC to Hytale? I'm going to be honest with you. Let me finish the combat system. Once the combat system is working, I'm just going to print items. I'm going to print 1 billion items, dude. Like, I just have to build buckets, and right now I'm building buckets. I've got a projectile, I've got a charge-up projectile, I've got a casting reticle, I've got custom particles, and I'm trying to build an instant cast, instant transmission AoE right now. And once I get that done, you're good. Like, I'm just going to be like, brrrp, here's a bunch of items, here's a bunch of shit. Right now, it's just get the bucket working. And once we get one bucket working, we just make 1 million things, right? And that's kind of how that always goes, is you got to get the first one right, not just ham-fist through all of it. And that's why people are like, oh, just move on to another thing. It's like, no, we get this one thing correct, and then we build everything on top of it. Because if I don't do that, it's going to be a shit show. Okay, so it's not missing the interaction anymore, but it's also not doing anything. Let's try changing this over to here. Nope. Nope. Yeah, this is the same problem it had last time. Does nothing, man. I want to make the elemental staves work. I already can make those work. They're really easy. I made those work the other day. They're quite cool. Yeah, the main point is learning new tools right now. That's 100% the point. Test. Earth. Yeah, for whatever reason, this doesn't function. So that person was like, trust me, bro. Trust me. Like, this doesn't work. If you do interactions, and you do interaction here, and you go selector, and you choose the selector of raycast, right? So it's a raycast selector, and it does hit block, and you do the interaction then of spawn deployable from raycast, it does nothing. And that's that. Which is kind of lame. Kind of lame. Maybe we can do max placement distance of 50. Oh! I figured it out. I figured it out! I figured it out. Okay. We have the same problem. We have the exact same problem as before. I'm mad. Nope. It's broken still, and I'll tell you exactly how it's broken. God damn it, dude. We have to use a projectile. It sucks. Sleuther, I never stopped being so. But I hope you have a good day either way, man. It's gonna be fun. It's such a dumb bug. Doesn't the repair tool use raycast? I'm aware. This is gonna be dumb, and I'm gonna show you.
Mindstormsman said, listening to the links in the answered TTS channel, it feels like you might need to set the link another 5 to 10 seconds prior to what you already link in the VOD. The question gets cut off a bit, which probably isn't that bad given it is also logged alongside the link. Though some people might just, too long didn't read, for the question and only click the link and miss half the good information and or context in the TTS. Yar love, yar love, yar love.
I'll fix that tonight. Yeah, I'll fix that tonight. Cubasos is hiding his repair shirt. Okay, so I got it to work. Watch this. Shoots the AoE, right? Neat. Problem. And here goes the problem. When I click over there, do you see how that doesn't work? Do you see how it works here? What else do you see when something's about that far away? The pick up blue flags, right? Or F to interact right there. Watch. I can cast there. So, I don't know why they've done this, but raycast distance is tied to interaction distance. Meaning if you want to increase the distance you can do a raycast, you have to increase the distance that you can interact. Which is stupid. It's like really, really not good. So, if I want to fix that, we have to go down here and do use distance, and I have to set it in adventure mode, and another one in creative mode, and set the distance to 50. And then, I can go over here, if I can actually click the damn thing. Actually, it may not even do. We'll see if it works. Because that's what we had to do before. Distance is 50. Is there an interact distance on this? Oh, it might actually not even let you do a raycast that far. Oh, it may actually be broken. Hold up. This may get even funnier. Okay, now it's working. I had to swap off the weapon and back. Or not. Wait. There we go. See how I'm able to shoot it like all the way over there now? Kind of. Maybe I have to go up higher. In one sec. This is definitely like 50 away. Okay, see that? See how I can interact with the dandelion, though? See the problem now? It's wherever your interaction distance is. I can't interact with the dandelion there, so I can't shoot it. It'll hit that. Oh, it's not even cutting through the foliage anyway! I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Ignore empty collision. Empty collision material and ignore fluids. It doesn't even cut through the foliage. This is the foliage with empty collision material. Shoots right into it. Ah! Okay, so we're not doing that. Let's try on hit block. Spawn deployable at hit location. Huh? Huh? And then we'll go into that, and we'll do the source, and we'll go put it on again. Because you can't do it manually or it crashes. There has to be a way, dude. I think the projectile is going to be the best way to do this, man. I really do. I honestly believe that that is the way to do this. Which is a meme. Cancel an item change. Don't care about that. View distance 96. Doesn't matter. Okay. This one doesn't seem to have the same thing. For spawn deployable at hit location. So maybe this will just work? Nope. I have to reset the server. It's Madge. Alright, restarting. Is it possible to increase the reach while casting for the duration of the cast? No. You have to do it with Java. That's also, like, not good. Raycasting should not ever be restricted by interact distance. That's a pretty weird bug. So I'm going to bug report that one today, because that makes no goddamn sense. Pretty much at all.
Mindstormsman said there are a fair few pain points in vanilla Hytale experience that almost feel strategically placed to attract more players to the modding tools. For example, the Ice Staff, which is craftable in adventure mode but is unable to cast spells. Or perhaps the entire Spear class of weapons, where the only spears obtainable in adventure mode are only through loot when spears exist in the files for every major metal and are only missing their crafting recipes.
So, the reason why you feel that way is because you want to mod it. The average player is going to be like, oh, shit's broke. You should mod the video game. You have the modder's thought, my dude. It is in your brain. Okay. This does not function. So not only does raycasting not... You know, raycasting just isn't implemented correctly. That's what it comes down to. Raycast is not implemented correctly because it's based on your interact distance, which is already insane and makes no sense. Alright. Yeah, that's really silly. Raycasts are restricted by user interact distance. Oh no, the devs are like, hey, this is all broken, we know. How's the dev going, man? Goblins, how's it going? I learned something. I learned something stupid, and I'm going to put it in our list right now, because this is really bad. Raycasting. Rename. We're going to do a request in here. Okay, we're going to take raycasting, and we're going to put this up here. Request. I think it's called interact range. Let me actually look the name of it. We'll go to Earth. This is like a really dumb bug, too. It's quite funny that this is it, but if you go to interactions config... No, it's not interactions config. Where is it? Weapon collapsing Earth. Interaction 0. Where was this? Use distance. There we go. It's the use distance. It's so silly. Yeah, use distance. Interaction config, use distance. Grab this. There we go. Scroll, damn you. If you set up a interaction selector raycast. Interaction selector raycast. It will come with a distance. It needs to have the player's use distance set in interaction config. My lights are flashing. I might lose power. Yee.
Action_Dan said hello Thor and chat, hope all is well. A message about how shitposts can lead to far greater prospects. The artist of Sonic's Big Fat Adventure, a parody fan shitpost webcomic from the 2000s, became the art director for the new Sonic movies, fixing and redesigning the horror that existed before. He also worked with Sega on the Sonic Mania Plus and Team Sonic Racing animated shorts. His name is Tyson Hess. Make shitposts. Do it for you. Yar cheer.
Always make shitposts. Always make shitposts. One hell of a thing, dude. 100%.
Platinum Fox said, did you hear about the FPS hit in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I did.
There was a
based on
DLC validation script that frequently checked if you owned the DLC. Testers edited a file and told it they owned the DLC and the FPS noticeably improved. It'll be patched soon.
Actually, you know what I think it is? I don't think it's the raycast. Cancel. I think I know what it is. You know what it is? It's the spawn deployable. Spawn deployable is tied to the use distance. It's not the raycast itself. The raycast is firing normally and actually going off. It's the spawn deployable portion of this that's being the issue. And that's why it feels wrong. The raycast is fine. Yep. I know exactly what's going on now. I get it. Because spawn deployable is based on your distance, your use distance. Yeah. Let me go look at spawn deployable from Raycast real quick. Because I think I understand what's going on now. The use distance is to actually place the deployable. The deployable is not actually an object. We should be doing this with projectile. How do you know? Deployables are like workbenches, right? The way that the game works is when you have a workbench, like this one, you see how it's turning red right there? You see that? That's saying that you can't interact with it. And see how far I can actually place this? Now you see how far I can place that one? That's because I set my use distance really far. The reason why this is happening is because the spawn deployable from Raycast is actually acting like you're deploying a workbench instead of acting like you're creating an object there. If you're spawning a deployable from Raycast, it should be changing the player's use distance for in the context of spawning that deployable. Because there's no other reason to give a distance to spawn deployable by Raycast. Does that make sense? If you want to start working on your own stuff, go to Hytale. Yeah, it's Hytale, dude. Always with the mixed up call functions. Yeah, it's a weird one, but like this is what the problem is. So effectively, if we go look at this, if you're standing here and you want to place a deployable, and your distance, your range to spawn a deployable is here is this. But when you're setting up a spawn deployable by Raycast, it gives you a range modifier. And you think like, oh, that means I can spawn out to 50. And then you do it, and nothing happens. Because your use distance is here. That's the problem. So the use distance then needs to be set. But when you set the use distance to that, it's static, and it lets you do other things like open chests and use chairs at a range of 50, for as long as they have the item out. If you're going to use a range modifier, it should set the use distance for the purposes of setting that placement, and then set it back. Does that make sense? That's why you could set flowers with that tool. That's correct. So this is a bug of spawn deployable by raycast is just badly implemented. So I'm going to put up all this stuff. Remove spawn deployable from raycast and spawn deployable from hit location and replace with the spawn deployable interaction. A generic spawn deployable interaction. Honestly, we could probably even just get rid of spawn deployable altogether. This feature feels redundant overall and doesn't have much value as you cannot configure the parameters the raycast use. Even if you could configure those parameters, it'd be much better to make an interaction called spawn deployable and let it be used from selectors like raycast selector. This way there isn't hard lock functionality to be maintained for every selector type, and modders can chain it with all other selector types. Secondly, if you set up an interaction selector raycast or a spawn deployable raycast from raycast, it will come with a distance variable that should define the range of the raycast. It doesn't, however, and needs to have the player's use distance set in a held items interaction config use distance to reach the requested distance. This then changes the distance for that player, or that the player can interact with items like chests and flowers, which isn't great. Raycast and then spawn deployable from, I guess it would just be spawn deployable of any kind. It will be restricted to the player's use distance value. Yeah, so secondly, if you set up a spawn deployable of any kind, and it will be a spawn deployable call of any kind, it will be restricted to the player's use distance value and silently fail if you try beyond this. Use distance to reach the requested distance. There we go. This then changes the distance that the player can interact with items like chests and flowers, which isn't great. Yeah, no, it's a problem. Spawn employable people. All right, maybe you can. You're employable. I'm spawning you. It was just released in early access, no discounts, and likely not for a while. Yeah, no, I'm happy with my purchase. I'm more than happy with my purchase. I've got so many things that are broken in this that I've turned in, and I've made so many things and learned so much shit. Like, I'm quite happy with it. Damage colors. That could just be a bug. Let's do that. Bug report. Let's see. Damage text color inside of damage cause does not function. Set up a damage text color inside of a damage cause. Take or deal that kind of damage. Yeah, it's a really weird one. Oh no, we're being spawned. It's happening, dude.
@enodia___ said a joke for you in chat. A Ligma walks into a bar and says howdy.
Why you like this, dude? Type report a bug? Always, man. I've also got, like, requests in here. I think the biggest one is the documentation display bug. And I'm waiting to find out about that one. Waiting on it. Oh, getting a message. I'm actually really excited for their swap to the Noesis engine for UI. That's going to change so much around the game. Like, really, really excited for that. What did Kronos send me? What did Kronos send me? The hell is this? Huh. All right. I have cool news. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. It is the Monday. I've been waiting for this. Mr. Kronos, are you there? Waiting. Not you,
Mindstormsman with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500R. You are so right that I want to mod Hytale. But
Yeah,
I
dude.
already have so many projects and GitHub repos though. It feels like every day something new and interesting comes out that feels good to mod or even make from scratch. How does one distribute their passion? Is it even possible to relocate such a core feeling?"
Yeah, I mean, you just interact with the stuff you want to interact with. You can't have all the time in the world, but have some fun, right? If you have time for it, do it. If you don't have time for it, put it on the shelf. Do it later, right? All of that is positive. You can totally do that, though. Any way that you want to.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said, "I made a playlist for hiking. It has
Oh.
music from Peanuts, The Cranberries, and Eminem. I call
What?
it my trail mix."
That's very funny. I'm looking for something first. One of you guys... Hold up. Mindstormsman, where are you? Where are you? I think it was Mindstormsman. Hold up. Yeah, Mindstormsman, you threw a shitload of bits earlier. And I got past your message, and I didn't realize it was your message. That is a lot of bits, dude. Thank you very much. It's incredibly nice of you. It's a bonkers amount. All right, we're going to be doing our charity event this year, and we should be starting today. I need to set it up through the Twitch giving tool thing, but it's the same one we did last year. We're going to be doing it with the Humane World for Animals, who have now rebranded from their original name, which is the Humane Society of the United States, to Humane World for Animals now. So it's the same exact charity as last time, and they've made some really cool stuff. They made a T-shirt that you guys are going to like. You ready for it? You ready to see the T-shirt? Ready to see the T-shirt? I may do this right after the stream, but look at the T-shirt. Look at it. Look at it. It's ferrets. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. So we should have this up, and we should have some things out for Humane World today. Yeah. We should have it all out today, which I'm really excited for. So yeah. It's a beautiful design. It's quite cool. It's one that Shay made. So yeah. You need that? Soon. Soon. I'll give all the information soon. Yeah, so we do this event every year. We do a charity event in January every year. And this one is a little bit late, but that's okay. It's a very good bug feature request. This is a very good bug feature request? Yeah, it's a pretty bad one. So I sent this one up to them. And they're like, oh shit. I'm waiting to hear back about it. Are those any particular ferrets? I think the center one is mouse, I believe, if I pull it up. I'm pretty sure the center one is mouse. One of those is definitely beans. I don't know who one on the left is. Center one's mouse, though. At least it looks like mouse. Could have also been torch at the time. One on the left might be Henry. Oh, waiting on Kronos. Yeah, because I have some links for this. Yeah, I didn't get any of this information. I gotta wait on Kronos. Power World is planning to go 1.0 this year? Hell yeah, dude. Just wonder if your time being a dev, have you ever had any cool Easter eggs in the games you've worked on? Yeah, actually, there's a shitload of Easter eggs in Heartbound. Like a massive amount, man. I had shit in there all the time. What? Whoop. What? What in the name of shit? Toby, with 100 gifted subs. That is outrageous, dude. That is incredibly nice. Holy crap. I have the shirt link. That is a lot of subs, dude. Behold, the shirt link. Behold. Shirt link, shirt link, shirt link, shirt link, shirt link. How's your Dune server going? I haven't played Dune in a long time. Oh my god, wait, you guys broke it. Hold up. No, it's a hype train. You did 100 subs. It broke. You broke the hype train detector. God damn it, I have to fix this. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Test that one. That one's done. That one. That one's done. There you go. The hype train link has begun. Fully automated luxury hype train. Definitely automated.
Mindstormsman with 500 bits said mod love, my lord, yard cheer 500.
You're awesome, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to put that at this announcement today. I need to announce this stuff out. Alright, I need to go put out an announcement for this. Give me a second. And I need to go into Twitch and turn on our giving pool stuff. Did that go straight to level 12? They gave 100 gifted subs, Toby did, so yes. It's completely insane. Yeah. Grab this. Holy shit, TJ. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs, dude. Jesus, man. Thank you very, very much. It's the maddest of the lads. He is indeed. Holy shit. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Dragon Inside, rather. Y'all are crazy? They are. It's wild. It's completely wild.
Karamak said, is the human world for animals like teaching dogs to drive cars and teaching ferrets to stream on Twitch? If so, take all my money. Joe Cat Blep.
Take it all. Take all the money. Yeah, we could definitely teach dogs to drive, dude. It's a great idea. Hilarious, dude. Who's that face? That's Jeff Bezos as a cube. I wait during ads. You always dodging them gift subs? Good. If you could dodge a wrench, you can dodge a sub, bud. You got this.
Mindstormsman with 500 bits said, Yar cheer 500 heckin' noobs. Started a train with a simple 500-bit TTS and at Toby072481 sent it straight to level 11. 93% Yar love ya, love ya, love.
Ridiculous, actually. The shirt is yours? Good. I haven't announced this to the community yet, so if you get it right now, then good. By the way, I get none of the money from this. To be clear, none of this goes to me. It's all to the animals. None of it. So, nice. Yeah. None of it. Top pigeons to peck a screen to create homing missiles? Oh. Oh. Shirt ordered. Nice, nice. International shipping? I don't know the prices for it. I'm gonna get one for me, though. I need a large. Yoop. Yoop. I like the dark on it, too. There's other ones that they have, too, but I just want this one. Let's send this to the team. You ordered an XL because you're a large fat man? Hell yeah. Delivery is cheap for Europe? Is it really? They must have a European distribution too then. Can you see the number sold? Nope. I cannot. I am not running this part at all. To you in Italy, it's just €5? That's really cheap. That's great. When did the loading symbol get the name the Throbber? It's always had it. You just didn't know. Oh, wow. No, it's going to deliver in like a week? That's great. Roughly the same to Sweden? That's really good. Tweet from the Hytale account? What's up? Boss. Yeah, actually, boss. Nice. All right. Whoop. I'm going to grab all this stuff. Oh, it died. The hype train has ended. Level 13 at 59%. 138 subs. And 3,900 bits. That's a shitload, dude. Thank you very much. And thank you at the end for the anonymous gifts. That's super nice of you. But seriously, 100 gifted subs is wild, Toby. That is absolutely wild. But yeah, this shirt should be shipping to Europe very cheap. We have a lot of community in Europe, which is huge. $10 delivery to northern Minnesota. That's not so bad. €5 delivery to Sweden is wild. I think it was Sweden that they said? Or was it Italy? It was Italy for that one. Yeah. It's the Minecraft mod game I've seen everywhere. Is this a Minecraft mod? It's not a Minecraft mod, no. You instantly bought one for yourself, adorable. What was your shipping rate, Jake? Is that mouse in the middle? I think it is. I'd have to ask Shay if that's either mouse or torch, because they were very similar in terms of Shay's art style. So, I will ask Shay which ferrets are which. And to be clear, I am not profiting at all on this. All of this is going to the humane world. We just made the art for it, and they put my logo on it, and that's it. And then we're going to change over, just like we did last year, we're going to do the giving fund system through Twitch to do that as well, and I need to hook back up our alerts for that, so you guys can have that as well, which will be a whole thing. So give me a sec to set that up. TTS charity system. I think the TTS charity system is working if it was $25 or above. It does the automatic instant TTS into the tool. I need to make sure, because that was a whole different thing. Yeah. It doesn't even enter the queue. I think it just goes over the top of the queue. I think it was the point of it. You actually impressed? We didn't immediately break the site when you scrambled to buy it? It's because it's run through, I think it's Foursquare or some shit. Let me look. Fourth Wall, that's what it is. Fourth Wall. So Fourth Wall is handling it. Yeah. They're handling all of that this time, which is great, because then we don't have to do any shipping or any bullshit. And this art was made by Shay, so it's good. Yeah. $11 to Australia? That's actually not bad. Usually Australia gets owned for shipping. Link, please. There you go. I'm waiting for the last piece from Chronos so I can actually get this stuff set up. Waiting on it. Is Shay AI like you? No. Neither of us are AI. Definitely not. I'm a real human. Yeah. Order confirmed. Nice, dude. Shipping to Texas for $5. That's not bad. Can you see how many sold at the given point? I can't, no. I'll ask them after it's done, though. Human. Yeah. Waiting on this. If you're human, how many R's are in strawberry? I'm gonna go with... So that's how many R's are in strawberry. Problem solved. All right, grab that over there. I'm going to wait for this because we need to find out. We're waiting to find out if this is the actual correct one for them. Set this up. Stop breaking Thor.exe? No. Thanks for answering as well. As generally was confused. It looks really cool. Oh, yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, no, so it's not a Minecraft mod. Basically, this was made by... Do you know what Hypixel is? I can actually answer this in a lot better capacity for you. Do you know what Hypixel is? You ever heard of that before? The Minecraft server? So the team that makes that big Minecraft server was like, I want to do things that Minecraft can't do. And so they went off and they made their own, called Hytale. Then, a couple years back, they got bought by Riot. They got sold off to Riot, and Riot kind of fumbled the bag. Riot then canceled this game, and then Simon Hypixel, the guy who owns Hypixel, bought it back from them, and then released it about 6 days ago. And what we're doing right now is we're learning how to mod it correctly, because all of these tools are built right in. And the thing that's kind of crazy about this is, in Minecraft, do you know how hard it is to, like, add a custom block? I can just do that in this. we could just add a block, dude, and like it's really easy. So like imagine Minecraft, but way easier to mod. Like way easier to mod. It's insane how easy it is. Like we can make all like custom recipes and all this kind of stuff, and like build everything out the way that we want to, and like make any models, make them in Blockbench, and then put them into the game. It's really good. And like this is all stuff that everybody just kind of wished they could do in Minecraft, like for the last 10 years. And you just couldn't, you know? How long before you can do all the modders move over to Hytale? I think a lot of people are already doing it. I know there's many, many other large servers that are looking at it. Oh yeah, show them the trees. The trees is funny. A lot of people are looking at it and they're like, oh shit, wait, this can do everything that we want it to? I'm out. But yeah, the trees have gravity. You can just break them. So, like, there's a lot of other large communities that are like, yo, we're going to do the Switch, which is a really good thing, because to be honest with you, this is a better environment for making a modded version of the video game. How much is Hytale? I think it's $20 at the minimum, and it's localized pricing. I think that, yeah, it's $20 and it's got localized pricing. So if you're in, like, Brazil, it's very cheap in Brazil. I think Windcraft might do it. I'm waiting to find out about theirs, because they made a couple of interesting posts, you know. Shirt ordered, awesome. Nobody else knows about the shirt yet. Secret. Secret shirt. Moment. When was this? Give me a minute. I need to go check something real quick. All right, I am back. Okay, so... Ferrets on the run? No. There's a clip of Mouse looking weird about a day ago that I didn't see until just now. And I wanted to go check on her, but I can't see her. So let Shay know, and I'm going to find out after the stream. It's a little bit weird. Her interaction is just a little bit sluggish and strange. She's normally not like that, so... Yeah. Hope she'll be alright. She's probably fine. She's just weird there, right? Alright, let's get rid of this. We don't need to use distance anymore. We need to make this into a projectile. We're not doing this as a raycast anymore. It's gonna be projectiles all the way down. Something mouse all the love? Yeah. You know what? That makes me laugh even more, because that dude that came in and said that he wasn't vibe coding his answer and that he did it and that it's totally working and trust me, bro, also was wrong, because you can't place deployables outside of interact range. So he was vibe coding his answer. Why are you like this? You could be any other way. Ridiculous, dude. Alright, grab that. We're going to go into here. We'll set this as a interaction. Create embedded. Say launch. Oh, not that. We'll do this. Launch projectile. And the projectile that we're going to launch in this case is going to be... We got projectile test Earth, so we're going to change that. We're going to name this to... Off that. We'll go down to our projectiles. We need to come up with a name for this that's actually a proper name. So... Yeah, the correct way to do this is a projectile. Bro, that's gross, HC Diablo. You're nasty. Didn't know they were that prone. What are you talking about, Lionheart? What's prone? Okay, we've got this, and we're going to do spells. We'll say create projectile in folder. We're going to make a projectile under spells. We're going to call it collapsing... Actually, I don't think we want to call it collapsing Earth. I think we want to change the name. Eruption. No, that sounds like a lava thing. We need a name for a spell where the Earth explodes upwards out of the ground. Need a name for it. That's rough, VVVA. Earth spike? Tremor's more like a volcano. Rupture? I like rupture. Rupture's good. Yeah. We'll call it rupture. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Violent subduction. Alright. Ooh, actually... We can't create a deployable there, can we? Because it'll be outside of interact range. I wonder if this will work. I don't know if it will. This class is inheriting the polymorphism. What? Is there a better class to start with that won't inherit the raycast this institute? No, deployables are the only way to do that. So they've got to come up with a new way to do this, basically. It's the problem. Because we can't do, like, an object creation there. That's the issue. Like, that's what a deployable is. So... Maybe that's not the right way to do this? Maybe there's another way. Maybe there's another way. Let's find out. Set muzzle velocity on this to 500. Terminal velocity to 500. Gravity to 0. Go up here. We'll set the bullet of this to blunderbuss. Oh, no, that would carry the sound. We don't want the sound for that. I'm going to make a new bullet. We're going to delete this one. Yeah, get rid of that one. Projectile test Earth is gone. We're going to call this Rupture. I want to go through and change... We need like a bullet projectile visual for this. So when we go to appearance, I'm going to have to look at projectile spells. How do we pull those? Appearance is Frostbolt. That's under projectiles, items, spells, under model asset. So we need a model asset. Which I think might be... under server. Let's find out. Frostbolt. Yeah, there we go. Model asset. That'll be under item. Item model asset. Bro, where's the model asset? Why is this not alphabetized? Why? There it is. Okay, so projectiles, spells, Frostbolt looks like this. Firebolt looks like that. Items, ingredients. We don't have anything in there, so we can just delete this. Get rid of that. Oh, you have to delete that one first. And then delete that one. Very cool. So this is using a projectile there. We're going to duplicate this and call it generic. Projectile generic. Create. And we're going to make a generic projectile that doesn't do anything, basically. And we'll choose... What does the acid model look like? Does it look cool? Oh, that's neat. Look at that. It's kind of a cool one. Nice. Just a flying turd. Oh, it's just a cube. What does the tornado look like? Nothing, I guess? There's no tornado model? Hopberry bomb. That's kind of cool. Just like a tiny little thing, it looks like. Stone. It's just a little block. I think we could just use the generic projectile of the block, to be honest with you. I think it'll be fine. 2 rock hands, palms clasped, with pointer and index finger, raising up from the ground. Why? Why do you want that? That's funny as hell, though.
Jay Psycho said, "Yar charity. I bought 3 shirts."
Dude, you're awesome. Thank you. And yeah, all of that money goes to them. None of that touches us at all. Projectile generic. So we'll use that. We'll go into this. We'll say appearance, projectile generic. The radius on this is going to be nothing, effectively. Because it doesn't really matter. We don't really want to hit anything else. Death effects on hit we don't need. But we do need a configuration, explosion config. I think that's what we need. Or there's another thing we do that's config. We set up a configuration where the projectile then has interaction, is the idea. And I think we do that by doing Rupture. Where's our Earth weapon? Close all this shit up. Weapon collapsing Earth 1. We're going to call this Weapon Rupture 1. So we're going to change this. I don't know if I like Rupture. Rupture kind of sounds like blood, now that I think about it. You know what I mean? It's like rupture sort of a thing.
Mindstormsman with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500, he is the maddest of lads."
You're the maddest of lads. You're the maddest lad around. So instead of launch projectile, I think we do projectile, and then I give a config with it. And we do the config like this. Right? Your first Hytale mod? High roll? What is this? Lol, dude. That's a great link. You guys should click that link. It's definitely good. Okay. If we can't spawn a deployable, how do we put this thing on the ground? I don't think it's possible. The grenade is a deployable. So, all of the AoEs in Blockgame are instant. They're not zone denial. They're not zone denial, any of them are. So if I have it do a projectile, when the projectile hits, it goes off and fires a thing. That makes the most sense. Because we have projectile generic, launch force this, and then on projectile bounce, we do the interaction of remove entity, which is itself, and spawn deployable at hit location. But we can't spawn deployable at hit location because that deployable will be outside of interaction range. Let's see if that matters for this interaction. We're going to change this from projectile bounce to projectile miss, which is it goes off when it hits the ground. If this happens, if this works, then great. If not, then weird. Earth. Where's weapon rupture? Try Earth Rock Circle. You're an Earth Rock Circle. Got him. Collapsing Earth. There we go. Type projectile config collapsing Earth. Okay, so now we can take that. We can go like this and go rupture. That works. I don't know why that's doing particle effects. It's doing my ice particle effects for some reason. What? Generic. Oh, that's why. Get rid of that. Show all properties. Particles. We'll get rid of the particles. There we go. Since it's a config that changed, we now have to go back into the weapon and change something there. Why is it still doing particles? I swear to God. None of this makes sense. There's no particles, there's no attachments, there's no nothing. Particles have been removed. Okay. Projectile config collapsing Earth. Change that. Apply that change. Go to weapon rupture. Apply that change. There we go, fixed. Now we'll go into the object itself Go editor. Pull back config. It is doing exactly what I want, but the bullet's not shooting fast enough. It's also not invisible. Alright, now we've got this. We've got... Our projectile is now working. Check this out. See? It's going to the different areas, and it can actually spawn our deployable outside of interact range. It is working outside of interact range, which is great. And I managed to get it to work by using a projectile, like I was saying before. Projectiles also let us shoot directly through trees, which is huge. So I don't have to deal with grass anymore. I can just shoot right through it, and it'll work. Although, it looks like it's getting stuck in sidewalls, which is not the best. So we want it to be able to hit the side, because it's just throwing a block in the side there, so I'll fix that. I guess that counts as a hit instead of a miss, so the top and bottom of a block counts as a miss. We'll go into projectile generic. Projectile generic is totally fine. We need to grab... Physics values are fine. Where is our projectile rupture spawner, instant spawner? We'll make the muzzle velocity 1,000. Let's make it 1,000. We don't want to see that thing. And we'll make the radius very tiny. So with this... A projectile config, collapsing Earth. Launch force is going to be 1,000 on that as well. I guess we don't even need rupture instant spawner. We don't care about that. Projectile generic is all we care about. We make it a force of 2,000. The interactions are for projectiles miss. And there's no other way that we can do the interaction, so I have to duplicate the interaction for projectile hit, which is silly. Failed to decode asset? Okay. I can't do projectile hit as well? Okay. Now we go into the source, and we just have to take this entire thing, spawn deployable at hit location, interactions, on projectile miss. We have to take the entire thing. The whole one. Projectile hit null. There we go. And do this with it. Looks like all of that interactions. Wait. Why is projectile hit just null, dude? That's wild. It's really weird that I can't just, like, get projectile anything. Oh, wait. There we go. Like, I have to do both the interaction of projectile hit and projectile miss, or it doesn't work. Wait, does it not let you do both? Oh, maybe it does. There we go. Yeah. We have to do both. Otherwise, it gets stuck in walls. What? Wait a minute. Oh, wait, this is config. That's why. Okay, so in a config, you have to change the parent object and then unchange it so it can re-uptake the config. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on there, man? What's going on there, man? What's going on? What are you doing, man? Shit. What does that count as? Does that mean it's not a hit or a miss? What is it? What is it? What are you? What is that counted as? Does it even count as collision? Is that what collision is now? Son of a bitch. We go to this. Editor, source. I need that. I need to go into here. Collision. Yeah? 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 Wait. What does this mean? What does it mean? What? What? Okay. 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 Collision doesn't work. What the I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna lose my absolute mind. What do you mean none of these work? There has to be something that this works with. On projectile spawn, maybe? But that's just gonna make it go off, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't seem to do anything. That one doesn't do anything. Okay. Reboot first? No, I don't need to reboot anymore. I understand what was going on before. Configurations don't get uptaken until the object that uses them is reset. I don't need to reset now, which is good. Good. It's a bug. So I have a workflow for it where I don't have to reset the server anymore, basically. Is a projectile bounce what happens on the sidewall of a thing? Is that a thing? No tag. Rules. Cooldown. Settings. Is on hit still null in the config? Good shout, but nope. I'm gonna try projectile bounce just to see what's up. Nope. So projectiles aren't bouncing when they hit walls. Let me see if I can change some settings in this. So the projectile generic itself. Can we give it an advanced setup? It looks like no. Yeah, it looks like no. Which kind of sucks, but it did that when it was triggering as well. Yeah, no, it was hitting that when it was triggering before. The problem that I'm looking at here is weird, right? I'm trying to see if there's any settings we can set in this. And the answer is I don't think so. Because we do projectile config collapsing earth on a projectile, and the projectile type. Projectile config collapsing earth is projectile generic with a launch force of 2,000. We have nothing on here. So I guess projectile configurations don't actually get all of the features of, like, hit against the side wall of something. Is it on projectile collide? There's no projectile collide. That's not a thing. Cylinder, wireframe debug, allow place on walls. So that'll actually function for that. So the issue is that hitting a block from the side doesn't proc a projectile hit event. That's the problem, man. It also doesn't proc a projectile miss event. That's a pretty bad bug, actually. I think I should turn that one in. Projectile hit doesn't go off on the side of a block? Like, okay. Shit, man. Oh, wrong one. Okay, that's not reloading. One sec. I had to reload this. Source. Apply changes, and then apply changes, and we should be good to go. Boop, boop. Why are you not working? Did I break it? I may have broken it. Hold up. Spawn deployable at hit location, and then remove entity. Projectile hit. I may actually have to reset the server. I may have broken it for real this time. This is the model asset. Apply those changes. And this is this. Apply those changes. That should be in that order. You broken? Okay, restarting server. Bit whack. Hitting blocks is projectile miss. Projectile miss also doesn't... Oh, that's probably why. Hold up. Projectile miss doesn't fire off on the side of a block, is what I'm saying. Hit the side of a block with it and try to run projectile miss. You're right, yeah. Projectile hit is against monsters, yeah? We're not talking about projectiles penetrating blocks. That's not what we're talking about. Yours is working on walls? Why? Allow place on walls is done for, what are they called? Deployables, so not related to this one. That's one step after this. Projectile hit is entities, yeah. The thing that I'm wondering about is, like, why is projectile miss not working on the side of a wall, but is on the top? And I'm wondering if it's a depth thing? That makes sense. Right? Depth penetration from the projectile, stopping it from proccing the wall is funny, though. It's definitely a bug. There's a way to detect projectile when speed is 0? When speed is 0? Not really. I mean, you'd have to walk into it. Difference between your thing and the poop gun? I mean, the poop gun is the same. That's not a big deal. This is a different implementation. So if we go into here and we change this, I'll show you. This implementation is way, way different. Rupture. Weapon rupture 1. And then that'll go into Earth. And spell collapsing Earth instant. That's not the right one. I gotta go back into the weapon. We did a new thing. I have so many like components for this that I've tried and that have just not functioned right. Projectile config collapsing Earth. Projectile config. Collapsing Earth. And then that one is projectile generic. Let me look at this. So, with projectile config collapsing Earth, that goes to projectile generic. The interactions here are projectile hit, but if we change this to projectile miss, that'll go off on blocks now. So a miss is a block hit, is basically what's happening there. And then we have to go back to the weapon, and we have to modify the weapon and modify it back. Now, that'll hit. The problem is, it doesn't hit walls. So, when we hit the floor, it works. When we hit a ceiling, it doesn't work. So something is wrong now. Where walls do not count as a projectile miss, and neither do ceilings, but floors do. This has got to be a depth penetration problem, dude. Is there a way to change the configuration for depth penetration? Is it going to be a physics issue? That's a physics issue, isn't it? You son of a bitch. Of course. Of course. Why would I expect that to work? Alright, so it's something wrong in here. Under a projectile normally, physics, standard, gravity bounciness, sticks vertically, rotation mode, compute yaw, compute pitch. Is there... I just need to steal this off of myself. Because we can't create it for whatever reason. Where is that in there? Spawn rotation offset, model frostbolt. Why do they go all the way down here? Whatever, man. What? Silence. There we go. Now we got our physics tab. Okay, so rotation mode, velocity, damn, none. Sticks vertically, sure. Bounciness, whatever, man. Gravity, 0. Type standard. I don't even know what that means. Density, water. Terminal velocity, water. Get rid of that. Terminal velocity, air. Get rid of that. Move out of solid speed. This might be why. Is there no... Shit. There is no penetration on this. How do you modify that in a projectile config? I don't think you can. In a projectile generic, we can't either. It's only in the launch projectile, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, Upstream Wanderer, everything you have responded with has been vibe coded. Everything. Literally everything. Everything you have said is like pseudocode written by ChatGPT. You have to stop. That is wild, dude. Last time you wrote something up in there, you chose an interaction that literally doesn't exist. It has never existed. Because ChatGPT told you what it was. There is no such thing as that. Stop it. Stop. What does pseudocoding mean? It means that they're writing out a sentence instead of actual functions, and what they're talking about are features that do not exist inside of the editor. Like, you have to stop doing this. Last time he gave me an interaction type, and he was like, yeah, just use that one. It's not even one that exists. Like, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I called you out last time because you were doing that. Now you're doing it again. You can't just make shit up. It's hallucinating. It doesn't know Hytale yet, man. Give it like a month. You're face bombing, but dude, like you've told us to use functions that aren't in the game. The interactions you're talking about do not exist. Like, that's why I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Everybody's been like, what are you talking about? See what we can do with this. Here's remove entity. Can we embed this further? Yeah, like, let me read out your message so I can even talk about this here, right? We're going to go pull up what you said. You said move spawn deployable at hit location, which is that one, plus remove entity under projectile hit block. Projectile hit right here, like that. If you go into projectile hit, where are you getting hit block in this? Because projectile hit is for hitting entities, and projectile miss is for hitting blocks. So where are you getting hit block in this? We can even expand this out to be fully open. Where is it coming from, man? And you don't explain that. You just go on to another explanation of the same thing with different terms each time. You sound like ChatGPT, my dude. And the things that you're asking for don't exist in the editor. Because projectile hit is for entities, and projectile miss is for the blocks. Stop using ChatGPT. Stop. It does not know these tools yet. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Grok, is this true? Is not going to work here, man. Like, you have to do it yourself. You have to. Yeah. Stop wasting resources on vibe coding. Like, it is not helping you. So spawn deployable at hit location on projectile miss. We're just having a problem where it's not penetrating to that. What I could probably do is do a launch projectile. Let's go see if we can do that inside of the weapon itself. So gravity didn't do it. Projectile generic can't have pen. I think launch projectile can. Let's go into interactions. Excuse me? Cancel that. The hell? We've got projectile. Let's try doing launch projectile in here, and I'm pretty sure we can get penetration out of launch projectile on that. Projectile ID failed. Next. Camera settings. Isn't there a setting map for this? Can we not get a setting map for that? No. Cancel. Rules. Effects. Camera effect, movement effects. That doesn't exist either. Where is the penetration effect on this? I remember seeing this before and I don't know where it lives. Is there a reference manual? There's no official documentation yet, but one of the bugs that we turned into them is going to fix that, and I'll show you what it is. Grab this for you. We put in a bug with them, and I talked to the community manager about it, and they sent it along to the team because they actually have a .documentation variable for every single one of the variables in all of the asset editor. It's just not displaying. They live in there, but they're not displaying, which means the devs did the work, but when you mouse over them, they don't show anything. There's documentation for every variable in all of this, but we can't see it. It's like horrific, but like when they fix that, it's going to make everything way easier, dude. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So when they get that one done, we're going to have a much better time. Download more RAM? Jesus, dude. It's funny.
Wolf and Nature said love the t-shirt design.
It's
For someone
really nice.
from Europe, how long should I expect the shipping to take?
I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not handling any of that. I wish I knew. If I did know, I'd tell you, though. But yeah, I have no clue on that one. So for the projectile itself, we've seen this before where it had like a hit pen amount that goes through. And it was on the gun. I think it was the handgun. I think it was that handgun shoot. That's the camera shake. There's the handgun. There's the player animations. Handgun bullet. Vertical center shot. Horizontal center shot. Depth shot. Depth shot. Where is depth shot? This is under projectile itself? Is that not displaying for mine? It's a model asset on this one. It's not in the projectile config. God damn it. Okay. I understand. I understand. We have to make a projectile. We have to launch that projectile. We have to use the projectile config with that projectile, which we can't do. There's a better way. There's a better way. Okay, so on a projectile, normally, we get depth shot. But in a projectile config, we do not get a depth shot. Since I am creating a generic projectile and then applying a config to it, we have a problem. And that projectile isn't the projectile, it's a model asset. That's why. Update 2 this week possible? Not surprised. I'm throwing a picture of a brick at someone. Yes. Which is fine. That's normal. But projectile config does not function in this way. So we gotta change it. We gotta change this completely. I gotta make it so that this is actually a projectile, not just a model. That's the problem. So, get rid of physics. We don't have depth hit. Physics can go away. We're gone. Finished. We can go back into weapon rupture. We can look for projectile. Projectile gets a config. Can we do a config on launch projectile? Launch projectile. We just get a projectile ID. Can the projectile ID have a projectile config? Where's my projectile? Projectile underscore. This is under model assets. So under projectile underscore, we can do eruption. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna do combat in here. This is particles. We need an actual projectile. Do we not have an actual projectile? Son of a bitch. That's all particles. Where's my goddamn projectiles? Projectile. Spells. Rupture instant spawner. Alright. Appearance projectile generic. Depth shot 0.7. Muzzle velocity 2000. Terminal velocity 2000. Now, can we do a projectile with a config applied to it in launch projectile? Rupture instant spawner. Inside of rupture instant spawner, can we apply a config? The answer is no. I want to lose my mind, chat. Alright, so we have two ways to do this. And neither of them work. Neither of these directions work. This is upsetting. The idea is we have a weapon. That weapon can fire a projectile or a launch projectile. Our spawner is inside of a config. This one can have a config. This one cannot have a config. This one can have depth to pierce into a block. This one cannot. Can't spawn an AoE in the ceiling? Want to bet? I know how to do that already. I've already done it. Yeah, I've done that before. That bug is fixed. You can absolutely spawn an AoE in the ceiling. Damn. How do we get this to work? Yeah, see this right here? If you want to spawn an AoE... wait, there's Bezos in the way. I'm going to hide Bezos for a moment so I can show you. If you want to spawn an AoE in the ceiling, allow place on walls will let you do that. You're good to go. Just flag that. Just check that box and you're good to go. One thing I found yet is how to apply a speed buff to an entity so they can move faster. I have no idea. I haven't checked that out yet. Very cool, Nitty. Ultimate Chaos, use both. Suppose ever a program stream per day. It's not enough for me. I may have to start a petition to someone to totally remove Thor's need for sleep. I know, right? Oh, man.
Mindstormsman with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500, prove me wrong, yar stonks, yar stonks, yar stonks."
You're a stonks, dude.
Smug Rainbow Pony with 500 bits said, "On a scale from Ligmaring Prime to Bezos giving you money, how likely is it that Hytale's asset system changes so much before release that none of the work you're doing this month will be there in Blockgame when Hytale reaches 1.0?
It won't be exactly the same. I would bet that much. However, the work that I'm doing now allows me to understand all of their systems currently and stay up to date on them. If I jumped in a year from now at 1.0, I'd be behind. Entirely so. All right, so I have this. For the person who was saying that you cannot get an AoE to spawn on the ceiling, you can, actually. So if you want to go and do a... where is it? Not in launch projectile. Not in this. Let me show you. In spawn deployable at hit location, check this box under the config. Allow place on walls. That's it. That'll let you spawn them on the ceiling, spawn them on the walls. You're good to go. That is how you spawn things that are deployable on those locations. The problem that we're having right now is that the hit type detection for projectile miss doesn't work on the bottom or sides of a block. It only works on the top, which is very silly. That's very dumb. And I think that is just straight up a bug. There is no way that we can get this to work currently, because if you use a projectile launch, then, like, if we go the route of projectile launch, we can penetrate, but we can't have a config, so no deployable. If we go the route of projectile, we can have a config, so deployable, but we can't have it penetrate, so we can't get it to spawn on the side walls or on the bottom. There is a bug here, like straight up. Projectile miss should be firing whenever you hit the sides or bottom of a block, like hands down. There's no way that that's not a bug, you know? Yeah, there's no way. That is obviously a bug. Cool holding pattern, though. You love this chat? I know, right? Anyway, I've learned a whole bunch of cool shit today. So if we go and pull this up, and we look at, like, targeter, I learned how to make a custom targeter reticle using deployable, and then I learned how to cast a spell using that targeter reticle, which is cool. I learned how to make a projectile that casts a spell when it lands. Like that. But only when it lands on the top of a block, which is hilarious. And not when it lands on the side of a block, which is sad. But we've got custom particle effects, so that's neat. Powerful and good. Being able to charge up and cast the better ability, so a little baby ability and a better ability. Learned how to use cooldowns. If you're looking on this, I'll show you. You can see the cooldown on the bar there. And I can do different cooldowns per element, per spell type. So that's cool. How to change the durability of an object to use that as the resource. So 809. And now it's... I don't know if this one is actually working. That one may not be reducing. I'll have to go and look. Ooh. Is spellcast cost not working now? Ooh, it might not be working now. Oh, wait, no, it definitely was working. It might be because I'm doing this. Or not. Maybe it's only going off when I hit something. Sir? I need an enemy. Wait. Killed it. 968. Maybe my durability isn't working. Piglin. Missing interaction, spellcast cost. What do you mean it's missing? What do you mean it's missing? Oh, I changed it from spellcast cost to spell cost. That's why. Found it. Yeah, I found it. I understand now. I understand now. I just gotta go change it. But that's fine. But yeah, no, I learned how to do all that shit. It's been a cool week for all these interactions. But this one is very silly. And, probably should be fixed. Weird holding pattern, right? Weird holding pattern. So, launch projectile doesn't function. Can we fix this?
Blazed Out Gaming said if you were thrown into the Ready Player One universe, or the equivalent when it becomes reality, what would you do to survive?
If you're thrown in Ready Player One universe, you're probably dead. like I don't even know at that point, man. Like, you're probably done so. The editor should really allow you to place all when renaming something. It did. I did it through a different way. I'd be willing to try. I mean, yeah. You could try. Trying is fine. But I feel like you're... It's kind of like surviving in Warhammer 40k, right? Like, you're probably dead. But if you're not, you get to have a cool couple of minutes there, you know? What if we did this in a different way? What if we did this in a weird way? You'd land up in a loyalty center in Ready Player One? That's funny. A couple of minutes? Okay, a couple of seconds. If you ever end up in 40k, let me be an orc wizard. Why? Did they live a long time? I don't know much about them. So Rupture Instant Spawner is the only other way to do this, and we can't apply the config to that, and we can't apply an event. You can't apply an interaction to a projectile, which is hilarious. You can do hit particles, bounce particles, miss particles, but no config. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Weird boys. They have the power of believe me, bro. Oh, do they? Can the interaction be based on despawning the projectile? No. So, like, when the projectile... I guess we'd have to trigger the despawn, though, in some way, right? So how do you trigger the despawn? On collision. With what, right? There's got to be a way, though. There has to be. Because when we do this... Oh, not that one. This one. See, you can't even see the projectile because it's instant transmission. You don't even know I'm firing a projectile right now because it's so fast. Until I do this. Shit. Oh. That's instant transmission. This is not. That's funny. That you're working on Heartbound? I do off stream. Yeah. I actually release an update every month, but you can go see all of the updates on Steam, on Reddit, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, and on our Discord. So if you know about the game, you'll know where to find those updates. Let's see. This doesn't do anything. Are those basically mines now? No, worse. They're nothing. And they stay there until the server restarts. Does it work on the second step of stair block? I don't know. Let's find out. Probably not. Because the stairs count as... What works? Nope. It works on the top of the stair and the top of that stair. But it doesn't work on any of the sides. I'm going to lose my mind, dude. You can shoot through it? I think you can. Yeah, you can totally shoot through that. Yeah. It's quite funny. Always have, always will, Xbox. If you don't like watching me, that's fine. That's good to see. It just makes me laugh. Like, the stairs definitely are not staring, right? So this only works if you hit from the top. That has to... Like, that's got to be a bug at that, dude. At that point, dude. Like, look at this. What do you guys think? Bug or no bug? Bug or no bug? That feels like bug. Projectile miss is only hitting the top of blocks. Definitely bug? Yeah, it feels like a bug. Projectile miss is only hitting the top of blocks. It's only firing from top of block. Interaction. That's wild. Alright, bugging it. Let me create an object for this. Projectile config collapsing earth. Type projectile with a config. Cancel an item change. I'm just going to give them the source for these. So they can just make their lives easy. Projectile miss interaction? Is that what it's called? Make sure that's an interaction. Yeah, interaction. Hytale update 2 coming this week? Yeah, I heard. Okay. Oh. Hide. I love that. Good use. Cool, lad. Constant feedback and suggestions. Hell yeah. Good dudes. Projectile miss interaction only fires on the top of blocks when fired from a projectile with a config. Oh. Add extra log files. Can I don't want to add a current log file. I think I'll do this. We'll make the entire thing into like files and send them over. Because it just make their lives easy, you know? Love to the devs? Yeah, dude. Actually, I think I can just steal these from my own server. Weapon Rupture 1, Projectile Config Collapsing Earth, and Projectile Generic. There you go. I think that's all we need. Add extra log files at the bottom? Yeah, I know, I'm going to add them. I just got to make the files. That's what I was doing. I'm pulling them off the server. Server mod. Where is it? Blockgame Towns. So this is in server models. Hold up. Boop. Do this one. Server models. And then projectiles, spells, and projectile generic. There we go. I'm just going to make them a nice little package of stuff. New folder. But no, this is super helpful. Just got to grab all these files out of here. Projectile generic. Oh, actually, I think I need to make a full pack for this, don't I? New pack. And we'll name it... Projectile bug dot projectile dot bug. I'll call it that. And we'll put it inside of this. And then I need to make the folder structure. So we'll do new folder called server. Pop it in there. And then new folder called models. And then new folder called deployables. No, projectiles. This is going to be so complicated. A new folder called spells. I think I could just send this as like a log file for them. Is this music out of fire? That's music from our game Heartbound, man. Okay, so with that in mind, we've got Rupture Instance Spawner is not the one. Item. So we got server item. So you go back up to the server folder, make a new one called group item. And then items. Items. And then weapons. And then spell book. And then in spellbook, we've got that. So item, items. Come on, man. Open. And then weapon. And then spellbook. And then we've got weapon rupture 1. There we go. I'll probably start creating like bug packs for them to make this like really easy to reproduce what we're doing. You know what I mean? I think it's probably the right way to handle this, because it's going to get really complicated for some of these like weird edge cases that I'm finding. Yeah. Yeah. And the next one's going to be in projectile. And then configs. New folder, configs. There we go.
Din0Gex0 said, "Hey 4, I recently heard the best description of current AI. It's useful for everything except the thing you're doing."
That's true. Oh wait, it's not projectile configs, it's projectile configs. Whatever, I'll delete that. Bug packs, just import it and you have a reproduction? Exactly. And like, that's kind of the cool thing, is we can do that, you know? This one is projectile configs. Yeah, so like what I did here was I just made a thing called projectile bug, projectile.bug, and be like, put this on your server. And your bug is reproduced. Like, so I'm just gonna send them that as a zip file and be like, yo. Because that's all they need to do, you know? Did this break again? Oh, that's weird. Twitch just freaked out. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, Twitch just said, like, reconnecting to Twitch. And I was like, what? Alright. Projectile misinteraction only fires on the top of blocks when you're using a projectile interaction to fire it while modifying it with a projectile config. Let's do this for a second. No, I don't want extra log files. Oh, I can't send it. Hold up. It won't let me send extra log files. I'm going to send this over through the community manager.